Chapter 461. Inside the house, the mother and son were grieving like a river. Outside the house, however, they were eavesdropping on the corner of the house. One head on top of another, they leaned against the crack of the door, wishing they could gouge out their ears and eyeballs and send them in. Little Jing Kong was the smallest, so he was at the bottom. Above them were Gu Shaoshan and Gu Yen, and above them was Great Aunt. Grand Aunt was not as tall as the two of them, but her aura was stronger, so the two of them could only obediently lower their bodies. Yao Shi also came to join in the fun. Eugène's purpose of guarding the door was to prevent anyone from eavesdropping. But the old and the young could not use force or soft methods. They would never admit that it was because the Empress Dowager was here. In the end, Eugène gave up resisting. "If you want to listen, let's listen together." Long Yi walked over, and seeing a group of people had stuck their head to the crack of the door, he remained silent for 2 seconds, then also stuck his head to the crack of the door. Thus, he stuck himself higher up. Everyone raised their heads in unison. "You're blocking the light." Long Yi, except for little Jing Kong, who lacked social experience, even though he could understand every word, he couldn't understand the meaning of the sentence. The rest of the people had roughly understood the relationship between the mother and son, as well as the ins and outs of what had happened that year. Little Jing Kong, bad brother-in-law, is indeed hang. He still refused to admit it. Well, that was the only message he understood. Gu Yan, so my brother-in-law is the young chancellor, the young Marquis of Zhaodu. Gu Shaoshan, I told you to be careful of candles when the weather is dry. The fireproof measures for the imperial college's wood are not good enough. Yao Shi, my son-in-law is too pitiful. What sort of sin did he commit? Later, she would ask Nanny Fong to stew a pot of pig's heart soup. Eugène, Princess and Little Duke have actually endured so much. Empress Dowager Zhuang couldn't listen anymore. The two of them were talking in the room, but they didn't get to the main point. They were so shy that she was anxious. It was a misunderstanding that could have been resolved with one sentence, but he just didn't say it. He just wouldn't say it. To hell with not saying anything. If the two of you don't want to talk, then I will. Empress Dowager Zhuang gave everyone a look, rushing. Everyone nodded in unison, charge. They had to charge. Empress Dowager Zhuang was shocked and pushed open the door. She had intended to lead her army of Jadewater Alley to charge in, but in the end, she turned around. Where is he? Everyone, including the pot-bellied Yao Shi, immediately moved to the side of the door and leaned against the wall. Empress Dowager Zhuang, who took the lead, finally shouldered everything by herself. The huge movement made the atmosphere in the room stagnate. Princess Xinyang and Xiao Lulang changed their auras. The mother and son were in sync. Their brows relaxed, their shoulders relaxed, their backs straightened, and their eyes were calm and cold. It was as if nothing had happened. The two of them were just talking about the weather today. Empress Dowager Zhuang, he. If it wasn't for those two eyes that were swollen like walnuts, I would really believe it. Forget it. She was already here. She was the Empress Dowager of a country. She could handle all the civil and military officials, so how could she not be able to handle two people who did not mean what they said? Xiao Lulang moved a chair for Empress Dowager Zhuang. Empress Dowager Zhuang sat down and looked at Princess Xinyang on her right. You. Yes, it's you. 4 years ago, was it you who saved him from the fire? When she said he, she glanced at Xiao Lulang. Without waiting for Princess Xinyang to speak, Empress Dowager Zhuang said, "You better think carefully before you answer. I am not asking you as Liulang's grand aunt, but as the Empress Dowager of a country. I am the Empress Dowager with real power. You better not deceive me. Otherwise, it will be the same as deceiving the Emperor." With real power, she was just that arrogant. After Xiao Lulang heard his grandaunt's words, he turned into a primary school chicken waiting for the teacher to announce the exam results. He was both expectant and nervous. Princess Xinyang was a person who would suffer for her pride. In this aspect, Xiao Lulang was very similar to her. She was originally only one step away from stepping down. Now that Empress Dowager Zhuang had given her a step, she naturally would not kick it away. But she still had to pretend. It was not that she wanted to say it. It was the Empress Dowager who forced her to say it. Princess Xinyang whispered, "Yes." Xiao Liulang's eyes moved slightly. Empress Dowager Zhuang asked, "Do you have evidence?" Princess Xinyang really did not intend to say it, but her body language had already betrayed her. Empress Dowager Zhuang saw her subconsciously touch her left arm. Although it was just a symbolic movement, it was enough for the discerning Empress Dowager Zhuang to see through everything. Empress Dowager Zhuang pulled up her sleeve and saw that her left arm was covered with hideous and ugly scars that extended to her shoulder. Princess Xinyang did not expect Empress Dowager Zhuang to be so sharp that she immediately exposed her wound to Xiao Lulang. Empress Dowager Zhuang was also surprised. She knew that Xinyang must have been injured, but she did not expect it to be so serious. If she had known, she would not have shown it to Lulang. No mother in the world would want her child to see such a painful side of her. Then how did she escape the fire with Lulang on her back? The 14-year-old Xiao Heng was about the same height as Gu Yan. With Princess Xinyang's slender body, it was actually very difficult to carry him. At that time, the fire in the room had almost been put out by her. However, when the beam fell, she raised her hand to block it and tripped. Coincidentally, she fell into the almost extinguished fire. Just like that, the sleeve on her left arm caught fire. From their conversation just now, Empress Dowager Zhuang and Xiao Lulang could not tell how many people had set the fire. Empress Dowager Zhuang thought it was only Prince Ning. Xiao Lulang thought it was only Princess Xinyang. The fire that had truly killed Xiao Su's younger brother was actually the third big fire. It really burned the Minghui Hall of the Imperial College beyond recognition. In the 3 years that the Imperial College had been closed, almost half of the time had been spent repairing it. The intentions of the arsonists were too obvious. They wanted Xiao Heng's life, the kind that couldn't be more dead. Princess Xinyang had once suspected that the arsonists wanted to take revenge on her or Marquis Xianping. However, the more she investigated, the more she felt that something was wrong. The people they had offended were either in Zhao country or Qin country. There was no power in either country that she could not find at all. There was only one possibility: the arsonists were very likely from one of Shangzhou country. The two of them had no dealings with people from Shangzhou. Naturally, they could not be considered enemies. Thus, the arsonists might really have come for Xiao Heng. Xiao Heng had also never offended people from Shangzhou. The only connection he had with Shangzhou was that his mother was a female slave from Yan country. Could this matter have something to do with her? Was she really a female slave? Princess Xinyang thought of the past from her scar and was momentarily distracted. She did not notice that Xiao Lulang was kneeling on one knee in front of her. Once again, he lifted her sleeve and looked at the wound that snaked up her jade-like arm. "Go back and have Jiao Jiao think of a way." Empress Dowager Zhuang patted Xiao Liulang's shoulder. Xiao Lulang lowered his eyes and quietly put down the hand that was lifting her sleeve. A hot teardrop fell on the back of her hand. It was so hot that her heart trembled. She came back to her senses and realized that her wound had been seen by Xiao Lulang again. Xiao Liulang's eyes were filled with indescribable sadness. He had been like this since he was a child. As long as she was slightly injured, he would feel so distressed that he would cry. She was clearly fine, but he cried like a little rain fairy. Princess Xinyang unconsciously said, "It doesn't hurt anymore. Mother is fine." Once the word "mother" came out of her mouth, the two of them stiffened. Empress Dowager Zhuang, I suddenly feel that Aijia is a bit redundant here. Empress Dowager Zhuang silently stood up and left. Before she left, she did not forget to take the candied fruit from the table. As expected, at this special moment, no one noticed that she had taken the candied fruit. However, just as she reached the door, she bumped into Gu Jiao, who had just returned from the medical center. Empress Dowager Zhuang, who had been robbed of her candied fruit. The heavens were good at reincarnation. Who would the heavens spare? In fact, once the window paper was pierced, there was no need to hide it anymore. Princess Xinyang choked with sobs and smiled. As if she had recalled something, she said, "Xiao Yi." What? Xiao Lulang was confused. He did not understand why the topic had suddenly changed. Also, what was Xiao Yi? Was there a Xiao Yi? Fragrant and reliant. Princess Xinyang said with a smile. Her eyes were filled with tears, but she still had a smile on her lips. When I was pregnant, I thought of a name for the child. If it's a girl, she will be called Xiao Yi. Xiao Lulang muttered, subdued and invisible. Fragrant and reliant. That's right. Princess Xinyang faintly smiled. If it's a son, then he will be called Xiaoheng. Wasn't this nonsense? Wasn't he called Xiaoheng? She had already prepared a name, so why bother asking? Xiao Liulang's eyes dimmed. No. Princess Xinyang shook her head with a smile. If it's a son, then I plan to call him Xiao Qing. Xiao Lulang asked, Xingzhuo Wu Jiang, is it the Qing from Qing's legend movement? Princess Xinyang smiled. Now that you mention it, this name is not so ordinary. Xiao Lulang did not understand the meaning of Princess Xinyang's words. Could it be that she had planned to give her son an ordinary name from the beginning? Princess Xinyang continued, my longevity lock was set, and then he was gone. This was the first time in 18 years that Princess Xinyang had spoken so frankly about her son's death. She didn't know why, but she suddenly felt relieved. After speaking, she realized that it was not as painful as she had imagined. Princess Xinyang wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and raised her hand to caress his cheek. Looking at his red eyes, she choked with sobs and solemnly said, Xiaoheng is Xiaoheng, Xiaoqing is Xiaoqing. I have never mixed you up. You did not steal his life. Xiaoheng's life is your own life. I know very well that you are Xiaoheng. I have always known. And I have always loved him deeply. Xiao Liulang's heart was filled with sour and bitter emotions. He nervously clenched his hand. His eyes were red and the light in his eyes flickered. His throat swelled painfully as he said, I am Xiaoheng. Princess Xinyang held his cheeks with both hands and smiled tearfully. Yes, you are Xiaoheng. You are my child. He had finally found the name he had lost. He was Xiaoheng. He was his mother's child. Chapter 462. In the eastern room, under Gu Yan and Gu Xiaoshuan's eloquent explanations and gestures, Gu Yan was mainly responsible for the explanation, while Gu Xiaoshuan was mainly responsible for the gestures. Gu Jiao finally understood the ins and outs of the incident. Gu Jiao knew a bit about Xiao Liulang's background, but from the conversation between the mother and son, Xiao Liulang's background and the fire from 4 years ago had other secrets. Gu Jiao felt that the person who set the fire shouldn't be Prince Ning, at least not when Xiaoheng was burned to death. Both Princess Xinyang and Prince Ning should have had the idea of setting the fire, but neither of them succeeded. The former was soft-hearted and stopped at the last moment, while the latter was probably nipped in the bud by Princess Xinyang before it could happen. Then who could it be? Why would they do this? Xiaoheng was only a youth who stood aloof from worldly affairs. If one had to point out who he was an eyesore, it could be those who were jealous of his talent or the Zhuang family. However, with Marquis Xianping and Princess Xinyang's strength, there shouldn't be anyone who had the guts or ability to harm their son. Especially since the Imperial College was originally the old Chancellor and Xiaoheng's territory. Otherwise, how could Prince Ning's arson be discovered by Princess Xinyang in time? Concubine Jing had once poisoned Xiaoheng, but that was because the Imperial Palace was her territory. Furthermore, Princess Xinyang and Marquis Xianping had protected Xiaoheng very well after that, so ordinary enemies had no way to harm him. Thus, that fire wasn't set by an ordinary enemy. As for whether it was revenge against Marquis Xianping or Princess Xinyang, Gu Jiao felt that it was neither. Judging from Princess Xinyang's behavior in sending Xiaoheng away, the other party might have been targeting Xiaoheng himself. That person or power seriously threatened Xiaoheng's safety. For the sake of Xiaoheng's survival, Princess Xinyang had no choice but to do this. And judging from how Marquis Xianping had repeatedly probed Xiao Lulang, Princess Xinyang had even kept him in the dark. Although there was not much trust between husband and wife, Xiaoheng was his own son. His feelings for Xiaoheng were genuine. There could only be one explanation for Princess Xinyang's actions. It was a power that even Marquis Xuanping's household would find difficult to deal with. Could it be the power of the upper nation? The world was divided into 6. The state of Yan, the state of Jin, and the state of Liang were the upper states, while the state of Zhao, the state of Zhao, and the state of Qin were the lower states. There was also the Turkic state that was not recognized by the 6 states. The furthest place Gu Jiao had been to since she came here was the capital. She knew very little about the other countries, so she couldn't guess which country was more likely to be the culprit. But Xiao Lulang had said that his birth mother was a female slave from the state of Yan. There was no keepsake, no words. Xiao Liulang's birth mother didn't leave behind anything that could trace his identity. That night, Princess Xinyang stayed for dinner. Actually, I also know how to cook. I had nothing to do these past few years in Fengdu, so I learned a few of my specialty dishes from the chef in the residence. She was a vegetarian, so all she learned were vegetarian dishes. She wanted to show off her skills to her son, so she made a cold dish of 3 shredded shreds, steamed glutinous rice with red dates, and stir-fried wild mushrooms. Compared to Xiao Liulang's dishes, they were much better. The color were attractive, and the smell was also very appetizing. Everyone couldn't wait to taste them. Then, everyone felt a tremor from their souls. Oh my God! This was too disgusting. They finally knew where Xiao Liulang's dark cooking master came from. Little Jing Kong and Long Yi were so disgusted by the disgusting taste that they rolled their eyes and stuck out their tongues. It was worth mentioning that Gu Jiao gave Long Yi a new mask that covered the upper half of his face, leaving his mouth and chin exposed. He could eat anytime and anywhere. Yujin also showed off her skills in cooking. Fortunately, she didn't add water to her cooking. The fear of being dominated by Princess Xinyang's cooking finally disappeared little by little with her delicious food. After dinner, the old chancellor called Xiao Lulang, now, he should call him Xiaoheng, to the next room. He came back late, so he didn't know how the mother and son had inexplicably recognized each other. Princess Xinyang was led by little Jing Kong to visit his small vegetable garden as well as his little eagle and 7 chicks. This is little 5, this is little 6, this is little Chi, and this is little 9. After little Jing Kong finished introducing them one by one, little 8 walked over valiantly and said, "This is Big Brother Yan's little 8. Then, he bent down and tied a bright red flower on little 8's head. Princess Xinyang thought of the peacock feather on Gu Jiao's mask and her eyelids jumped again. What kind of beauty did this pair of siblings have? Princess. This is for you. Little Jing Kong suddenly took out a flower and handed it to Princess Xinyang in a very gentlemanly manner. Only such a beautiful flower is worthy of such a beautiful you. This little bean's mouth was really smeared with honey. But why did this flower look a little familiar? Did Long Yi go to her flower room again? He picked Princess Xinyang's flower and gave it to her. No one else could do this. After that, little Jing Kong invited Princess Xinyang to his west room and showed her his homework. Other than the handwriting being not neat enough, she couldn't find a single mistake. The reason why his handwriting was not neat enough was that he was still too young, so his wrist and hand strength were not enough. In addition, Gu Jiao didn't let him write too many words for fear that it would affect his growth. He was really a very smart child. Xiaoheng came over from the next room and saw little Jing Kong showing off in front of Princess Xinyang. He was only like this to people he liked. He was very cold to people he didn't like. For example, he never ignored Gu Jinyu when she came over. Of course, little Jing Kong was showing off while discrediting bad brother-in-law. Hearing this, Princess Xinyang couldn't help but laugh. Little Jing Kong said helplessly, "It's true, Princess. You might not believe it, but bad brother-in-law is already 18 years old, and he still wet the bed. After he finished, he blamed it on me. Why are the adults nowadays so insensible?" Princess Xinyang laughed until tears came out. On the other hand, Xiaoheng's handsome face darkened. "Little monk, you feel uncomfortable all over if it's not dark. Have you finished practicing the calligraphy of the Qin Kingdom? Have you memorized the ancient poems of the Liang Kingdom? Have you read the 3-character classic of the Yan Kingdom?" Little Jing Kong snorted and pouted. "Jiao Jiao said that I can do it tomorrow." Xiaoheng raised his eyebrows. "Oh, then did you tell Jiao Jiao what homework you have tomorrow?" Little Jing Kong was especially careful to hide tomorrow's tutoring task so that he could have some free time today. The little guy blinked guiltily. In the end, the fear of being found out by Jiao Jiao and being disappointed in him took over. He unwillingly jumped down from the chair, tiptoed to pick up the book on the table, and went over to his granduncle's side to do his homework. Princess Xinyang still had a smile on her face. She hadn't smiled like this in a long time. The little guy reminded her of Aheng when she was young. "Jing Kong is the same as when you were young," she said with a smile. Xiaoheng snorted, "I'm not as arrogant as him." Princess Xinyang said, "Oh, then who was it that ran to the throne room to show off after memorizing a poem?" Xiaoheng's expression suddenly froze. A shameful memory burst forth from the abyss of his consciousness. An adorable little ball chirped as he followed behind the emperor, using both his hands and feet to climb up step by step. He was panting as he climbed, and the hat on his head was crooked. He stood up and clumsily adjusted his hat. Looking at the numerous civil and military officials, he said in a childish voice, I need to memorize a poem. Today, I'm memorizing. That wasn't him. He didn't admit it. He didn't remember. He didn't. Princess Xinyang stayed until late at night before leaving. Xiaoheng sent her to the door. She had already said what she needed to say. Xiaoheng had already guessed what she shouldn't say, but she was still a little worried. Before getting into the carriage, she looked deeply at Xiaoheng and said, "Right now, I understand." Xiaoheng nodded knowingly. "Don't worry about the future. I'll take care of it." He still couldn't reveal his identity to the public, but one day, he would openly appear in front of everyone as Xiaoheng. He would catch the person behind the scenes who poison set him on fire. No matter if it was a person or a power, no matter what hardships he had to pay, he would not shrink back or escape. If it was a mountain, he would chisel that mountain. If it was a river, he would fill that river. Although a mayfly was small, it could shake a tree. Princess Xinyang looked at the unswerving determination in Xiao Heng's eyes and finally confirmed that he had grown up. In these 4 years, she had worried about his situation countless times and regretted her original decision countless times. Especially when she learned that Xiao Heng had unexpectedly contracted leprosy not long after leaving the capital and that Xiao Heng had taken care of him for 2 years, her heart had almost stopped beating. But when it came to this moment, she realized that every step was worth it. All of the pain he had experienced would become an indestructible armor on his body. Heng, mother is proud of you. After Princess Xinyang's carriage left, Xiao Lulang returned to the courtyard. He closed the door and bolted it. Turning his head, he saw a person sitting on the swing. The crescent moon was like a hook. The moonlight fell on her shoulders, and her water-like skirt gently swayed in the night wind. Xiao Heng looked at her small back and walked over. It was now late at night, and everyone was asleep. The night seemed especially peaceful. He also softened his voice, still not sleeping. Gu Jiao grabbed the rope of the swing with both hands and tilted her head to look at him. Her eyes sparkled as if they had gathered the stars of the Milky Way. Are you happy? Xiao Heng froze for a moment then quickly reacted. She was talking about him reuniting with Princess Xinyang. He grunted, I'm happy. Gu Jiao let go of her left hand and moved to the right to make some space for him. This swing was made for little Jing Kong. He had asked for it to be a little bigger, but he was small, so it was only a little bigger than a single-seater swing. Xiao Heng sat down next to her. The two's bodies had no choice but to stick close to each other. In the cool night wind, there was a special kind of warmth. Thank you, he said. Gu Jiao looked at him in confusion. Thank you for pulling me out of the mire. Thank you for pushing me to the capital. Thank you for forcing me to face the past that I did not dare face. In the end, I found the truth. He was too embarrassed to say these words. He looked at her gently and changed the topic. You also seem very happy. Gu Jiao shook her small head. If you're happy, then I'm happy. The softness in Xiao Heng's heart was touched. He raised his hand and gently patted the top of her head. She seemed to like being patted on the head, so she rubbed her head against his palm. Her hair exuded a faint fragrance of flowers and honey locust. Every strand of her hair exuded a silent invitation, as if to say that he could touch her hair as he wished after washing it. Xiao Heng couldn't hold it in and let out a low laugh. Gu Jiao looked at his smile and was suddenly dazed. He did not smile often, but every time he smiled, it could make people's hearts stop beating. Gu Jiao stared at him blankly. Suddenly, a perverted idea flashed through her mind. She wanted to hide him and put him in her cage, where no one could find him. She was good and bad. Jiao Jiao. His voice interrupted her thoughts. Gu Jiao blinked. Xiao Heng turned sideways and stared at her. Is it hard to be with me? Gu Jiao shook her head. It's not hard. Xiao Heng said again, but maybe it will be hard in the future. Gu Jiao said seriously, I'm not afraid of hard work. Xiao Heng's eyes flashed with a trace of emotion. He gently tucked her hair that had been messed up by the wind behind her ear. Gu Jiao looked down and twiddled her fingers. Then, do you want to kiss me? Xiao Heng was stunned. His hand that was tucking her hair stopped in midair. No, he said solemnly. Oh. Gu Jiao's little face collapsed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Xiao Heng almost laughed out loud. He held back the mischievous smile in his eyes and slowly raised his hand to support her white neck. His broad palm held the back of her head and said in a hoarse voice, Jiao Jiao, close your eyes. Gu Jiao obediently closed her eyes. He gently held her head and lowered his head to kiss her soft lips. Unlike in the past, he wanted more this time. Jiao Jiao, he said against her lips. On. The scorching hot breath made Gu Jiao's cheeks heat up. Her little face turned as red as a cooked shrimp. You're so good. He leaned against her forehead and whispered in a gentle voice. I also think I'm so good. Xiaoheng couldn't help laughing. His laughter was pleasant and magnetic, as his shoulders gently trembled. He tightly pulled her slender waist into his embrace and kissed her again. It was a lingering kiss that filled the air with a trace of sweetness. Xiao Jiu on the roof shyly covered his head with his wings. At dawn, Xiaoheng got up as usual. He first went to the table and poured himself a cup of tea. Then he opened the wardrobe and took out his official robes. Since he had already appeared in the palace, there was no need for him to go missing. He was going to be on duty at Hanlin Academy. As he tidied up his official robes, he vaguely felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't tell what it was. He went to the backyard to wash up. Yuya was drying the quilt. When she saw him, she greeted him, "Good morning, young master." "Morning." Xiaoheng nodded and walked past her. Yuya continued to dry the quilt, but suddenly, she turned her head to look at Xiaoheng. Son-in-law. Chapter 463. After hearing Yuya's words, Xiaoheng lowered his head to look at his legs. He finally understood where the strange feeling came from when he was changing his clothes. He didn't use a cane, nor did he limp. He walked out like a normal person. Son-in-law. Your legs are healed. Your legs are healed. Yuya was so excited that she repeated it twice in a row. If it weren't for the fact that the others were still asleep, she would have repeated it 3 or 4 times. Coincidentally, Gu Jiao also woke up at this time. She came out of the east room. Xiaoheng immediately gestured for Yuya to keep quiet. Yuya was stunned. Xiaoheng signaled her to keep it a secret with his eyes. Yuya finally understood. Her eyes flashed and she nodded. Gu Jiao walked towards the two of them. Yuya continued to dry the quilt. In fact, she should have greeted Gu Jiao. Yuya was a polite servant girl, but she was too guilty to help the young master do bad things. She didn't dare to look at her young miss at all. Fortunately, Gu Jiao didn't care about trifles and didn't notice Yuya's strange behavior. On the other hand, she hadn't seen her husband wear an official's robe for many days. At first glance, she saw him wearing it. Gu Jiao drooled on the spot for a few seconds at the sight of his handsome face in the morning. Xiaoheng acted as if he didn't notice and greeted her, "Good morning." "And good morning," Gu Jiao replied blankly. Xiaoheng suppressed the corners of his lips that were about to curl up. He limped to the side of the well and began to draw water. Gu Jiao wouldn't let him do heavy work. Gu Jiao took a few steps forward and wanted to take the wooden bucket from his hand. "Let me." Xiaoheng raised his hand slightly. This action caused her to miss the wooden handle of the bucket and grab his hand instead. Xiaoheng cleared his throat, glanced at Yuya behind him, and said seriously, "It's early in the morning, be careful." Gu Jiao. After breakfast, little Jing Kong and his son-in-law went to the Imperial College, while Gu Yan and Gu Shaoshun went to the Qinghe Academy. Everyone in the family already knew Xiaoheng's identity, but they also knew that his affairs were very complicated, so they didn't want to publicize it. Therefore, they still called him Xiao Lulang. "I'm going to the Hanlin Academy." Xiaoheng walked over with his cane and said to Gu Jiao, who was packing up a small medicine box and preparing to go to the clinic. Thinking of something, Gu Jiao said to him, "By the way, how's your hand? Does it still hurt? Can you write now?" The stitches had been removed long ago, and he had been doing rehabilitation for the past few days. He used his left hand to hold a spoon when eating. "It doesn't seem to be very good." Xiaoheng stretched out his right hand and said without changing his expression, I don't have much strength. Is that so? Let me take a look. Gu Jiao put down the small medicine box. Xiaoheng limped in front of her and stretched out his right hand. His hand was white and clean, and his fingers were long and slender with distinct joints. Even his fingernails were glossy. Gu Jiao couldn't help but sigh again. In her previous life, this pair of hands was either a surgeon's or a pianist's. She began to examine his wound. There was a faint layer of scar ointment on the wound. Compared to before, the scar had faded a little, but it was still very eye-catching on this perfect hand. Gu Jiao pressed the wound and asked, Does it hurt? Xiaoheng was slightly stunned. Then, he seemed to react quickly and said, It hurts, but it's not very obvious. Gu Jiao asked, Does it hurt even if you don't touch it, or does it only hurt when you touch it? Xiaoheng said, It only hurts when you touch it. Gu Jiao paused, then put her hand in his palm and said, Hold it for a while. Xiaoheng held her hand. Her hand was so small that he could wrap it all in his large palm. Because of practicing martial arts and working hard, there was a faint layer of calluses on her palm and between her thumb and index finger. It was not as soft as Princess Xinyang's hand. He heard that the hands of those noble ladies were so soft, but he didn't like those soft hands. Is that all you can do? Gu Jiao frowned. Is my hand the same as my legs? Do I need to? He sighed and stopped talking. I'll test it again. Gu Jiao found a brush and handed it to him. Then, she spread out a piece of paper on the table and said, Write a word. Xiaoheng held the brush and wrote the word Jiao without much hesitation. That was a word too horrible to look at. It was worse than Gu Jiao's. Gu Jiao was stunned. That's it. He looked a little disappointed and said, It doesn't seem to be too effective. Gu Jiao frowned and said, Then, you need to strengthen the rehabilitation and add a hand massage. Xiaoheng looked at her deeply and said, Okay. Gu Jiao said, I'll take you to Hanlin Academy and give you a massage on the way. Xiaoheng slightly raised the corner of his mouth and said, Okay. Lu Quan came back after taking the old chancellor and little Jing Kong. Seeing that the two were still there, he said to Xiaoheng, You haven't gone to Hanlin Academy yet. Come on up. Don't walk there today, or you'll be late. In the past, Xiao Lulang usually walked to Hanlin Academy for rehabilitation. Gu Jiao had the same idea. The two got on the carriage, and Gu Jiao sat next to Xiaoheng. She took his hand and carefully put it on her lap. After autumn, Yao Shi asked everyone in the family to add more clothes, but the soft touch on Gu Jiao's leg clearly showed that she was secretly wearing less underwear. Xiaoheng couldn't help but feel a little restless. Gu Jiao didn't know that this seemingly simple and abstinent young man's mind had already wandered. She massaged very seriously and asked, Is this heavy? I don't feel anything, Xiaoheng said. Then how about this? Gu Jiao slightly increased her strength. Ugh! He furrowed his brows and let out a low cry of pain. Gu Jiao hurriedly reduced her strength and asked, Then how about this? It took a quarter of an hour just to find the right amount of strength. There was still a quarter of an hour before they reached Hanlin Academy. Gu Jiao stepped up her massage. She looked very serious. Xiaoheng calmly looked at her. The strength in her palm was actually too light for him. Every stroke was like a goose feather, scratching at his heart. Hiss! He suddenly took a deep breath. Gu Jiao looked at him strangely and asked, What's wrong? Did I press harder again? Xiaoheng slowly exhaled and said, No, you didn't. You continue. After a while, he suddenly said out of nowhere, Eat more. Gu Jiao didn't understand. Why did she have to eat more? Could it be that she had lost weight recently? Chapter 464. Novels with content that you can't find online are all available here. Xiao Heng went to the Hanlin Academy. Ning Ziyuan was already waiting for him in his office. Seeing him come over, Ning Ziyuan stood up and rushed to him. He grabbed his arms and looked him up and down. Are you okay? I heard that you were taken away by an assassin. What kind of evil person is this? The emperor was going to announce that Ning Ziyuan had taken away Xiao Lulang, but he was stopped by Empress Xiao and Princess Xinyang. Although Princess Xinyang didn't tell Empress Xiao the truth about Xiao Heng, Empress Xiao understood that once the news of Ning Ziyuan's assassination of Xiao Lulang was leaked, Xiao Heng's identity could no longer be hidden. After all, no matter how one looked at it, Ning Ziyuan had no reason to kill Xiao Lulang, unless Xiao Liulang's identity was hidden. Xiao Heng said, I'm fine. It was done by a sect in Jianghu. They wanted to extort some money from me, but they've already been dealt with. The Dual Blade sect wasn't innocent. They had been wiped out by the Imperial Guards long ago. Are you really okay? Ning Ziyuan looked at him suspiciously. I heard that your hand was also injured. Let me see. The two old men looked at him, and to be honest, they were a bit. Ning Ziyuan insisted. Xiao Heng reluctantly reached out his hand. His injuries were mainly on the back of his hand and wrist. The palm of his hand had already healed and no traces could be seen. Ning Ziyuan looked at the crisscrossing scars on his white hand and couldn't help but shake his head. What a pity. Can you still write? Yes. Xiao Heng said. Hearing this, Ning Ziyuan was finally relieved. Alas, I was really scared to death when you were taken away. At that time, I was wondering if you were an eyesore because you advanced too quickly. I even suspected Zhuang Yuheng. However, I met him several times, and he didn't seem to have a guilty conscience, so I dismissed my suspicions. Does that Jianghu sect have any brains? How much money can a poor country boy have? Ah! Did her sister-in-law strike it rich? I heard that the business of the magical hand hall has been very good recently. You guys should pay attention to it. If you have too much money, it's hard to avoid attracting people's attention. It's best if you hire a few servants who know martial arts. Okay, Xiao Heng answered. The two of them sat on opposite sides of the desk. Ning Ziyuan thought of something and suddenly smiled, saying, but this time, you brat, can be considered a blessing in disguise. You don't have to take the exam at the end of the month. Wang Xiuzhua flunked the exam this time and was severely reprimanded by Master Han. He was almost demoted to editor. What about you? Xiao Heng asked. Ning Ziyuan said proudly, as for me, I'm just ordinary. I'm only third. First place is Zhuang Yuheng. The new Hanlin officials weren't the only ones taking the test. The old Hanlin officials were also taking part in the test, with the exception of Lord Han and the attendant. They were the examiners and examiners. It was not surprising that Ning Ziyuan and Zhuang Yuheng were among the top. They had just passed the fall and spring quarter examinations, so their exam skills were still in peak condition. The Hanlin officials who ranked behind them were not necessarily less talented than them. They were just not as good at the exam as they were. But it's a pity. Ning Ziyuan suddenly frowned. What's wrong? Xiao Heng asked. Ning Ziyuan said, didn't Attendant Yang leave? His official position is empty. It said that someone will be promoted. Right now, Zhuang Yuheng is very popular. Zhuang Yuheng was the grandson of Grand Tutor Zhuang. He was the new second place on the imperial exam and had taken first place in the exam. Other than his lack of experience, which was his only shortcoming, he was almost flawless. He had even taken the crown prince's place as a hostage in the Qin kingdom. He was a meritorious official of the Zhao kingdom. In the afternoon, the Hanlin Academy really did announce the good news that someone had been promoted to attendant. However, it was not Zhuang Yuheng. It was Xiao Lulang. "You're really something." Ning Ziyuan patted Xiao Heng's shoulder excitedly. Xiao Heng did not understand how the position of attendant had fallen into his lap. Although he did intend to fight for it, after he was injured, he pretended to disappear for half a month. After that, he rested at home for 10 days. He even missed an exam. At the time, he guessed that the position of attendant would not be his. "Lulang, congratulations," Ning Ziyuan said sincerely. Xiao Heng said to him, "Congratulations to you too." Ning Ziyuan had also been promoted. He had been promoted from a 6th-rank attendant to a 6th-rank attendant. Coincidentally, he had taken over Xiao Liulang's position. Ning Ziyuan cleared his throat. "Ahem, I'll take over your official position. As for your room, I won't kindly accept it." He was so close to the latrine. If the weather got hot, he would suffocate. It was better for him to stay in his own room. Xiao Heng moved to the attendant's room. Attendant Yang had stayed here before. However, he had not stayed for long and had left in a hurry. Therefore, he had packed everything that needed to be packed away. It was a clean and empty room. After becoming an attendant, in addition to the changes in the room, his salary had also increased from 5 taels to 8 taels. This was his official salary. In addition, he would be given 10 horses of clothing and 10 stones of millet every year. In addition, he would be given an ice tribute in the summer and a charcoal tribute in the winter. He could ask for things or exchange them for money. Hanlin Academy was generally a government office with little money. It was not as profitable as the 6 ministries. However, after gaining experience in Hanlin Academy, people would look up to him wherever he went. The ministers in the cabinet were all from Hanlin Academy. Grand Secretary Yuan, Grand Tutor Zhuang, and even the old Chancellor, Zhuang Xianji, and Headmaster Li were all from Hanlin Academy. Among them, Grand Secretary Yuan had been an attendant all the way to a 5th-rank Hanlin Academy scholar. Later, because he was involved in an incident, he was demoted to a barren land. 5 years later, he returned to the capital and entered the cabinet as a 7th-rank attendant. He then became the first Grand Secretary of Zhao country. The others all chose other offices after leaving Hanlin Academy. Ning Ziyuan came over to help him move things. Outside the door, a few Hanlin officials walked by. Their conversation could be heard. "Did you hear? Royal Princeton is going to be transferred to the cabinet." "Who did you hear that from?" He heard the conversation between Lord Han and Royal Princeton. "You even eavesdropped on Lord Han." "No, I was just passing by. I heard it by accident. Lord Han said that if you go to the cabinet, you should not delay your studies. The foundation of ruling a country is in these books." That was definitely not the original words. However, everyone saw that he was deliberately hiding it and did not ask. After all, it was not necessarily a good thing to know too much about some things. They quickly walked away and the sound of their conversation gradually disappeared. Ning Ziyuan had a look of realization. "I was wondering why he stopped fighting with you. He must have found a better place to go." What was their purpose in entering the cabinet? Wasn't it to enter the cabinet in the future and become an assistant minister? Even if that was not the case, going to the 6 ministries was also excellent. Those who truly wanted to stay in Hanlin Academy for the rest of their lives were probably rare. Xiao Heng did not say anything. This was probably Grand Tutor Zhuang's idea. With Zhuang Yuheng's qualifications, it was a bit far-fetched to enter the cabinet. It was probably because Empress Dowager Zhuang's attitude towards Prince Ning that made Grand Tutor Zhuang feel uneasy. He no longer trusted Empress Dowager Zhuang wholeheartedly. He wanted more power in the hands of the Zhuang family. Right now, in the cabinet, the 2 secondary secretaries were his people, half of the 6 cabinet scholars were also his people. If an Enjun Wang was added, in the future, after Grand Secretary Yuan abdicated, the cabinet would completely belong to the Zhuang family. Ning Ziyuan saw that Xiao Lulang was deep in thought and thought that he was disappointed. He quickly patted his shoulder and comforted, "Lulang, don't be discouraged. You will also be able to enter the cabinet one day." Xiao Heng was not thinking about entering the cabinet. He was thinking about whether Grand Tutor Zhuang, that old man, had gone to poke his great-aunt's heart again. Imperial Palace. The Emperor and Empress Dowager Zhuang left court and headed towards Rinshou Palace together. Empress Dowager Zhuang sat on the Phoenix sedan and looked strangely at the Emperor's sedan. She asked in confusion, "Your Pure Flowers Palace is over there." The Emperor shamelessly said, "I'm going to Imperial Mother's palace to eat." Empress Dowager Zhuang was silent for a moment before she made a sound of agreement. Emperor, Imperial Mother actually did not refuse. After eating, Empress Dowager Zhuang said to the Emperor, "Come to the study for a moment." "Imperial Mother, do you need this sun for something?" the Emperor asked after entering the study. Empress Dowager Zhuang said seriously, "This widow has thought about it. The Emperor has been ruling for many years. It is time for this widow to return the power to the Emperor." The Empress was startled. "Imperial Mother, why do you say this?" Empress Dowager Zhuang sighed. "From tomorrow onwards, this widow will no longer be ruling from behind the curtain." A sentence flashed through the Emperor's mind. Is there no more joy in going to court with Imperial Mother? Imperial Mother. Empress Dowager Zhuang faintly looked at him. Haven't you always wanted this widow to not go to the throne room? Your wish has been fulfilled. What? Are you still not happy? That was in the past, the Emperor mumbled. Ever since the truth of concubine Jing's matter came to light, he realized that he had misunderstood his Imperial Mother all these years. Imperial Mother had countless opportunities to kill him, but she had never done so. On the contrary, it was he who had framed his Imperial Mother time and time again, even causing her to contract leprosy. If it wasn't for the little miracle doctor, he would probably be living in regret for the rest of his life. Moreover, leaving emotional factors aside, his Imperial Mother was indeed more daring and resourceful than him. Empress Dowager Zhuang sighed faintly. This widow is old. It is time for me to have a few days of leisure. The Emperor's face darkened. Imperial Mother, you actually just want to go to Jadewater Alley to play cards. And the kind that doesn't bring him along. Empress Dowager Zhuang. Cough, is it that obvious? Chapter 465. The Emperor looked at her bitterly with an expression that said, I knew it. Empress Dowager Zhuang flatly denied, I didn't. When can't I go play cards? The Emperor continued to complain, then Imperial Mother doesn't want to go to bed early. Empress Dowager Zhuang, when did your brain become so good? Her habit of getting up early for many years was gone in a year in by Shui Alley. It was quite helpless. In the end, the Emperor promised Empress Dowager Zhuang that he wouldn't attend politics from behind the curtain. After all, he was the Emperor. No matter how much he trusted Empress Dowager Zhuang, he couldn't help but desire to govern alone. This was a very contradictory mentality. Empress Dowager Zhuang had lived to this age. What didn't she understand? It was normal for the ruler of a country to have such a mentality. Otherwise, if everyone was like the Crown Prince, giving unconditional, bottomless indulgence and trust to a person, in the end, if the person next to him wanted the country, would he be willing to give it up? Being an emperor, or a benevolent ruler, wasn't a bad thing. He could be soft where he needed to be, but he couldn't lack the ambition of an emperor. However, the emperor didn't promise Empress Dowager Zhuang that he wouldn't attend politics from behind the curtain. Empress Dowager Zhuang had to agree to play cards with him 3 or 4 times a month. She also had to set aside time every day to deal with state affairs with him. It was time to spend alone time with Muhu in the afternoon. Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't completely give up power. She just didn't go to court. She still had to play tricks in private. Lulang was promoted, but the money he received wasn't enough to pay the little monk's rent every month. Alas, there were so many children at home. The burden was heavy. Hanlin Academy. Xiaoheng came out from his shift and saw a carriage parked in the alley diagonally across from him. The coachman was an unfamiliar face, and he had never seen the carriage before. However, Xiao Liulang's intuition told him that the owner of the carriage was waiting for him. There was no one around, so he didn't bother to disguise himself. He strode over. The coachman didn't ask and directly put down a wooden stool. He hesitated for a moment. Princess Xinyang opened the door slightly. Xiaoheng was slightly taken aback, and then he stepped into the carriage. He sat down opposite Princess Xinyang. Princess Xinyang said to the coachman, "Let's go to the clinic." "Yes." The coachman waved his whip and the wheels began to turn. Princess Xinyang's complexion was better than when she had just returned to the capital. Today, it was even possible to see a bit of rosy color. She didn't smile much, but the warmth in her eyes almost flowed. "I came to see you," she said. "Yes." A certain someone felt a little uncomfortable. Princess Xinyang smiled and looked at his right foot. "I saw you walking just now. Has your leg recovered?" "Yes, it's done." Xiaoheng answered vaguely and did not hide anything. After being separated for so long, it would be difficult for them to return to their previous intimacy. Moreover, she had hurt him deeply. Princess Xinyang felt even more awkward than Xiaoheng, but she didn't show it on her face. Princess Xinyang smiled and pointed at the cane beside him, asking, "Then why don't you throw this away?" "I'll throw it away in a few days," Xiaoheng said. Oh. Princess Xinyang instantly understood. A mother knew her son best. How could she not understand what he was thinking? Truly, her son had grown up and was no longer under her control. In the past, when he was engaged to Wen Linlang, he had never cared so much about a girl. Princess Xinyang lowered her eyes to hide her smile and changed the topic. "Have you heard about Zhuang Yuheng entering the cabinet?" "I have," Xiaoheng said. Princess Xinyang continued, "It was Grand Tutor Zhuang's idea. He entered the cabinet and started as a 7th-rank secretary. It seemed like a demotion, but in reality, his status rose. So his official position had already been decided." Xiaoheng wasn't surprised that Princess Xinyang knew about this inside information. Back when he was still the young Marquis of Zhaodu, he often saw all kinds of jaw-dropping insider information in Princess Xinyang's study. "I heard that Grand Tutor Yuan appreciates you." Princess Xinyang's words had a hidden meaning. Xiaoheng paused. "It can't be considered appreciation. He only met me once or twice and said a few words to me." Xiaoheng understood Princess Xinyang's meaning. She was worried that he would feel unbalanced because Zhuang Yuheng had been promoted faster than him. If so, she could also use her connections to get him into the cabinet. "I'm doing very well in the Hanlin Academy," Xiao Lulang said bluntly. Some things could be taken shortcuts, but others weren't. In his opinion, getting involved in the cabinet at this time wasn't necessarily a good thing. Princess Xinyang was secretly relieved. Just now, she had been probing Xiaoheng's intentions. When he was young, Xiaoheng was a very competitive child. He wanted to be first in everything. Of course, He really did have the ability, but officialdom was like a battlefield. Sometimes, although you won the battle, you lost the battlefield. Xiao Heng's current temperament was far beyond her expectations. As the two were talking, the sound of galloping horse hooves suddenly came from ahead. Immediately after, it sounded like the rider had run into some stall. Miserable cries rose up one after another. "Ah! The horse is out of control." Princess Xinyang's coachman shouted loudly. It wasn't their horse that was out of control, but the other side's. It was rampaging, knocking down passers-by, and had no intention of stopping. Seeing that it was about to hit their carriage, it was too late to turn around. Long Yi flew over, opened the roof of the carriage, and grabbed Princess Xinyang and Xiao Heng. The carriage was smashed apart by the crazy horse. Long Yi put the two people on the roof, then went to grab the coachman who was about to lose his life under the horse's hooves. Long Yi, that child. A child was scared silly. He stood in the middle of the street in a daze, and the crazy horse rushed towards him. Long Yi grabbed the coachman with one hand and the child with the other. Finally, he rushed to take the child away before the crazy horse could hit them. Princess Xinyang secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but before she could finish, the soles of her feet slipped, and she fell from the roof. Xiao Heng reached out to grab her, but they also fell down together. Long Yi didn't have time to put down the coachman and child. He flashed over, but he only caught Xiao Heng, and Princess Xinyang slipped from his shoulder. At this critical moment, another tall and mighty figure descended from the sky. He hugged Princess Xinyang's soft waist, and slowly descended from the sky. This person had a devastatingly beautiful face and a pair of soul-stirring eyes. He was Marquis Xianping, who was hailed by the emperor as the face of Zhao country. Marquis Xianping stood there with Princess Xinyang in his arms. His posture was handsome. A burst of enthusiastic cheers erupted from the crowd. Marquis Xianping raised his eyebrows and smiled. "Princess, long time no see." Princess Xinyang's face was cold. "Are you done acting handsome? If you're done, then let this princess down." "TSK, unromantic." Marquis Xianping curled his lips with regret and put Princess Xinyang down. That crazy horse was already under Changjing's control. Tonight, Changjing wanted to eat roasted horse meat. Marquis Xianping waved his hand at the crowd. "Okay, disperse, disperse. Don't look. Haven't you seen a hero saving a beauty?" Everyone's mouths twitched. Although it was the truth, why did you say it yourself? Could you be any more shameless? The crowd finally dispersed. Marquis Xianping looked at Princess Xinyang and then at the smashed carriage. He clicked his tongue. "Looks like the princess can only sit in this marquis carriage." Changjing. Changjing drove a luxurious and flashy carriage over. Princess Xinyang didn't get on. She walked forward and came to an unfamiliar carriage. She planned to take out money to hire the other party's carriage. Marquis Xianping looked at her with his arms crossed. "That's also this marquis carriage." Princess Xinyang walked forward again and chose an inconspicuous carriage. "It's also this marquis carriage. It's also this marquis carriage. Ah yeah, it's this marquis carriage again." Princess Xinyang. Did the surname Xiao contract for an entire street of carriages? Chapter 466. There are novels with connotations that can't be found online here. Princess Xinyang finally got into the first luxurious and flashy carriage with a dark face. Marquis Xianping also got into the carriage and threw the whip in his hand to Changjing. "Be steady. The princess doesn't like bumps." "Oh." Changjing took the whip and lashed it down, causing the carriage to jolt. Marquis Xianping, the couple sat down in the carriage. Marquis Xianping looked at Princess Xinyang calmly and said with a faint smile, I went to Fingdu Mountain to find you, but you didn't want to see me. Instead, you ran back to the capital. Why? Are you hiding from me? Why should I hide from you? Princess Xinyang said mildly. Marquis Xianping's lips twitched, revealing a roguish smile. Come on, Qin Fengwan. Ever since Xiaoheng died, you've been hiding from me. Sometimes, I even suspect that the fire was set by you. You don't have the face to face me at all. Princess Xinyang turned her face away. Ha! Marquis Xianping looked at the roof of the carriage and said nonchalantly, enough. Let your whatever take Xiaoheng down. He's flying around in the sky. Even if he's not tired, I'm tired for my son. After Xiaoheng was rescued by Long Yi, or to be exact, after Marquis Xianping appeared, Xiaoheng had Long Yi take him away. However, Marquis Xianping's seemingly casual words had many important points. First, he knew about Long Yi. Second, he had already determined that Xiao Lulang was Xiaoheng. Long Yi had always been a secret guard in the princess's residence. It was only after going to Fingdu Mountain that Long Yi gradually came into the light. During this time, Long Yi had never met Marquis Xianping. In other words, Marquis Xianping already knew about Long Yi's existence before the fire at the Imperial College. Since he even knew about the most powerful Long Yi, then the other dragon shadow guards naturally wouldn't be a problem. As for when he knew, there was no way to know. Perhaps it was 4 years ago or even earlier. As for the second matter, judging from the situation in the capital, Princess Xinyang guessed that Marquis Xianping had gone to Fingdu Mountain to ask her to come back and identify Xiaoheng. Now that she had appeared in the same carriage as Xiaoheng, he already had the answer without her personally telling him. Marquis Xianping said, Chongjing, go and catch those two flying in the sky. Chongjing, who was driving, leaped into the air. After a while, Chongjing returned to the carriage with a swollen face. I can't win. Chongjing felt wronged, but she didn't say anything. Marquis Xianping snorted, you deserve it. I'll let you drive recklessly next time. Chongjing's face was full of black lines. So you were just taking revenge on me for bumping off the carriage. Chongjing was a little emotional. He really wanted to drive the carriage until it flew, but he couldn't beat Marquis Xianping, that old fox. This was a very sad story. Inside the carriage, Marquis Xianping leaned lazily against the wall of the carriage. Behind him was a soft and thick pillow. His slender legs were crossed, and one hand was on the armrest while the other was gently placed on his leg. His slender fingers tapped on his knee. Princess Xinyang sat across from him with an indifferent expression and didn't say a word. Marquis Xianping smiled lightly. Qin Fengwan, do you want to say it yourself, or do I have to ask you one question at a time? Princess Xinyang asked, what do you want me to say? Marquis Xianping said, everything. Princess Xinyang looked at him. Why don't you first tell me what happened with the crazy horse just now? Marquis Xianping said, what? You suspect that I did it? I'm not that bored. Princess Xinyang didn't say anything. Marquis Xianping narrowed his eyes at her. Wait, are you suspecting that someone tried to assassinate you or Xiaoheng? Princess Xinyang slowly exhaled and looked at him without blinking. Before I answer all your questions, why don't you answer one of mine first? Who was that female slave from the Yen Kingdom? After Long Yi sent Xiaoheng back to Jadewater Alley, he immediately left. Before he left, he met little Jing Kong and exchanged small manly punches with little Jing Kong. Lulang. Just as Xiaoheng was about to enter the room, he heard someone calling him from behind. He turned around and said politely, "Aunt He, what's the matter?" Aunt He handed him a jar with a smile. This is the pickled vegetables I just made. Take it. No need. I haven't finished the ones you gave me last time. Xiaoheng declined. And he stuffed the jar into his arms and said, not allowing him to refuse, take it, take it. You have a lot of family members, so you can finish it all at once. Besides, it's just a jar of pickled vegetables. It's not that valuable. Xiaoheng was not good at rejecting such pure kindness, so he accepted it shyly. Thank you, Auntie He. As soon as Auntie He left, Uncle Zhao from next door came over again. He called him Lu Lang and gave him a basket of eggs. He said that Gu Jiao made salted duck eggs last time and gave some to the neighbors. He didn't have anything to give in return, so these eggs were laid by his own chicken. That's right. Since little Jing Kong persisted in running chickens for a year, Pushui Ali also started to raise poultry one after another. Yao Shi called out to him from inside. He's here. Xiaoheng carried the jar and the basket into the house. His family did not change the way they addressed Xiaoheng. Xiaoheng felt that this was also very good. He did not have a courtesy name, so in the future, Lu Lang would be his courtesy name. He was Xiaoheng, and he was also Xiao Lu Lang. He would finish Xiao Liulang's unfinished life for him. He would see the scenery that Xiao Lu Lang had not seen before. Xiaoheng's clothes were too small, so Yao Shi bought new ones for him. The last time he tried them on, the sleeves were a little narrow, so Yao Shi changed them. Xiaoheng tried them on again. They fit him very well. He thanked Yao Shi and told Yao Shi about how Auntie He and Elder Zhao had come to deliver things. They're too polite. Yao Shi did not know whether to laugh or cry. She asked Yu to keep the things properly. Xiaoheng returned to the west room. Little Jingkong had finished school early today. At this time, he was sticking out his little butt and plunging into his big box. He threw out the things inside with a swish, and no one knew what treasure he was looking for. Xiaoheng felt a headache coming on. He had just cleaned up for him the day before yesterday. Xiaoheng poked a certain someone's little butt with his walking stick. What are you doing? Little Jing Kong stopped rummaging and pulled his little head out of the box. He turned around and looked at Xiaoheng while panting. He said disappointedly, I knew it's a bad brother-in-law. Jiao Jiao would not poke his little butt. Why is it so messy again? I'm looking for something. Jiao Jiao's birthday is coming soon. I want to give Jiao Jiao a surprise. Gu Jiao's birthday was next month. There were less than 40 days left. Xiaoheng looked at the little guy's sweaty face and suddenly said mischievously, what a coincidence. I want to give Jiao Jiao a surprise too. Little Jing Kong patted his little chest and said, then my surprise will be bigger than yours. Xiaoheng raised his eyebrows. That's not necessarily true. Little Jing Kong put his hands on his waist and stamped his feet. Jiao Jiao likes me the most. Xiaoheng curled his lips. But she'll definitely like the surprise I give her the most. Little Jing Kong stared at him. You. What's your surprise? The little guy suddenly became nervous. Princess Xinyang was right. Little Jing Kong was very similar to Xiaoheng when he was young. For example, their strong desire to win was almost the same. Xiaoheng bent down and looked at him at eye level. He imitated his usual behavior and proudly shook his little head. I'm not telling you, ahaha. So angry. Little Jing Kong secretly clenched his little fists. He would not lose to his bad brother-in-law. The biggest surprise must be the one he gave Jiao Jiao. There was a military book that said, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will win 100 battles. He had to know his bad brother-in-law's surprise before he could defeat him. Where did his bad brother-in-law hide his surprise? He would definitely find it. In the carriage, Princess Xinyang finished telling the whole truth. Marquis Xianping's face was extremely cold. He was not someone who often got angry, but he was a little unable to hold it in. He forced himself to calm down. He did not have a habit of getting angry at women. Qin Fengwan, do you think that this marquis is especially useless? That I can't even protect my own son? We haven't even fought. How do you know that I can't beat him? Princess Xinyang said, Look, I knew you would have this reaction. You didn't meet them. No matter how much I say, you will only think that I am exaggerating. Alright, just treat it as me hating Aheng and not wanting to see her, so I deliberately sent her away. Marquis Xianping frowned. What do you mean just treat it as me? If it's true, then it's true. If it's not, then it's not. You scholars like to beat around the bush. You have 7 or 8 meanings in one sentence. I don't understand. Princess Xinyang turned her face away and said, If you don't understand, then forget it. Either way, that woman was provoked by you. It was you who caused Aheng to suffer and also caused my son's death. I won't defend Xiao Heng's matter, but your son's death. Marquis Xianping paused. He seemed to have realized that there was something wrong with the way he addressed her. After pondering for a moment, he said, Your son and mine really were not caused by this marquis. I'm afraid this debt cannot be counted on this marquis. Chapter 467. Princess Xinyang's tone was as cold as ice. Why can't you be blamed? If the woman you brought back didn't attract the assassins, how could my son have been poisoned? Marquis Xuanping's frown deepened. You think the group of assassins who poisoned him was after her? Wasn't it? Princess Xinyang asked back. Marquis Xianping fell silent. Princess Xinyang sneered. You don't dare to speak. Haven't you always hated being the scapegoat? Tell me, how did I wrongly accuse you? Marquis Xianping looked at her with a complicated expression. Qin Fengwan, will this affect your relationship with Xiaoheng? What do you mean? Princess Xinyang didn't understand. Marquis Xuanping's gaze was deep. Do you think that group of assassins who came after his mother will make you resent him? Without waiting for Princess Xinyang's reply, Marquis Xianping continued, I'm not a good person to begin with. It wasn't easy for me to be a human, but I was wronged. Qin Fengwan, you asked yourself. No matter what the result is, don't blame me. Princess Xinyang felt an ominous premonition rising in her heart. Marquis Xianping looked at her, his gaze solemn and cold. Qin Fengwan, we agreed that you wouldn't fall in love with me, and it's best if I don't like you. On the night of our wedding, you told me not to touch you and that we would always be husband and wife in name and not interfere with each other. But then, I touched you and you got pregnant. Let me ask you, do you want this child? If you do, he'll be my legitimate son. I, Xiao Ji, will only have one legitimate son in my life, and that's your child. If you don't want it, I won't say anything. The stomach is yours, so it's up to you to give birth to it. You know very well whether I want this child or not. Back then, the princess's residence and Marquis Xuanping's residence were heavily guarded. It was even more impenetrable than the imperial palace. Not even a fly could fly in. Let me ask you, why would assassins poison the child? Princess Xinyang's eyes trembled. You, Marquis Xianping sneered and nodded, that's right, that's what I meant. There's a spy. There's a traitor around you. Princess Xinyang's expression changed. That's impossible. I have the dragon shadow guards guarding the 2 children day and night. How could they have the chance to poison them? Marquis Xianping's sneer froze on his lips and his eyes turned cold. That's right. You have the dragon shadow guards guarding your children. Who would dare to poison them? Think about it yourself. Princess Xinyang's mind exploded like a thunderclap. Dragon shadow guard. No, that can't be. Why would the dragon shadow guard poison her child? This conjecture was too bold, and could even be said to be absurd. She laughed to herself. However, not long after, her smile gradually froze on her face. Marquis Xianping was right. At that time, the Marquis Xianping Manor and the Princess Manor were indeed heavily guarded. Not to mention outsiders, even the Emperor's dragon shadow guards might not be able to sneak in without alerting anyone. Because she also had the dragon shadow guard. In that situation, other than the dragon shadow guard herself, no one else had the chance to make a move. However, she trusted the dragon shadow guard too much, so she never considered this flaw. Princess Xinyang resisted the trembling of her body and tried to grasp the last possibility. Why, isn't it that group of people? Isn't that group of people suspicious at all? Marquis Xianping said, when they came, and when they targeted Xiaoheng, I really don't know. Because Xiaoheng was rarely by his side, when that group of people targeted Xiaoheng, he wasn't there, so he didn't realize it. He said seriously, but I can tell you clearly that when the two children were in trouble, that group of people had not yet arrived in Zhao country. Princess Xinyang looked into his eyes. Why are you so sure? Marquis Xianping met her examining gaze without dodging. She said it herself. She said that if she didn't die, she would attract that group of people. When he said this, there wasn't a trace of emotion in his eyes. Princess Xinyang moved her eyes away. What she said before she died? Yes, Marquis Xianping said. Then is she really dead? Princess Xinyang asked. Marquis Xianping sighed. In any case, I buried her myself. Princess Xinyang smiled bitterly. You even buried her yourself. That's rare. Marquis Xianping pursed his lips and didn't argue with her. He looked deeply at her. She didn't implicate Xiaoqing, and Xiaoqing didn't die because of her and Xiaoheng. Princess Xinyang's focus was on that name. You still remember his name? Marquis Xianping paused with a complicated expression and sighed. How could I not remember? I chose the name. Have you forgotten? Princess Xinyang cast a sidelong glance at him. That's because you only recognize that character, right? Marquis Xianping, after being married for so many years, could she give him some face? Marquis Xianping's feelings for Xiaoheng actually came very slowly. Or more accurately, it came very complicated. At first, he recognized Xiaoheng as his legitimate son. When Princess Xinyang wanted to raise Xiaoheng by her side, he refused in his heart. But Princess Xinyang had just experienced the pain of losing her son, and he couldn't deprive her of her right to be a mother at that point. In the past, he really did treat Xiaoheng coldly. He wasn't a competent father, but Princess Xinyang was an excellent mother. She taught Xiaoheng very well. Aside from not practicing martial arts, he became very elegant. This was the opposite of his desire to teach a Xiao Ji who could kill in all directions. This child wouldn't even kill a chicken, let alone kill in all directions. I've said all that needs to be said. You can think about the rest yourself. After Marquis Xianping finished speaking, he lifted the curtain and had Chang Jing stop the carriage. He sat in the carriage behind and left. Are we going to the princess's residence? Chang Jing asked. Princess Xinyang was immersed in the terrifying storm of chaos and didn't hear Chang Jing's words. Yes, okay. Chang Jing said to herself and drove the carriage to the princess's residence. The princess's residence still retained its original appearance, including the 2 delivery rooms. She treated Marquis Xianping with respect and didn't interfere with each other. This was the agreement before the wedding. Marquis Xianping said that he touched her, but that was his way of saying that he took responsibility for everything. But actually, she couldn't blame him. She drank too much wine and took the wrong medicine. Marquis Xianping looked at her and asked seriously, "Qin Fengwan, do you know what you're doing?" He had a reaction, but he was very restrained and calm. Reaction was instinct, and restraint was a choice. She said, "I know, Xiao Ji. I know." Marquis Xianping actually didn't bring that female slave from the Yan kingdom to her. That female slave came by herself. She clearly remembered the first sentence she said to her. "I heard you're a princess. Can I live in your princess's residence?" She was a woman who exuded a wild power, making people think of unruly horses on the grasslands. She had wheat-colored skin, deep facial features, and rough skin that had been tempered by the wind and sand. However, her eyebrows were exceptionally exquisite and deep. The women of the Zhao kingdom were beautiful with fair skin. When Princess Xinyang saw her, she realized for the first time that beauty had nothing to do with skin color. Her Zhao kingdom language wasn't very good. After explaining for a while, Princess Xinyang finally understood what she meant. It turned out that old Madame Xiao was overjoyed when she found out that she was pregnant. She was afraid that something would happen to her, so she sent 17 or 18 servant girls to serve her. She was very annoyed. "I'm Marquis Xianping's wife." "I know, but you don't love him. That's why you can live in my princess residence with your belly sticking out." Princess Xinyang didn't know whether to say that she didn't know what was good for her or that she was extremely daring. In the end, Princess Xinyang still let her live in. There was no other reason than that she was a female slave from the Yan kingdom and knew many things about the Yan kingdom. Princess Xinyang was thirsty for knowledge. They got along very freely. She was different from the women of the Zhao kingdom. She had a different kind of free and straightforward character and didn't have many tricks up her sleeve. Thus, Princess Xinyang never expected that she would kill someone else's son in order to let her son live. But on second thought, wasn't this something she would do? She really was a ruthless and decisive woman. No wonder she could be brought back by Marquis Xianping. Marquis Xianping was dissolute and unruly outside, but he still abided by the rules in the residence. He wouldn't easily touch the servant girls in the residence. Old Madame Xiao had cried, made a fuss, and threatened to hang herself to get the 2 illegitimate sons. He also never brought back any woman. Xiao Heng's mother was the only one. He also wouldn't let other women offend her. There was once a courtesan who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth who blocked her carriage and said she was willing to go home with her and be her cow or horse. She only asked to be able to wait by her and Marquis Xianping's side. The next day, that courtesan disappeared from the capital. After thinking about so many things, Princess Xinyang's emotions finally calmed down. She began to seriously consider the possibility of the dragon shadow guards betraying her. The answer was almost impossible. If the dragon shadow guards could betray their master, then they wouldn't be the dragon shadow guards anymore. The dragon shadow guards were given to her by the late emperor. They only listened to her and the late emperor's orders. But before she and Marquis Xianping were engaged, the late emperor had already passed away. Could it be that he gave the dragon shadow guards the order to poison the 2 children from underground? How did he do it? A dream? Wait a minute, there was one person who wasn't the late emperor's dragon shadow guards. Long Yi. Just as this thought flashed through Princess Xinyang's mind, she eliminated it. At that time, she had sent Long Yi to Fingdu Mountain to quell the chaos. He only returned when Xiao Heng was almost 1 month old. He simply didn't have the opportunity to commit the crime. So, was it really done by the other 4 dragon shadow guards? But she couldn't figure it out. She didn't give them the order to poison the 2 children. The late emperor even more wouldn't. In this world, if there wasn't a third person who could also give them orders, then the late emperor really crawled out from under the coffin. It couldn't be that the late emperor, on his deathbed, had them plot against her and Marquis Xianping's son. The late emperor clearly knew that it was impossible for her and Marquis Xianping to have a child. Her thoughts came to an abrupt end. Princess Xinyang was stunned. She seemed to have inadvertently thought of something. At that time, Marquis Xianping was still young, but the late emperor saw his potential. He was the youngest marquis of Zhao country and was personally conferred the title by the late emperor. The late emperor regarded him as his right-hand man. But under the late emperor's regard, he was firmly on guard against Marquis Xianping. The late emperor had secretly arranged the marriage between her and Marquis Xianping. Why secretly? Because if the late emperor could live for a long time, he planned to personally kill Marquis Xianping. If he died early, then she would kill Marquis Xianping. But at the same time, the late emperor also understood that Zhao country was in danger and couldn't do without Marquis Xianping. So the late emperor decided to use Marquis Xianping to the greatest extent. As long as he didn't rebel, he would be allowed to live. If he had any thoughts of rebellion, he would be immediately killed. But Marquis Xianping was extremely vigilant. Normal assassins couldn't get close to him. The late emperor thought of a honey trap. Of all the princesses, the late emperor had chosen her because he knew that she would never be moved by Marquis Xianping. Only a person who wouldn't be moved by Marquis Xianping could kill him at any time. But the late emperor was born in the royal family and had been the emperor for so many years. How could he not understand that the affairs of the world were unpredictable? What if her heart was moved? The late emperor didn't allow her to give birth to Marquis Xianping's child. He didn't allow her to have an unclear and unbreakable bond with Marquis Xianping. Directly killing Marquis Xianping wouldn't work either. The country needed him. The only prerequisite for killing Marquis Xianping was that he had thoughts of rebellion. As long as he didn't rebel, he could live. But her child couldn't live. The Dragon Shadow Guard's initial target was little Xiaoheng. Unfortunately, even though little Xiaoheng was born half a month earlier, he was about the same size as little Xiaoheng when he was born. The Dragon Shadow Guard must have made a mistake the first time. The second time, he accurately fed the poison into little Xiaoheng's mouth. Princess Yang didn't know why he used poison and not something else. It was all the late emperor's consideration. Perhaps it was to prevent the investigation of the Dragon Shadow Guard, or perhaps the late emperor left his grandson with the last bit of mercy and left him with a decent corpse. Princess Yang's strength was sucked out. Her legs weakened and she fell to the ground. Princess Eugene flew in. She didn't wait for Princess Yang's return at Jadewater Alley. Instead, someone from the princess's residence sent a message saying that the princess had returned, but the situation seemed a bit off. She hurried over. Princess, what's wrong? Eugene knelt in front of her and asked while holding her slightly trembling shoulders. Princess Yang's face was bloodless. Her eyes were empty, as if they were filled with endless sorrow, but she couldn't cry a single tear. Princess Yang said with dull eyes, I thought that when father gave the Dragon Shadow Guard to me, he at least trusted me and thought I was the only one who could bear this heavy responsibility. Eugene supported her with heartache. Princess Yang laughed self-deprecatingly. But in the end, he still didn't trust me. He was on guard against Marquis Xianping, and on guard against me. Chapter 468. After Marquis Xianping got into the other carriage, the coachman asked him where he was going, but he didn't say anything. His mood was terrible, so he didn't want to reveal his emotions in front of Princess Xinyang when he got off the carriage. He was a man. No matter how angry he was, he could only hold it in and not vent it on a woman. The coachman didn't have the guts like Chang Jing to take him to the princess's residence or Marquis Schwamping's residence on his own. They just wandered aimlessly on the streets, circling the imperial city again and again. Only when the two horses were about to see stars did Marquis Schwamping's calm voice finally come from the carriage. Go to Jishui Alley. The coachman secretly sighed in relief. The sky was almost dark. Finally, they didn't have to wait until dawn. Marquis Schwamping's mood slowly calmed down. When the emperor had arranged a marriage between him and Qin Fengwan, he was actually very surprised. His younger sister had already entered the palace as the empress, and the Shao family was already firmly tied to the emperor's boat. There was really no need for the emperor to tie the knot. Moreover, his reputation wasn't good. It would be wrong for a princess to marry him. At that time, the emperor didn't tell him that everything was the late emperor's last will. He thought about it and wondered if the princess had taken a fancy to him. It wasn't impossible. After all, he was handsome. He grew up in the military camp and hung out with a group of men all day long. His father didn't teach him how to treat his wife well, but he vaguely knew that his mother wasn't happy. There were so many concubines at home who came to his mother to set the rules. His mother looked impressive, but she was actually very bitter inside. He had seen Princess Xinyang before. When a man looked at a woman, it would be a lie to say that he didn't look at her face, especially at first sight. Princess Xinyang was very beautiful, so beautiful that he couldn't describe it. No man wouldn't be moved by such a woman. He sincerely wanted to marry her. When he went through the wedding ceremony with her, he was still happily thinking that from now on, his Shao Ji would also have a family. He was wearing a bright red wedding robe and happily lifted her veil, but she used an ice-cold dagger to point at his heart. Fuck. Marquis Xian Ping's emotions, which had finally calmed down, surged again. He tugged at his collar, and a trace of irritation flashed across his brows. Not there yet. The coachman was startled by this seemingly calm but actually angry tone. He hurriedly said, Quick, 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 quick. Don't go to Jadewater Alley, Marquis Xian Ping said. Ah. Then where are we going? Aren't you changing your mind a little too quickly? It was not that Marquis Xian Ping did not want to see Xiaoheng, but he was a little irritated at the moment and was afraid that he would scare his son. After thinking about it, he wanted to find that old monkey, Gu Chao, to fight or something. When they arrived, they found out that old monkey had gone on a long trip. He didn't tell them where he was going. It seemed that he was going on a sightseeing tour. It was impossible to go sightseeing, not in this lifetime. The old monkey must have been sent by the emperor to do something. Marquis Xian Ping thought about it and obediently returned to Marquis Xian Ping's residence. He called Steward Lu over and listened to Steward Lu recount the recent events in the capital. Princess Xinyang had already mentioned the King of Ning. Old concubine Jing had learned about it from Steward Lu. Old concubine Jing had announced to the public that she had died suddenly. Steward Lu was in contact with Cunning Palace, so he naturally knew the inside story. Old concubine Jing was a remnant of the previous dynasty. She was the one who had ordered Xiaoheng to be poisoned when he was young. She was the one who had instigated the relationship between Empress Dowager Zhuang and the emperor. She was also the one who had planned Princess Ning An's marriage. Poor Princess Ning An, to fall into the hands of such a vicious mother. Steward Lu sighed deeply. Old concubine Jing's death had caused a stir in the capital for a while, but it had cooled down a long time ago. This was the first time Marquis Xian Ping had heard of it, so he should have been shocked. However, he had discovered that the old chancellor was targeting old concubine Jing before he left the capital, so he had more or less guessed that the old concubine wasn't as simple as she seemed. He just hadn't guessed that she had something to do with the remnants of the previous dynasty. According to Empress Xiao, old concubine Jing had been in close contact with the frontier fortress over the years. They all thought that she was communicating with Princess Ninghen, but in fact, she was contacting the remnants of the previous dynasty. The emperor had ordered Tang Yuxian to go to the frontier fortress as an imperial envoy. On the surface, he was there to visit Princess Ninghen, but in reality, he was there to clean up the remnants of the previous dynasty. The credit should have gone to my brother, but he's not in the capital. That's why His Majesty appointed Tang Ming. These were Empress Xiao's exact words. Marquis Xianping had no interest in credit. He was good at war, but that didn't mean he liked it. Some things were responsibilities and missions that had to be shouldered. If he couldn't protect his country, the country behind him would be destroyed, and his family would be destroyed. Empress Xiao didn't know about the old Marquis, but she didn't need to say anything. Marquis Xianping had guessed it himself. He must have gone north with Tang Yuxian. Tang Yuxian was a man who rejoiced in grandiose achievements. There was only one reason why he would allow the old monkey to travel with him. The old monkey wasn't going to war. Are they going to rescue Princess Ninghen? Marquis Xianping rubbed his chin thoughtfully. If the prince consort was also a pawn of old concubine Jing, then Princess Ninghen's situation wasn't optimistic. Marquis Xianping couldn't help but frown at the thought of Princess Ninghen. Back then, Empress Dowager Zhuang seemed to want to set him up with Princess Ninghen, but that girl was always like a frightened rabbit. He didn't like it. He was a man who didn't know how to be gentle with women. He couldn't be tainted by such a weak rabbit. All right, you can leave, Marquis Xianping said tiredly. Marquis. Steward Lu smiled. Are we still going to bring the young duke back? Empress Xiao had contacted Marquis Xianping through Steward Lu, so Steward Lu already knew that the illegitimate child was the young duke. Marquis Xianping glanced at him coolly. You haven't brought him back. Steward Lu was rendered mute on the spot. He had gone to bring him back from the countryside, but he hadn't brought him back to the manor even after he'd gone to the capital. He hadn't known that he was the young duke, so he hadn't respected him. It was quite scary when he thought about it. Marquis Xianping had planned to rest for a while, but now he stood up and walked towards the door. I have my own plans for this. Don't get involved. You don't have to go to Jadewater Alley in the future. Marquis, you don't plan to announce the young duke's identity for the time being? Yes. Marquis Xianping would have announced it a long time ago, but this time he was extra cautious. He wasn't afraid of those people, but he had lost Xiaoheng once. He couldn't lose him a second time. When he returned to the capital, he naturally had to report to the emperor. The emperor also expressed his regret that his son had killed Marquis Xianping's son. Marquis Xianping thought about it and decided not to tell the emperor. The emperor had taken away his mining rights before, so he was a person who held a grudge. Dusk fell. Marquis Gu finally got off work. The manor that Empress Dowager Zhuang had ordered was in the final stage and would be completed soon. In fact, he had ordered almost everything. He didn't need to supervise the work every day. However, the demand for bellows had increased recently. In addition, there were several farming tools from the people, water wheels, threshing machines, and grain elevators. The Ministry of Works was busy sending people to learn. With the bellows as an example, this time the Ministry of Works didn't dare to be arrogant anymore. They humbly asked the farmers from the people for advice. Speaking of which, it was strange. Were farmers all so awesome these days? The water wheels were much better than those of the imperial court. The water wheel technology of the Zhao state was also imported from the Liang state. The Liang state had the most advanced water wheels and axles. Combined with ponds, they could achieve a certain level of low water flow and high water flow. However, this kind of civilian water wheel took the advantages of vertical and horizontal wheels to the extreme. The height of water lifting was greatly increased. Even in places with steep terrain, the water flow could be low and high. Marquis Gu had been studying this all day. He hadn't had time to look at the threshing machines and grain elevators. He didn't know which talented person among the people had made such amazing things. The Ministry of Works had already sent people to investigate. Marquis Gu entered the courtyard. His family didn't seem to be there. Only 7 chickens were working in the vegetable garden to catch insects. There isn't even an old woman guarding the door. I asked 2 servants to come over, but they refused. Marquis Gu complained. After he finished complaining, he realized that a chicken had swaggered to his feet. He stopped and looked at the chicken. The chicken also looked at him. This was little Chi. However, Marquis Gu didn't recognize it. In his eyes, it was just a chicken, just like the other chickens. Speaking of which, it was really funny. Who would bring their chickens to the capital? Were there not many chickens in the capital? Thinking of this stingy behavior, Marquis Gu felt particularly embarrassed. His daughter was raised in the countryside and his son-in-law wasn't any better. He was really worried that the little guy in Yen and Yao Shi's womb would be led astray by them. Thinking of the little guy that was about to be born, Marquis Gu was in a rare good mood. He looked down at the chicken at his feet. He thought that the chicken wanted to peck him, but it didn't move for a long time. After a while, it swaggered off again. Then, Marquis Gu sadly discovered that it had pooped a pile of chicken poop on his shoes. Marquis Gu. Chapter 469. In the west room, Xiaoheng was tidying up the mess in little Jing Kong. Ever since he heard that he had a bigger surprise for Gu Jiao, the little fellow believed that his surprise was hidden in the room. The little fellow rummaged through the boxes and cabinets, but he wouldn't put it back. This was his problem. His family had scolded him several times. Of course, every time he agreed, he would forget about it immediately. Perhaps he didn't forget, but it was as if he didn't clean up at all. Every time, he or Gu Jiao had to clean up again. Xiaoheng was so focused on cleaning up that he didn't know that Marquis Gu had come to the house, nor did he know that he was bullied by his chickens. Brother-in-law. Suddenly, there was a soft call from the door. It sounded a little cautious, but also a little happy. Xiaoheng had just picked up the golden abacus in little Jing Kong. When he heard the voice, he turned around and looked at him. Ah Yen, what's wrong? There were no classes in Qinghe Academy today. Gu Xiaoshan went to Master Lu and Nan Xiang's house. Gu Yen said that he was not feeling well and stayed. Gu Yen stood at the door with his hands behind his back. He looked a little reserved. Since Gu Yen came to the house, it was the first time that he had shown this kind of. Well, Xiaoheng wanted to say that he was shy, but he felt that Gu Yen wouldn't be so thin-skinned. Besides, what was there to be shy about in front of him? It wasn't the first day they met. Can I come in? Gu Yen asked. Even the tone of his voice had become cautious. Wasn't this attitude change a little too big? Xiaoheng looked at Gu Yen strangely and said, "It's okay, come in. Do you have homework that you can't do?" Among the 3 boys in the family, Xiaoheng interacted with little Jing Kong the most. Firstly, they slept in the same room. Secondly, little Jing Kong was more talkative. Thirdly, little Jing Kong had the most homework and tutoring. She didn't interact much with Gu Yen and Gu Xiaoshan. Basically, they came over at this hour to ask about homework. Gu Yan's answer was out of Xiaoheng's expectations. He shook his head and said, "I have something to show brother-in-law." "What?" Xiaoheng asked. Gu Yan walked up to Xiaoheng and hesitated for a moment. Then, he took out the fist he had hidden behind his back and opened it to reveal a jade thumb ring with a warm texture. If Gu Jiao was here, she would definitely recognize that this was the jade thumb ring that she had accidentally put in her sleeve when she first resuscitated Gu Yan. Gu Yan treasured this jade thumb ring very much and didn't allow anyone to touch it. Gu Yan flew into a rage when Gu Jinyu accidentally touched it once. Gu Jiao was special. Gu Jiao touching it was equivalent to touching it himself, so Gu Yan didn't mind. Xiaoheng looked at the jade thumb ring in his hand and didn't know what he meant. Gu Yan took in his expression and a trace of disappointment flashed across his eyes. He lowered his eyes and said bitterly, "You really don't remember." "I remember that it's your jade thumb ring," Xiaoheng said. He didn't know if he was right. Gu Yan said sullenly, "No, it's yours." "Mine." Xiaoheng was surprised. There were two meanings to this sentence. One was that it originally belonged to him. The other was that Gu Yan intended to give this jade thumb ring to him. Combined with the series of changes in Gu Yan's expression after he entered the room, Xiaoheng felt that it was unlikely to be the second meaning. Otherwise, Gu Yan wouldn't have said, "You really don't remember." "Is it for you?" Xiaoheng asked. He paused and said, "When we were young." After becoming Xiao Lulang, he didn't remember giving Gu Yan any jewelry. Then, it could only be before he and Gu Yan left the capital. If he remembered correctly, Gu Yan went to the hot spring villa in Yuzhou when he was 4. "It was before I went to the hot spring villa," Gu Yan said gloomily. "My older brother didn't play with me, so I ran out of the house alone." He left the house by ditching the servants and crawling out of the house. This way of leaving the house was a little embarrassing. Gu Yan automatically skimmed over it. "I got lost, and then I met you." Getting lost was what he felt at the time. Now that he thought about it, he didn't really get lost. He didn't even run out of the back alley of Marquis Ding An's house. Xiaoheng pointed at the jade thumb ring in his hand. "Then, I gave you this." Gu Yan shook his head and said in a small voice, "You didn't give it to me. I wanted it." "Xiaoheng, I couldn't tell that you would ask strangers for things when you were young." "Gu Yan, I secretly ran out of the house. I wanted to go back, but I couldn't find the way. I cried loudly. You passed by and had the servant stop the carriage. You said that the child was cute. Kidnap him and let him be my younger brother." "Xiaoheng, that's not right. Isn't this your short history? How did it become my dark history? I don't have a hobby of kidnapping children. Don't speak nonsense." Xiaoheng lightly coughed. "I should just be joking, right?" Gu Yan continued to sullenly say, "Then your servants carried me away." Xiaoheng embarrassedly, "You must have been very scared at the time, right?" Gu Yan shook his head. "No, I was very happy. But after a while, you regretted it. You said that I wasn't fun and sent me back." Xiaoheng had no recollection of this matter. Xiaoheng was only 7 years old that year. Although he had reached the age where he could remember things, carrying Gu Yan away was just a spur of the moment. He didn't really take it to heart. He saw so many people every day. How could he remember a child that he had only played with for a short while? Gu Yan was different. He had a weak body since he was young. Madame Yao and Marquis Gu raised him very carefully and never allowed him to leave the house. The number of children he had seen could be counted on one hand. Xiaoheng gave him candy, toys, and even gave him such a beautiful jade thumb ring. He naturally remembered the other person deeply in his heart. However, so many years had passed. His small brain could not remember the other person's appearance and silhouette. He only remembered that he was called Xiaoheng, the young Marquis of Zhao. This was all thanks to Xiaoheng's fame. He would often hear about him from the servants. It could be considered as helping him review his memories. Xiaoheng really did not know that he and Gu Yan had such an experience. Even though he did not believe in fate, he could not help but sigh that fate was indeed a wonderful thing. The two's conversation was interrupted by the sound of chickens and dogs in the courtyard. The two opened the window and saw that Marquis Gu had come. Furthermore, he was fighting with their family's dog, 7 chickens, and a Hai Dong Qing. Marquis Gu was a martial artist. It was not to the extent that he could not kill a dog and a few chickens. However, the dog was his son's pet, and the chickens were poultry that Madame Yao raised every day. He did not have any misgivings about this bird, but this bird was too good at flying. He could not catch it. Xiaoheng and Gu Yan went to the courtyard to stop the chaos. At this time, Marquis Gu was covered in chicken feathers. Marquis Gu was so angry that he hated that he couldn't kill those hateful chickens. Especially the smallest one. It pooped on him several times. Gu Yan looked at his father's sorry state and suddenly could not help but laugh out loud. Marquis Gu, stinky brat. Do you still remember that I am your father? Gu Yan's laughter continued until Madame Yao came back. Madame Yao was going to give birth next month. Gu Jiao calculated that her due date was the first day of next month, so there was still half a month left. Her limbs were slightly swollen, and it seemed that it was difficult for her to move. Marquis Gu immediately ignored Gu Yan and walked over to help her. Why did you go out again? How did senior servant Fong look at you? You should be careful. Madame Yao's action of crossing the threshold really scared him. Was a pregnant woman walking so fiercely? In the past, Madame Ling did not dare to do this. In reality, Madame Yao also felt that this pregnancy was easier than the first. If it was not for the fact that she was getting older, it would have been easier. In the village, she had seen farmers work in the fields with their bellies protruding. Compared to them, she was very delicate. However, compared to the madams and mistresses of large families, she was still a bit fiercer. Marquis, how did you end up like this? Madame Yao looked at him in shock. The old Marquis could not say that he had been bullied by a few chickens. He could not lose face in front of his wife. He gently coughed and said, "It's nothing. The chickens ran out and I caught them." Madame Yao said, "I let them out. I had them catch insects in the vegetable slices." Other people's chickens would occasionally eat vegetable slices, but her family's chickens did not. They only ate insects and were very obedient. Marquis Gu awkwardly said, Then I'll let them out for you in a bit." Madame Yao looked at her family's recipe and said, "No need. We've caught enough for today. Marquis should quickly go change your clothes." Marquis Gu went to the carriage to change his clothes. Then he went to the backyard to talk with Madame Yao. He came today to visit Madame Yao and also to announce good news to Madame Yao. "Our son-in-law has been promoted." Madame Yao's eyes lit up. She unconsciously turned her head to look at Xiaoheng, who was chopping firewood with Gu Yan at the entrance of the kitchen. "Lu Lang, you've been promoted?" Xiaoheng had only received the document in the afternoon and did not have time to tell his family. "Brother-in-law, you've been promoted." Gu Yan looked excitedly at Xiaoheng. Xiaoheng held the chopper and nodded. "What position?" "What position?" Gu Yan's little fanboy asked. "Hanlin Academy's attendant." Xiaoheng said. "Ha!" Marquis Gu laughed in disdain. "How great of an official am I? I'm just a Hanlin Academy's attendant. Royal Princeton is about to enter the cabinet as an assistant minister." Chapter 470. Gu Yan's eyes widened as he said, "So what if he's in the cabinet? My brother-in-law is the best." Marquis Gu chuckled. "If he's good, then why didn't he enter the cabinet?" Gu Yan angrily said, my brother-in-law, doesn't want to go. Otherwise, not to mention the cabinet, even the throne room would be open to him. Oh my, this brat's tone is really big. Does he know what kind of place the cabinet is and what kind of place the throne room is? In the country of Zhao, only those who have reached 5th rank have the right to meet the emperor, but that doesn't mean they can meet the emperor. Take him for example, he is the assistant minister of the Ministry of Works, but he hasn't been to court many times. He can go if he wants to. Who do you think he is? Gu Yan couldn't reveal his brother-in-law's true identity, so his face turned red from holding it in. His surname is Shao. Marquis Gu sneered, so what if his surname is Shao? There are so many people with the surname Shao in the world. Do you think everyone is the young Marquis of Zhaodu? Gu Yan was so angry he became a little pufferfish. What if he is? Marquis Gu didn't hear that this was the truth and only treated it as a child's angry words. He pointed at Xiaoheng and said to Gu Yan, he is the young Marquis of Zhaodu, I call you father. Gu Yan looked at her father, at a loss for words. She silently replied in her heart, "Aye." Mother. Father and son bickered, but Xiaoheng suddenly spoke. The father and son's voices suddenly stopped and they both looked at Yao Shi. They saw Yao Shi's face pale as she held her stomach. Her dress was wet. She said in disbelief, I think I'm about to give birth." Yao Shi's outburst came without any warning. She didn't feel any pain before her water broke. Fortunately, Gu Jiao had told her and her family about some things to take note of before giving birth. In this situation, it was best not to forcefully move. Marquis Gu carefully carried Yao Shi back into the room. Xiaoheng said to Gu Yan, I'm going to boil some water. You let the shadow guards go to the miracle hall to find your sister. If she's not there, then find Dr. Lu first. Dr. Lu was originally a midwife in the vicinity. Because she was very proficient in treating women's diseases, she was hired by Gu Jiao to work in the magical hand hall. Most people were still used to calling her midwife Lu. Xiaoheng followed Gu Jiao and respectfully called her Dr. Lu. Nanny Fong and Yuya were putting away the quilts next door. Yuya heard the noise and ran over to take a look. She exclaimed, Nanny Fong, Nanny Fong. Madam is about to give birth. It's not even time yet. Is she going into premature labor again? The expression on Nanny Fong's face changed drastically. She didn't even bother to put away the quilt and hurriedly went through the small door that was opened between the two families. She stumbled as she walked too quickly. Nanny Fong. Yuya's sharp eyes caught her and supported her, don't panic. The young master's shadow guards have already gone to call the young miss. The young miss will be back soon. Madam will be fine. When Nanny Fong saw that Yuya, a young maidservant, was calmer than her, she couldn't help but blush with shame. She sighed and said, I was too impatient. I wasn't by Madam's side when she gave birth to the young miss and the young master. As a result, she gave birth prematurely and was swapped with the wrong child. There's always been a knot in my heart. Yuya couldn't empathize with her like Nanny Fong, but she still nodded in understanding. I understand. Nanny Fong, don't worry. Madam will be blessed by the heavens. She will definitely give birth safely. Gu Jiao wasn't here. It was Madame Lu who came. Madame Lu was a very experienced midwife. When Marquis Gu asked Huang Zhong to find a midwife for Madame Yao, he had already inquired about this person. Marquis Gu was very fortunate to be able to invite her. However, Gu Yan and Xiaoheng hoped that Gu Jiao would come. However, if Madame Yao's condition allowed it, Madame Lu's medical skills were enough. Unfortunately, Madame Yao's condition wasn't good. Did you make a mistake? My madam's pregnancy went very smoothly. She ate and slept as she pleased. She even walked with the wind. Her stomach wasn't big either. Everyone said that she had a good pregnancy. Madame Lu had been a midwife for many years. It wasn't uncommon for a midwife like Madame Yao to be unable to give birth after a successful pregnancy. A woman didn't just walk through the gates of hell on the day of giving birth. The entire pregnancy was full of unpredictable risks. However, the most risky pregnancy was the fetus. When it came to giving birth, both of them were at great risk. After all, if something happened to the mother, the child in the womb couldn't be saved. Madame Lu naturally wouldn't say anything discouraging in front of Madame Yao. She smiled and said, "Don't worry. It's just beginning. Madame is completely in motion. I've already brought the birth-inducing medicine. Just take it with water." In the past, the birth-inducing medicine had always been prepared on the spot. Gu Jiao felt that this method was time-consuming and inconvenient, so she simply made it into a wax pill. Removing the wax coating, the pill inside could be directly swallowed or taken with water. However, no one expected that Madame Yao would vomit as soon as she ate it. During Madame Yao's pregnancy, there had been almost no morning sickness. Who would have thought that she would have such a large reaction when she was about to give birth? Madame Lu changed to feeding her some brown sugar water, but she also vomited until there wasn't a single drop left. This was bad. She couldn't eat medicine, and she couldn't feed food. Her strength would quickly run out. "Go call Imperial Physician Luo." Outside the room, Marquis Gu ordered Huang Zhong. "Yes." Huang Zhong replied and left without stopping. About an hour later, Imperial Physician Luo was brought over. Imperial Physician Luo checked Madame Yao's pulse. His expression was just as serious as Madame Lu's. At this time, there was no need for him to say anything. Madame Yao had already realized that her pregnancy had not been easy. To be honest, when she was pregnant with Jiao Jiao and Yan her reaction was very large. 6 months later, she even vomited. That pregnancy had been very difficult, but the delivery could be considered smooth. Gu Yan's body was not good because he had been born prematurely. It wasn't that she couldn't give birth at the time. Imperial Physician Luo asked Madame Lu what she had done for Madame Yao. Madame Lu replied, "I planned to give her some birth-inducing medicine. Unfortunately, she vomited everything she ate. She couldn't even drink water." Imperial Physician: "How is my wife's condition?" Marquis Gu was extremely anxious outside. "Go make some more ginseng soup for Madame. If it really doesn't work, she can eat anything she wants. Also, tell Madame not to exert too much strength or cry. She needs to conserve her strength." Imperial Physician Luo left the delivery room after giving instructions to Granny Fong. He reported to Marquis Gu, "Madame's condition is not optimistic. The possibility of a difficult birth is very high. Generally speaking, the first stage of labor for a virgin was 10 to 12 hours. The first stage of labor for a woman who was going through labor was 6 to 8 hours. From the time Madame Yao's water broke until now, less than 4 hours had passed. It was not yet time to diagnose a difficult birth. However, with Imperial Physician Luo and Madame Lu's many years of experience as physicians, as well as Madame Yao's pulse, the two had a tacit understanding of Madame Yao's condition. However, Madame Lu did not dare to say it, but Imperial Physician Luo did. Marquis Gu felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. His entire body was instantly soaked in cold air. Gu Yan's small face also became deathly pale. Xiao Heng stood beside him. He unconsciously pulled on Xiao Heng's sleeve. Xiao Heng pursed his lips and did not say anything. Gu Jiao had made a house call. He could not help with this kind of thing. He only hoped that Hidden Guard A could quickly bring Gu Jiao back. At that time, the two hidden guards had gone to the medical center. When they heard that Gu Jiao was not there, one went to the place where Gu Jiao had made a house call to inform her. The other went to bring Madame Lu over first. Gu Jiao had already received the news of Madame Yao's outburst. However, she was at the scene of the accident. A vicious attack had occurred in a casino. 3 people were seriously injured. It was unknown whether they were alive or dead. She and Dr. Song were busy rescuing the injured. Hemostatic forceps. She knelt on the ground and stretched out her hand. Dr. Song skillfully handed her the hemostatic forceps. She used the hemostatic forceps to clamp down on the injured patient's blood vessels. Aspirate, she said. The Research Institute's portable negative pressure aspirator had only appeared today. She did not know if it was because her strength had recovered, but the number of instruments in her small medicine box seemed to have gradually increased. If this was the case, then there was hope for Gu Yan's heart surgery. Dr. Song had been with Gu Jiao for so long, so he was not surprised by the strange things in her medicine box. He understood it immediately. He sucked out the blood and fluid in the patient's abdominal cavity. Gu Jiao found the remains of the dart that remained in the patient's abdominal cavity and took it out with tweezers. His spleen almost ruptured. She really did not know whether he was lucky or not. Gu Jiao was busy until midnight when she and Dr. Song finished rescuing all the patients. I will take them back to the medical center. You go back quickly, Dr. Song said to Gu Jiao. The shadow guards had been waiting outside the room for a long time. He knew that something must have happened at home. Gu Jiao nodded and returned to Bisui Alley with the shadow guard. Madame Yao's labor pain was getting worse, but there was no sign of the baby being born. Halfway through, Gu Yan's heart disease almost flared up. Xiaoheng fed him medicine in time and coaxed him to go back to his room to rest. He let Gu Xiaoshun look after him. Little Jing Kong did not know that Madame Yao had encountered a difficult birth. Xiaoheng told him to sleep well. When he woke up tomorrow morning, he would have a little sister or brother. He was very happy and went back to his room to sleep with his little pillow. Chapter 471. Gu Jiao first discussed Madame Yao's situation with Imperial Physician Luo and Madame Lu in the central room. Nanny Fong was also there. She kept wiping her tears. Madame gave birth prematurely again. It's not considered prematurely, Gu Jiao said. It was considered prematurely born when it was less than 37 weeks. Madame Yao was already 38 weeks, so this fetus was full term. In fact, Madame Lu also said that it was normal to have an attack in this month, but Nanny Fong didn't dare to believe it. Only when Gu Jiao said the same thing did Nanny Fong feel slightly relieved. However, even full-term fetuses might not be able to be delivered smoothly. I'll go take a look first. Gu Jiao went into the delivery room. Only after she went in did Marquis Gu react. Was it that girl just now? Why did she come here to cause trouble at this time? As he spoke, he was about to go into the delivery room to pull Gu Jiao out, but he was stopped by Nanny Fong. Nanny Fong said, Marquis, don't cause trouble. Let eldest miss take a look at Madam. Me? Cause trouble? Marquis Gu pointed at himself. He seriously suspected that he had misheard. Wasn't that girl the one who caused trouble? No matter how insensible she was, she shouldn't have disturbed her mother at this time. Her mother was about to give birth. Jinyu was still the most sensible. Father. Speak of the devil. Gu Jinyu jumped down from the carriage, covered in dust. She almost didn't care about her bearing as a rich young lady and ran towards Marquis Gu. Father. Nanny Fong. He came in front of the two and also greeted Nanny Fong. Nanny Fong politely and distantly bowed, 2nd Mississippi, Marquis Gu was burning with anxiety, so he didn't care that Nanny Fong's attitude towards Gu Jinyu was not as respectful as it was in the residence. Gu Jinyu also didn't seem to care. She looked at Marquis Gu and said, "Father, I heard that mother is about to give birth. Why is it so fast?" When Marquis Gu saw that Yao Shi had not given birth, he sent Huang Zhong back to the manor to bring a few stalks of superior ginseng and Ganoderma over. Coincidentally, Gu Jinyu saw them. Marquis Gu didn't have the time to ask her how she got the news. He said with a serious expression, "Your mother had a difficult birth." "What? Wasn't everything fine before? Why did you suddenly have a difficult labor?" Gu Jinyu had visited Yao Shi a few times in the summer alley and had a good understanding of Yao Shi's condition. Marquis Gu frowned. "I knew it. This girl grew up in the countryside, how would she know how to take care of people?" Gu Jinyu opened her mouth. "Father, that's not what I meant." "Don't blame elder sister," Nanny Fong said lightly. "Second young miss is really good at taking care of people. Why don't I see second young miss coming to serve Madam tea every day?" Gu Jinyu said in a low voice, "I want to come too. I'm afraid elder sister won't be willing to see me." Senior servant Fong smiled faintly. "Eldest miss isn't at home for 9 out of 10 days. Even if I wanted to see her, I wouldn't be able to." Gu Jinyu looked at Nanny Fong aggrievedly. "Nanny, did Jinyu do something wrong that made Nanny unhappy?" "Nanny seems to only like elder sister and not me. This servant doesn't dare." Senior servant Fong bowed deeply. Marquis Gu looked impatiently at senior servant Fong. "That's enough. Don't just stand here. Quickly go and pull that girl out." Without waiting for senior servant Fong to speak, Gu Jinyu said softly, "Father, I'll go in and see mother." Marquis Gu agreed. "Ah, go ahead. Take good care of your mother." Jinyu was much more attentive than that girl. That girl was crude and only knew how to use her hands. How could she be half as considerate and gentle as Jinyu? Senior servant Fong was called by Yuya. She was not paying attention and Gu Jinyu went in. The room was filled with the strong smell of mugwort. Madame Lu had used mugwort to smoke Yao Shi's stomach to induce labor. Unfortunately, it was useless. Gu Jinyu felt uncomfortable choking on the mugwort and came to the bedside with a frown. Imperial physician Luo had already left. Madame Lu and Gu Jiao were guarding the bedside. Gu Jiao examined Yao Shi. Yao Shi's main problem was that her uterus was weak and her uterus could not open. This caused the fetus to be unable to enter the birth canal smoothly. Although Madame Lu had been comforting her, Yao Shi still felt extremely afraid. On one hand, she was afraid and on the other, she was enduring the torment of labor pain. Her face was pale and her body was soaked in sweat. This was the first time Gu Jinyu had seen Yao Shi in such a weak and sorry state. He was so frightened that he stopped in his tracks. Gu Jiao was using a stethoscope to listen to the child's heartbeat and did not notice Gu Jinyu come in. She said to Yao Shi, "Don't worry. I'll give you an injection to induce labor first. If it still doesn't work, I'll give you a cesarean section." "You are." Madame Lu went to get a clean towel. When she turned around, she saw Gu Jinyu. She had never seen him before and could not help but feel puzzled. Gu Jinyu returned to his senses and suppressed the fear in his heart. He said to Madame Lu, "I'm here to see my mother." As he spoke, he walked to the bedside. However, before he could say the word mother, Yao Shi screamed from the torment of labor pain. That scream was truly pitiful. In addition, Yao Shi's entire face was contorted from the pain. She looked too frightening. Gu Jinyu paled and retreated a few steps. Coincidentally, she bumped into Nanny Fong, who was bringing in hot water. The hot water spilled and splashed all over Nanny Fong. The copper basin even fell to the ground with a clang. The baby in Yao Shi's womb was so frightened that he started to hiccup. Gu Jiao looked coldly at Gu Jinyu. Get out. Yao Shi also saw Gu Jinyu, but she did not have the energy to speak. Mother, Before Gu Jinyu could finish speaking, Gu Jiao walked forward, grabbed Gu Jinyu's collar, and threw him out. Was Gu Jiao targeting Gu Jinyu? She was. 1. She did not like to be surrounded when she was practicing medicine. Another, Gu Jinyu was always grumbling. Of course, she could have asked Nanny Fong to escort him out. But she was annoyed. After Gu Jinyu was thrown out, Marquis Gu quickly caught him. Otherwise, she would have fallen flat on her face. Marquis Gu's chest was filled with anger. He glared coldly at Gu Jiao and said, "Stupid girl. You've become bold, haven't you? Why do you hit everyone?" Gu Jinyu grabbed Marquis Gu and said worriedly, "Father, I'm fine. But you should quickly stop elder sister, right? I just heard her say that she wanted to cut open mother's womb and take out the baby." What? Marquis Gu's expression changed. It's enough that the stupid girl is not filial to her mother, but she actually wants to cut open her mother's womb. Does she still have a conscience? I will not allow her to hurt your mother. Marquis Gu rushed in aggressively. Unexpectedly, he had just taken a step when Shadow Guard A and Shadow Guard B both descended from the sky. Shadow Guard A sealed his acupoint with a whoosh. Then, he and Shadow Guard B each grabbed one of his arms and dragged him out of the backyard. Xiaoheng looked at him indifferently from the main room. The moment he brushed past Xiaoheng, Marquis Gu understood everything. It was this brat who made them do it. This stupid brat, this stupid brat. Let go of me. Whoosh. Shadow Guard B sealed his mute acupoint. Marquis Gu. Do you still remember that you are the Marquis's household's shadow guards? The two shadow guards directly dragged Marquis Gu out of the yard. Huang Zhong skillfully took him from their hands and carried him onto the carriage. Marquis Gu, Huang Zhong, won't you beat them up for me? Huang Zhong rubbed his hands and said, I'm a bit hungry. Marquis, I'll go make a bowl of noodles. You're still in the mood to eat noodles. Can't you see that my acupoint has been sealed? You should at least take me with you. Huang Zhong decisively went nearby and made a bowl of hot and sour lamb noodles. He ate with great vigor. Gu Jiao hooked Yao Shi up with an intravenous drip and began to inject oxytocin into Yao Shi. Gu Jiao had indeed mentally prepared herself for Yao Shi's cesarean section, but the anesthetics and scalpel needed for the operation still did not appear in the medicine box. An hour later, Yao Shi's situation began to improve. The contractions became stronger, and she was able to eat. It seemed that she could try to give birth naturally. 2 hours later, when Yao Shi's cervix had dilated to 2 fingers, Gu Jiao gave Yao Shi a painless injection. At midnight, Yao Shi ate a bowl of brown sugar eggs. At midnight, Yao Shi drank half a bowl of ginseng soup. At midnight, Yao Shi could no longer eat anything. She tightly held on to Gu Jiao's hand like a drowning person holding onto a piece of driftwood. Jiao Jiao, if something happens to me, nothing will happen to you. So, don't make me choose to protect the child. At 5:00, after a whole night of hard work, a loud cry finally came from the delivery room. Yao Shi's entire body was drained. It was as if she had just been fished out of water. There was not a single dry spot on her body. Hearing the child's cries, she was so emotional that tears began to fall. Don't be emotional. There's still the placenta. Gu Jiao said. Yao Shi nodded with tears in her eyes and cooperated until the delivery was complete. After Gu Jiao finished the last stitch, she took off her gloves and washed her hands with disinfectant. Like a doctor, she touched Yao Shi's forehead, "You're very brave." This was a habit from her previous life. She would praise a patient who cooperated well. Her words did not have much warmth, and her expression was too calm, but every patient that she touched would feel a wave of warmth and excitement. Yao Shi was no exception. However, while Yao Shi was happy and excited, she suddenly felt that this daughter of hers was a bit unfamiliar. It was so unfamiliar that it was as if she had become another person, a powerful existence that could cause others to feel fear. In truth, this was because Yao Shi had never seen Gu Jiao perform surgery. When Gu Jiao put down the scalpel, she was a very obedient Jiao Jiao. When she picked up the scalpel, she became the king of hell. The king of hell picked up the crying baby and calmly looked at this little life that had been brought into the world by the king of hell. "Hello, little brother. Welcome to the human world." Chapter 472. After the baby was born, Marquis Gu's acupoints were finally unsealed by the secret guards. I'll deal with you later." Marquis Gu glared coldly at Gu Yan's two hidden guards and hurriedly walked towards Yao Shi's room. At this time, Yao Shi was not in her own room. Her room had been turned into a delivery room and needed to be cleaned up. She was resting in Gu Jiao's east room. She collapsed from exhaustion and fell into a deep sleep. Madame Lu had returned to the medical center, and Nanny Fong was bathing the little fellow. "Where's Madame?" Marquis Gu looked at Yuya, who was tidying up the room, and asked. "In the east room," Yuya said. Marquis Gu hurriedly rushed to the east room. The little fellow had already finished bathing and was now obediently wrapped in swaddling clothes by Nanny Fong. Marquis Gu looked at the little guy, and his heart skipped a beat. However, the first person he asked was Yao Shi, "Where is Madame?" Nanny Fong moved to the side with the little fellow in her arms, revealing the bed behind her. She said softly, "Madame is resting." "How is she?" Marquis Gu worriedly asked. As he spoke, he arrived at the bedside and tightly held Yao Shi's hand. "Is Madame all right?" Nanny Fong sighed. Although the Marquis was a little muddle-headed, he treated the Madame well. She said, "The Madame is fine." "Marquis, do you want to see the child?" Hearing that Madame Yao was fine, Marquis Gu's anxious heart finally settled down. His gaze fell on the swaddling clothes in Nanny Fong's arms, and he couldn't hide his excitement as he asked, "Is it a son or a daughter?" Nanny Fong smiled and said, "Congratulations, Marquis. It's a young master." Gu Jiao sorted out all the medical supplies. She destroyed those that could be destroyed and buried those that could not be destroyed. Then, she checked the small medicine box. The medicine box didn't seem to be as broken as it was when he first arrived. While she was recovering her strength, the medicine box seemed to be slowly recovering as well. Gu Jiao had actually guessed that the medicine box might not be a product of the three-dimensional space. It came from a higher dimension. Otherwise, there was no way to explain why it followed her. It might even have brought her brainwaves here. She saw it as three-dimensional because she was a person from a three-dimensional space. She could only see this dimension. But maybe the medicine box was not what she saw. Maybe there was a wall on its left, or maybe there was a cabinet on its right, but because of the different dimensions, she could neither see nor touch it. Gu Jiao tapped on the medicine box. But why would a high-dimensional space product have a three-dimensional shell? Are you also a defective product? Were you exiled to our time and space by your master? A gentle breeze blew, and the medicine box was as quiet as a chicken. Gu Jiao tidied everything up. The sky was a little white, and the courtyard, which had been busy all night, fell into a temporary silence. Gu Jiao was a little sleepy, but she couldn't fall asleep. She went to sit on the swing in the front yard. Not long after she sat down, Xiaoheng came over with his cane. Are you up or not? Gu Jiao looked at him and asked. The next second, she realized that her words were unnecessary. He didn't even change his clothes. He obviously didn't sleep all night. Xiaoheng sat down beside her and handed her a small yellow orange, saying, Congratulations, Dr. Gu, on becoming an older sister. Gu Jiao peeled the orange and put half of it in his palm. Congratulations to Lord Xiao for becoming a brother-in-law. Both of them laughed. The exhaustion of the night seemed to dissipate in each other's laughter. Gu Jiao divided the orange evenly. Each of them had 6 pieces. The two of them ate the orange in their hands. When Gu Jiao had the last piece left, she didn't eat it. Instead, she put it in Xiaoheng's palm. Also, congratulations to Lord Xiao for your promotion. Xiaoheng raised his eyebrows. Ah, my promotion gift is a piece of orange. Gu Jiao said, then as a sister, my gift is also a piece of orange. Xiaoheng said again, as a brother-in-law, my gift is half a piece of orange. Gu Jiao, why did she have to compete with a scholar? Xiaoheng laughed softly. He looked at the piece of orange in his palm, which had even been peeled clean. He was a little reluctant to eat it. How about? He had just opened his mouth when he felt his right shoulder sink. Gu Jiao had fallen asleep on his shoulder. The golden morning light tore through the darkness and stepped through the clouds. It gently scattered in the quiet courtyard. Xiaoheng ate the last piece of orange and raised his hand to block the light in front of her eyes. Son-in-law, me. Yuya walked out of the central room with small steps. She wanted to call the two of them to eat something, but she saw Xiaoheng put his index finger on her lips and shushed her softly. Yuya quickly covered her mouth. Xiaoheng kept raising his hand to block the glaring light for her until his arm became numb. Yuya called him a groundhog in her heart. Aw, 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 aw. Son-in-law is a peerless good man. He's too gentle. Young miss, quickly submit to son-in-law. Xiaoheng waited until Gu Jiao fell asleep before he carried her in his arms. He wrapped one hand around her back and the other around her knees. He carried her horizontally and walked towards the west room. Little Jing Kong had already woken up. He went to look for his younger brothers and sisters. Xiaoheng placed Gu Jiao on his bed. Although they had slept together a long time ago, this was the first time she slept in his room. This feeling was very novel and made him inexplicably excited. His movements were very gentle, as if she was a fragile treasure. Little Jing Kong came back after visiting his younger brother. He was a little disappointed. His younger brother only knew how to sleep. It was not fun at all. When he came to the bed, he found Gu Jiao sleeping on his and his bad brother-in-law's bed. Ha! His eyes widened. The light in his eyes gathered again. He kicked off his shoes without saying anything. I still want to sleep. Before he could jump onto the bed, he was lifted up by Xiaoheng. His little arms and legs flailed in the air. Put me down. Put me down. I want to sleep. He wanted to sleep with Jiao Jiao. You should go to school. Xiaoheng dragged him out without hesitation. Little Jing Kong went crazy. Wah! Why did a child have to go to school? Although Xiaoheng didn't sleep the whole night, he still went to the Hanlin Academy. After all, he had just been promoted yesterday. It was unreasonable to ask for leave today. Besides, he wasn't very tired and could still hold on. I'll send you. Lu Quan said, you should at least take a nap in the carriage. Xiaoheng didn't refuse. It was still early, so Lu Quan drove the carriage very slowly. Xiaoheng leaned against the wall of the carriage and closed his eyes to rest. Halfway through the journey, Lu Quan's carriage suddenly stopped. It didn't move for a long time. Xiaoheng opened his eyes and asked Lu Quan, "Uncle Lu, what's wrong?" "That." Lu Quan craned his neck and looked. He said, "It seems that a noble's carriage is coming." This was the case in the capital. Once an official went out, those with lower ranks would have to give way to him. They were not the only carriage on the roadside. Many officials in front of them had begun to move to the sides of the alley to make room. "Whose carriage is it?" Xiaoheng asked. "You don't even know." "It's the newly appointed cabinet elder," a scholar who was watching the commotion said. Xiao Lulang was sitting in an old carriage. It was inevitable that people would think that his status was not very high. In fact, it was indeed so. A fifth-rank palace attendant was nothing in the capital where a falling brick could kill 3 nobles. However, a cabinet elder was different. He was a close official of the emperor. The other party added a small character in front of the cabinet elder. "May I ask which cabinet elder it is?" Lu Quan asked the scholar. Lu Quan was very familiar with the official positions in the capital. If it was only a cabinet elder, his position might not be as high as Liu Long's. If that was the case, they could refuse. The scholar said, "Which other cabinet elder could it be?" "It's Prince An of the Zhuang family." He was promoted to the cabinet elder after working in the Hanlin Academy for only 4 months. He is indeed the most talented scholar in the capital. The most talented scholar in the capital? Who gave him this title? He was first in the imperial examinations. His Lulang was the new Zhuang Yuan. What should they say? Xiao Heng's focus was not on the title of the most talented scholar in the capital. Yesterday, when Princess Xinyang mentioned Prince An's promotion to the cabinet elder, she said that he was conferred the title of a 7th-rank palace attendant. Today, the commoners said that he was a cabinet elder. Elder cabinet wasn't an official position, but rather a respectful title for the grand secretaries of the cabinet. However, not every grand secretary of the cabinet had the qualifications to be called elder cabinet. Only the grand secretary of the intermediate palace and the 2 assistant grand secretaries of Jianji Palace and Wenhua Palace had the qualifications to be called elder cabinet. As for the Wuying Hall, Wenyuan Pavilion, and Eastern Pavilion scholars, they were all called cabinet elders. Princess Xinyang's information could not be wrong. Prince An's official position was definitely the 7th-rank palace attendant. Above the palace attendant were the 6th-rank palace attendant, the 5th-rank palace attendant, the 4th-rank palace attendant, and the 3rd-rank palace attendant. These people did not have the qualifications to be called cabinet elder. Prince An's title of cabinet elder most likely came from his birth and status. To put it bluntly, he was Grand Tutor Zhuang's grandson. When he entered the cabinet elder, he was aiming to be in charge of the cabinet elder. Cabinet elder was just a title in advance. One day, he would become the grand cabinet elder. Chapter 473. Lu Quan looked back at Xiaoheng and asked, "Lu Lang, should we move aside?" In terms of official position, Xiaoheng was now a 5th-rank attendant, but the other party was Royal Prince An. They couldn't afford to offend him. "No." Xiaoheng said, "If anyone should move aside, it should be him moving aside." "Ha, what a big tone." Royal Prince An's carriage came to the opposite side of Xiaoheng's carriage. The voice that came from inside wasn't Royal Prince An's, but rather Grand Tutor Zhuang's. Someone in the crowd recognized his voice and shouted, "It's the Grand Tutor." No one expected Grand Tutor Zhuang to be sitting in Royal Prince An's carriage. The officials who moved aside for Royal Prince An secretly rejoiced that they didn't put on airs and obediently moved aside. Otherwise, they would be the ones being slapped in the face by Grand Tutor Zhuang. Who was this kid? His voice sounded very young. Perhaps he was young and immature and kicked an iron plate. Others couldn't recognize Xiao Heng's voice, but how could Grand Tutor Zhuang not recognize it? Opposing him at every turn, taking away the Empress Dowager's favor, causing the Empress Dowager to be distant and cold to the Zhuang family. It was all this Xiao Liulang's doing behind the scenes. Grand Tutor Zhuang was warned by the Empress Dowager not to make things difficult for Xiao Lulang, but he couldn't make things difficult for Xiao Lulang. Grand Tutor Zhuang simply had the coachman open the curtain. He sat in the spacious carriage and the people could see the inside of the Zhuang family's luxurious carriage from different angles. It seemed modest and not high profile, but who would have thought that a simple armchair table was made of expensive gold-rimmed Phoebe Jianan wood? The curtain was only half opened, revealing Grand Tutor Zhuang's figure. Beside him was a pair of spotless official boots, presumably belonging to his grandson, Royal Prince, and Grand Tutor Zhuang sneered and looked at the carriage in front of him. Isn't this Attendant Xiao? Attendant Xiao, are you blocking my way? Are you waiting for this official to move aside? When did the officials of the Hanlin Academy become so arrogant? Even the Grand Tutor has to make way for a mere attendant. These words truly did not leave any face for Xiao Lulang. No matter how outstanding Xiao Lulang was, no matter how much he was the new Zhuang Yuan personally appointed by the emperor, he was still just a small Hanlin official. How could he be like Grand Tutor Zhuang, who had long been a first-class official in court? Blocking Grand Tutor Zhuang's path, wasn't that just asking for humiliation? However, Grand Tutor Zhuang's attack wasn't just limited to his words. He continued, "You can't possibly be relying on the fact that someone in the palace is supporting you to not put me in your eyes, right?" There was someone in the palace backing him up. Who was it? Grand Tutor Zhuang didn't point out that it was the Empress Dowager, so everyone naturally thought it was the current emperor. His Majesty did not stick to one type of talent, but he was arrogant because of his favor at such a young age. It was clear that he was not worthy of His Majesty's praise. "I'm from the countryside, so I haven't seen the world." No wonder. He probably doesn't know that the emperor's heart is hard to fathom. Without His Majesty's favor, he is nothing. He's so arrogant because of His Majesty's favor at such a young age. Does he really think he is the same as Royal Princeton and has the qualifications to be arrogant? But Royal Princeton isn't arrogant. Royal Princeton is humble and courteous. He knows when to advance and when to retreat. He never oversteps his status. This is the demeanor of a great family. What's the saying again? A bucket full of water doesn't sway, but a bucket half full of water sways. Ha ha ha. Everyone was amused by an old man's teasing. People probably had a strange mentality. They liked to see people fall from a high place and enjoyed the pleasure of being judged. Everyone was waiting to see Xiao Lulang make a fool of himself. However, no one expected that a handsome man dressed in purple leisurely strolled out from behind the crowd. He had a powerful aura. The originally impenetrable crowd almost involuntarily opened a path for him. When Grand Tutor Zhuang saw this person, his expression froze. Marquis Xianping. Marquis Xianping stopped beside Xiao Heng's carriage and looked at Grand Tutor Zhuang with a faint smile. "Oh, isn't this Grand Tutor Zhuang? What a coincidence. You're also going to court. What time is it?" "Still going to court. Court has already been dismissed." No, he used the word also. "Are you, Marquis Xianping, so shameless? You say it as if you're going to court today." Grand Tutor Zhuang snorted coldly. Marquis Xianping hasn't been to court in a long time. "I'm afraid you've even forgotten the time of morning court." Marquis Xianping smiled. "That's right. His Majesty is benevolent. He sympathizes with my old injury that hasn't healed and spares me the pain of going to court." Bullshit old injury that hasn't healed. You, Marquis Xianping, have never properly attended court. Of course, the emperor did say this. However, it wasn't because he sympathized with Marquis Xianping. It was because Marquis Xianping was too bold. The emperor was afraid that he would lose face for the officials of Zhao country. Thus, he gave him an excuse. Is there a seat? Marquis Xianping pretended to ask Lu Quan casually. Ah, there is. There isn't. Lu Quan and Xiaoheng spoke at the same time. The second sentence was said by Xiaoheng. Everyone's eyes widened. Did they hear wrong? This Hanlin official actually dared to reject Marquis Xianping on the street. He probably wants to beat Marquis Xianping to death. Grand Tutor Zhuang also chuckled. There is, okay. Marquis Xianping directly ignored Xiaoheng's rejection. He smiled and sat in Xiaoheng's carriage. His movements were natural and smooth. Xiaoheng, Grand Tutor Zhuang, everyone, after he sat down, he acted as if he didn't know that Xiaoheng's carriage was blocking Grand Tutor Zhuang's path. In terms of official position, he was a first-rank martial marquis. Grand Tutor Zhuang was one of the three dukes and was also a first-rank official. In terms of status, he was the current imperial uncle. Grand Tutor Zhuang was the previous imperial uncle. In terms of power, he held military power. Grand Tutor Zhuang secretly held political power. In terms of family background, the Xiao family was not as deep as the Zhuang family. However, Marquis Xianping also had another identity. He was the emperor's son-in-law. A powerful emperor's son-in-law. Since ancient times, those who married a princess were not allowed to enter the imperial court as an official. Marquis Xianping was the first. Marquis Xianping didn't care about the comments of others. He sat down casually and calmly looked at Grand Tutor Zhuang. His eyes were just short of saying, I won't make way for you. If worse comes to worst, I won't leave. Marquis Xianping was so arrogant. So shameless. Grand Tutor Zhuang was so angry that his teeth itched. Marquis Xianping lazily leaned against the wall of the carriage and raised his eyebrows. This marquis isn't worried about being late. I wonder if Grand Tutor Zhuang and your grandson aren't worried about being late. What kind of joke was this? How could Royal Prince be late on his first day in the imperial court? Grand Tutor Zhuang was so angry that his head hurt. Marquis Xianping wasn't here to jinx him. How could there be someone as shameless as Marquis Xianping in this world? However, his anger didn't last long. He thought of something and his expression relaxed. If we're late, wouldn't attendant Xiao be late? If he remembered correctly, this was also Xiao Liulang's first day of promotion. Didn't you, Marquis Xianping, want to stand up for Xiao Liulang? Fine, you caused him to be late and get a demerit. Let's see if he still appreciates your kindness. Marquis Xianping's handsome face darkened. Fuck. I forgot about this. He narrowed his eyes and looked at old Fox Zhuang, then looked at the expressionless Xiaoheng. He leaned over and said softly as if he was coaxing a child, Don't worry, I won't let you be late. After saying this, he straightened his body. His voice was cold as he said faintly, Chang Jing, move the obstacles away. Chang Jing flashed to the front of the Zhuang family's carriage. Before the Zhuang family's guards could react, Chang Jing had already lifted the entire carriage. Put it down gently. It's polite. Marquis Xianping reminded. Oh. Chang Jing really gently put the carriage to the side. Grand Tutor Zhuang almost exploded in anger and cursed in his heart. You fucking moved my carriage in the middle of the street and you still have manners. Where did you get the face to say such words? Grand Tutor Zhuang was so angry that his entire body trembled. Marquis Xianping. Don't go too far. If the news of Marquis Xianping's subordinates moving his carriage in the middle of the street spread, where would he put his face? Where would the Zhuang family put their face? Marquis Xianping was about to leave and Grand Tutor Zhuang suddenly shouted. He lifted the curtain and motioned for Lu Quan to stop the carriage. Lu Quan didn't dare to disobey and obediently stopped the carriage. Marquis Xianping casually walked down the carriage and came to Grand Tutor Zhuang's carriage. Royal Prince suddenly had an ominous premonition. He was about to dissuade his grandfather, but it was too late. Marquis Xianping directly shattered the carriage. The walls of the carriage cracked and fell to the ground. Royal Prince and Grand Tutor Zhuang were exposed in front of everyone without any warning. The carriage was destroyed and only a bench was left. The two sat on the bench as if they were suddenly stripped naked. They were so embarrassed that their faces turned red. Marquis Xianping looked at Grand Tutor Zhuang and arrogantly curled his lips. This is going too far. Grand Tutor Zhuang. Chapter 474. This matter was too big and had a bad influence. Grand Tutor Zhuang would definitely go to the emperor to complain about Marquis Xianping in order to save his old face. However, was Marquis Xianping afraid of him complaining? There were mountains of complaints about Marquis Xianping in the imperial study. His shameless actions were too numerous to count. He didn't commit murder or arson, so he couldn't be punished severely. However, he did disgusting things one after another. He could make people angry to the point that one Buddha was born and two Buddhas ascended to heaven. However, these things didn't warrant death. At most, he would be beaten 100 times. After the beating, he would be a good man again. Marquis Xianping sat in Xiao Heng's carriage and left, leaving Grand Tutor Zhuang and his grandson as the laughingstock on the street. He originally wanted to give Xiao Lulang a show of strength, but unexpectedly, Marquis Xianping showed his strength instead. Grand Tutor Zhuang had never been so humiliated in his life. The Zhuang family and Marquis Xianping's food didn't get along for a day or two. It was normal to have a falling out, but it was rare to see a falling out like this. Was this falling out? This was fucking tearing up his pants. Royal Prince was really wronged. Today's matter wasn't his idea. Although he did feel a bit superior, he was implicated by Grand Tutor Zhuang. His glory of entering the cabinet was completely destroyed by Marquis Xianping's show of strength. Today's humiliation would probably become his dark history for the rest of his life. Marquis Xianping sent Xiao Heng to Hanlin Academy. Along the way, Marquis Xianping wanted to talk to his son shamelessly countless times. However, Xiao Heng said, "I didn't sleep last night," and Marquis Xianping shut up. Marquis Xianping held it in all the way until Xiao Heng opened his eyes and planned to get off the carriage. Only then did he ask, "What did you do?" "Didn't sleep all night." "Something happened." Xiao Heng said. Marquis Xianping. "How can I not know you have something to do? What is it? Tell me." He couldn't get angry with his son. The more he bullied Grand Tutor Zhuang, the more miserable he felt when being bullied by his son. Before Xiao Heng's accident, Marquis Xianping held the absolute dominant position in the relationship between father and son. 4 years later, the positions of the two had changed. "Why don't I apply for leave for you?" Marquis Xianping said. "No need." Xiao Heng calmly got off the carriage. Marquis Xianping followed. He had never compared his son's height in the past, but today, he suddenly looked at his son's head and realized that his son was too tall, almost taller than him. He was a military general. Since he was young, he had been rolling and crawling in the mud, so it was natural for him to grow taller. This brat did not do anything, nor did he see him run or jump, so how did he grow so fast? Seeing that Xiao Heng was about to enter Hanlin Academy, Marquis Xian Pingho's sharp eyes noticed that his walking posture was very strange. He was someone who had survived the battlefield. Other than his face, there was not a single part of his body that was intact. He had probably suffered more injuries than Xiao Heng had fallen. How could they not see that his lame leg was different from before? He asked, "Your leg is better." Xiao Heng's steps paused. "It's really better." Marquis Xian Ping looked at him in surprise. Xiao Heng still did not intend to pay attention to him. Marquis Xian Ping sighed, "Do you hate me that much? Are you blaming me for not being able to save you from the fire because I was too busy investigating the case? Or are you blaming me for not being able to detect the existence of that group of people earlier, causing you to be forced to conceal your identity and go far away?" A straight man would never be able to find the main point when it came to admitting his mistake. He was so angry that he could dig out a vegetable garden with his toes. Xiao Heng's face was cold as he entered Hanlin Academy without looking back. Marquis Xian Ping was confused. Why was he angry again? Chang Jing drove the carriage to the vicinity. Marquis Xian Ping sighed as he got into the carriage. He leaned against the wall of the carriage and said helplessly, "Chang Jing, I'm too pitiful. Xiao Heng doesn't recognize me. I'm going to become a lonely old man." Marquis Xian Ping's original intention was to quickly say, "You're not old. You're in the prime of your life. You can still be beautiful for 20 more years." Unexpectedly, Chang Jing fell into deep thought. After a while, Chang Jing said seriously, "It's fine. If you die, I'll throw a basin for you." Marquis Xian Ping, after Gu Jiao's intensive medical practice for a day and a night, she was carried to the west room by Xiao Heng and fell asleep. Perhaps it was because she did not recognize the bed, or perhaps it was because this bed had a scent that she liked and felt at ease. She slept until the afternoon. Just before she was about to wake up, she had a dream. She dreamt of a boundless sea. On the sea, there was a battlefield. Marquis Xian Ping was on a battleship that was riddled with holes. He held a long sword in his hand and wore black iron armor. He was fighting on the deck that was filled with blood. In front of him was an island. Behind him was a city. Gu Jiao had never been to the city, but in her dream, she could call out the name of the city. Nanhai City, a small city in the southernmost part of the Zhao Kingdom. As for the island, it was originally part of Nanhai City. However, it had been invaded by pirates on the sea. Marquis Xian Ping's goal was to wipe out the pirates and take back the island. This pirate incident was not simple. Just as Marquis Xian Ping was going south to suppress the pirates, bad news came from the frontier fortress of the Zhao Kingdom. The remnants of the previous dynasty colluded with the Qin Kingdom. Tang Yueshan's army was defeated and Princess Ning was captured. In order to save Princess Ning the old Marquis went into danger alone. Unfortunately, he fell into the trap of the remnants of the previous dynasty. The frontier fortress lost 3 cities in a row. The emperor was furious. He immediately summoned Gu Chongqing, who was far away near Fingdu Mountain, back to the court. He ordered him to reorganize the Gu army and go north to attack the enemy. Unexpectedly, before the army set out, news came from the frontier fortress that Gu Qingfeng and the old Marquis had both died. It turned out that after Gu Qingfeng learned that his grandfather had been captured, he quietly left the capital and went to the frontier fortress alone to save his grandfather. He was a flying frost. Logically speaking, it should be easy for him to steal someone from the enemy camp. However, something went wrong midway. He was discovered by the remnants of the previous dynasty and shot to death. The enemy cut off his head and hung it on the city wall with the old Marquis's head. This was a premeditated trap. The frontier fortress was cold. The 2 heads hung on the city wall for a whole month without any signs of decay. The old Marquis watched as his grandson was shot to death in front of him. He died with his eyes wide open. His pair of frozen red eyes were filled with anger and despair. Although Gu Changqing had mentally prepared himself on the way here, seeing this scene with his own eyes, seeing his younger brother and grandfather's heads hung on the wall, still made his blood boil. He spat out a mouthful of blood in front of everyone. Gu Changqing finally took back the frontier fortress, killed the remnants of the previous dynasty, and also annihilated the Qin army. However, the price was his legs and the 100,000 soldiers of the Gu army. 80,000 of them were not allowed to return. The heroic young men were stationed at the frontier. Because of this overly tragic dream, Gu Jiao did not immediately realize that she was sleeping on Xiao Heng's bed when she woke up. She sat at the head of the bed in a daze for a while, and the little strand of hair on her head stood up again. The events in the dream happened half a year later. However, with the precedent of the Twin Blade sect capturing Xiao Heng, Gu Jiao did not dare to guarantee that the events in her dream would not happen earlier. Why would it happen earlier? She did not know. Sometimes, she felt that her dreams were precognitive. However, recently, she suddenly had a misconception, as if they had happened before. She had experienced them, but she had forgotten them. This conjecture was very bold and could even be called absurd. That was why she said that it might just be her misconception. She suddenly thought of that transmigrator from the Yen Kingdom. She wondered if he or she had experienced the same thing as her. It would be great if she could ask him in person. Forget it. Now was not the time to think about this. It was better to think about what happened in the dream. If her conjecture was correct, then the most important question right now was whether the tragedy of the Gu grandfather and grandson, as well as the 100,000 soldiers of the Gu army, would happen earlier. Your Majesty. Your Majesty. Bad news. The Emperor was reviewing memorials in the imperial study when Eunuch Wei walked in with a hurried expression. What's the matter? The Emperor frowned and glared at Eunuch Wei. Eunuch Wei had been by the Emperor's side for a long time. He should not have been so unruly. Eunuch Wei felt bitter. He did not want to, but this time, something really big had happened. He reported, Your Majesty, Marquis Xianping has bullied Imperial Tutor Zhuang. Imperial Tutor Zhuang has come to complain to you. The Emperor frowned. Imperial Tutor Zhuang. Marquis Xianping had bullied Imperial Tutor Zhuang. To be honest, he did not have a good impression of Imperial Tutor Zhuang. The Zhuang family had great power. On the surface, Imperial Tutor Zhuang respected him, the Emperor. However, who knew how many obstacles he had secretly set up? No matter what, Imperial Tutor Zhuang had been a senior official for 2 dynasties. He was also the Empress Dowager's older brother, so he was his uncle in name. The Emperor still summoned him to the imperial study. Grand Tutor Zhuang was a scholar, and all scholars had a sharp tongue. Through a voluminous accusation, he vividly portrayed Marquis Xianping's disregard for the law and discipline, as well as his tyrannical behavior of humiliating an official of the imperial court. The Emperor thought, how could I not know that Marquis Xianping is a bully? What's the point of you looking for me? I can't even beat him. Imperial Tutor Zhuang understood that the Emperor was on Marquis Xianping's side, but so what? The Emperor could not be biased to the point that he forgot the rules. Imperial Tutor Zhuang said sincerely, Your Majesty, this is right under the Emperor's feet. He dares to act so violently and does not put Your Majesty's dignity in his eyes. I really don't know how he will trample on the dignity of the imperial family in the future. These words were just short of saying that Marquis Xianping's merits overshadowed the Emperor's. Today, he dared to bully the Emperor's uncle. In the future, he would dare to sit on the Emperor's head and behave atrociously. If these words were heard by the previous Emperor, it would definitely cause problems. However, the emperor was not the previous emperor. He was not that suspicious. Moreover, in his opinion, this was Marquis Xianping's nature. If Marquis Xianping was not arrogant and despotic one day, then he would not be Marquis Xianping. Call Marquis Xianping to me, the emperor said sternly. The people on the street had seen it with their own eyes. As the emperor, he could not just sit and watch. Soon, eunuch Wei brought Marquis Xianping into the palace. Your Majesty, this official is guilty. The first thing Marquis Xianping said after entering the imperial study was to admit his crimes. Then, he confessed to his bullying of imperial tutor Zhuang and royal princein. This series of actions stunned imperial tutor Zhuang. He had thought that Marquis Xianping would use the emperor's favor to refuse to admit his crimes. Or, Marquis Xianping would push the blame to him and say that he used his status to suppress Xiao Lulang first. He was just helping out when he saw injustice. However, Marquis Xianping admitted his crimes just like that. Cough. The emperor cleared his throat. Marquis Xianping was really, always able to break through the bottom line of people's understanding of him. Forget it, he would get used to it. This person was shameless. Why would he not admit his crimes? If he did not admit his crimes, he would be beaten 100 times. If he admitted his crimes, it would be reduced by half. The emperor had long given up on treating Marquis Xianping. In the early years, he had thought that this person was an official of the imperial court that he regarded highly. His every word and action was related to the reputation of the imperial court and also related to his face as the emperor. However, gradually, the people scolded Marquis Xianping only for himself and did not rise to the imperial court. The emperor was too lazy to find trouble for himself. The emperor looked at Marquis Xianping and said seriously, seeing that you have a good attitude and actively admitted your crimes, I will punish you 50 times. In addition, your salary will be deducted for half a year. Marquis Xianping's face darkened. He could punish him with the plank, but he could not punish him with a salary penalty. Grand Tutor Zhuang was also not satisfied with this result. Their Zhuang family's face had been rubbed against by Marquis Xianping, but in the end, the emperor only punished him with a small salary penalty and a few planks. Marquis Xianping's family was extremely wealthy. What was half a year's salary to them? As for the planks, he was a martial artist. Hitting him with the plank was no different from tickling him. Grand Tutor Zhuang was so angry that his face was ashen. He clenched his fists so hard that they made cracking sounds. Marquis Xianping calmly walked out and glanced at Grand Tutor Zhuang. He clicked his tongue and sighed. How old are you? Haven't you weaned? You still want to complain? Grand Tutor Zhuang. Chapter 475. There are all kinds of connotations that you can't find online here. When Marquis Xianping came out of the palace, he was surprised to find a familiar carriage parked nearby. It was Princess Xinyang's carriage. His brows furrowed. He wasn't sure if the other party had entered the palace or what. If they weren't here to find him, then there was no need for him to ask for a rebuff. Just as he was thinking this, the curtain of Princess Xinyang's carriage was lifted from the inside. Eugene bowed and got off the carriage, walking towards Marquis Xianping. Marquis. Eugene bowed respectfully. The princess wishes to see you. That was a rare sight. After being married for so many years, the number of days that Princess Xinyang came to see him could be counted on one hand. He basically did not look for her. Ever since she had made a request on their wedding night, he had only maintained a superficial relationship with her. Marquis Xianping pondered for a moment, but still boarded Princess Xinyang's carriage. Marquis Xianping's carriage was also extremely luxurious, but the details were not as exquisite as Princess Xinyang's carriage. Princess Xinyang's carriage was obviously a woman's carriage, fragrant and exceptionally exquisite. If it was 20 years ago, Marquis Xianping would not be able to find a place to stay. Now, he was no longer the boorish fellow he used to be. He was also quite particular, elegant, calm, and refined. Well, at least on the surface. Marquis Xianping sat down on the bench next to Princess Xinyang. He raised his eyes and glanced at her, asking, "Is something the matter?" The Duke of Xinyang opened his mouth, a trace of hesitation passing through his brows. Marquis Xianping did not rush her. He casually picked up an orange and played with it in his hand. After a while, Princess Xinyang finally opened her mouth. "When did you know that there was a problem with the dragon shadow guard by my side? You came looking for me just to ask this. Answer me." "Not long after Xiao Qing's accident," Marquis Xianping said honestly. "Did you find something?" "No. On the contrary, I didn't find anything. That's why I found it strange. Your dragon shadow guard has always been in the shadows, but you already knew." "Yes." Xian Pingho did not deny it. From the first day Princess Xinyang married into the mansion, he had sensed several unusual auras in the dark. He had once felt a similar aura from the dragon shadow guard by the emperor's side, so he guessed that she also had a dragon shadow guard by her side. But their identities were confirmed on the night of Xiao Qing's accident. When he found out that the two children were poisoned, he immediately went to find the antidote. At that time, the emperor had an antidote pill from the Yan kingdom, which was said to be able to cure hundreds of poisons. Unfortunately, there was only one. Xiao Heng's mother did not hesitate to kidnap Xiao Qing in order to let him get the antidote. But when she was capturing Xiao Qing, she almost entered Princess Xinyang's room by mistake. At that time, a dragon shadow guard appeared and fought with her. At that time, you... Princess Xinyang's voice interrupted Marquis Xianping's thoughts, but she seemed to be hesitant. Marquis Xianping weighed the orange in his hand and said, "If you want to ask, just ask. You don't have to consider whether I want to answer or not. If I don't want to answer, I will tell you directly." Princess Xinyang said, "After you confirmed that the dragon shadow guard was the one who killed Xiao Qing, did you think about revenge?" Marquis Xianping faintly twitched his lips. "Would you believe me if I said I didn't?" Princess Xinyang pursed her lips. "Then why didn't you take revenge?" Marquis Xianping said seriously, "First of all, they were only executioners. The one who gave the order was the late emperor. There were only two people who could order the dragon shadow guard, the late emperor and Princess Xinyang. It couldn't have been Princess Xinyang who gave the order to kill her own son. It wasn't hard to come to this conclusion, but it was hard to accept it." Marquis Xianping chuckled. "Every injustice has its perpetrator and every debt has its debtor. If I wanted to take revenge, I would go find the late emperor. Why would I make things difficult for a few executioners who only followed orders? Only a coward would vent his anger on a few subordinates instead of finding their master." This arrogant tone sounded like Marquis Xianping. Princess Xinyang said, "Just because of this." Marquis Xianping looked at her strangely and smiled. "What are you expecting, Qin Fengwan? Expecting me to tell you that it was because you still needed them, so I reluctantly kept them? Qin Fengwan, I don't have as deep feelings for you as you think." "That's good." Princess Xinyang let out a sigh of relief. Marquis Xianping looked at her with a faint smile and narrowed his eyes. Suddenly, he leaned over and placed one hand on her side, as if pinning her against the wall of the carriage. "Qin Fengwan, you look very disappointed." Princess Xinyang turned her face away. "I'm not." Marquis Xianping smiled carelessly, with a hint of coldness and mockery. It's too late to be disappointed. You were the one who rejected this marquis. Now, even if you put down your status to beg this marquis will not be tempted by you. After saying this, he coldly returned to his original seat. Then, have you ever been tempted by me? Princess Xinyang asked. Marquis Xianping's smile froze. No, he said. It's best if you haven't, Princess Xinyang said. Don't like me. I won't like you. Marquis Xianping's expression turned cold. Qin Fengwan, am I that bad? Princess Xinyang lowered her eyes and tightly gripped her handkerchief under her wide sleeves. It's not your problem. It's mine. I can't like any man. Marquis Xianping got off the carriage with a cold expression. Only when he was far away did Eugene get into the carriage. It was extremely difficult for Princess Xinyang to be alone with a man in this cramped space, even if this person was her husband of many years. She hid it very well on the surface, but the handkerchief in her hands had already been poked with several holes by her. Princess, are you okay? Eugene asked with concern. Princess Xinyang's face was smeared with a thick layer of makeup to cover her pale face. Otherwise, she would have been exposed long ago. I'm fine. She took a deep breath. Although she said she was fine, her body began to tremble slightly. Eugene had always known that the princess had an unspeakable problem. She couldn't have normal contact with men, especially in cramped spaces. At her worst, she would suffocate. The reason why no one had discovered it before was mainly because she was a princess and had a noble status. If she didn't allow anyone to approach her, no one else could. Moreover, she was also very good at disguising herself. If Eugene hadn't seen her faint in the carriage with her own eyes, she feared that she wouldn't have known her secret. All these years, other than little Marquis, only Long Yi was allowed to stay close to her. Even the other 4 dragon shadow guards were not allowed to approach her without permission. In fact, after so many years, the princess's situation had already improved a lot. Last time, when she was in the same carriage with Marquis Xianping, she didn't have any discomfort. This time, could it be that Marquis Xianping took liberties with the princess? Jade Water Alley. The good news of Yaoshi's birth quickly spread in the alley. Everyone came to congratulate her one after another. Gu Yan and little Jing Kong each carried a basket of red eggs and went from house to hand them out. Marquis Gu didn't sleep the whole night and then looked after his son for the whole morning. At this moment, he was extremely tired and directly fell asleep beside Yaoshi. Yaoshi fed the child some milk and also couldn't resist the weakness of her body and fell asleep. In the end, she didn't have the energy like when she was young. At this time, Gu Jinyu came to Jade Water Alley. Last night, she was thrown out by Gu Jiao and was no longer able to enter the courtyard, so she returned to the Marquis's mansion first. Early in the morning, she heard the news from Huang Zhong that Yaoshi had given birth to a younger brother for her. She personally made soup to nourish Yaoshi's body. She carried the nourishing soup inside. Mother, I'm here to see you. Mama Fong was bathing the little fellow. Hearing this, she raised her head and made a hush gesture. She whispered, Madam is resting. Ah. Gu Jinyu hurriedly covered her mouth with a guilty expression. There was a screen in front of Yaoshi's bed. Gu Jinyu stretched her head behind the screen to take a look. Yaoshi was sleeping very soundly. Marquis Gu was sitting on a chair with his upper body lying on the edge of the bed. He was also sleeping soundly. She quickly retracted her gaze and put the food box in her hand on the table. She curiously went to the basin and squatted down. Looking at the little fellow who was being fiddled with by Mama Fong, she said, He's so small. Mama Fong said, He's not small. He's white and chubby. don't you know how to speak? How is little Master small? He's clearly a big fat boy. After Mama Fong finished bathing little Master, she wiped him dry with a soft towel, put on some small clothes, and wrapped him in swaddling clothes. He didn't cry or make a fuss during the entire process. He was very obedient. Gu Jinyu widened her eyes and asked, Mama, can I hold little brother? Do you know how to hold him? Mama Fong asked. Gu Jinyu nodded, I do. I've held little cousin of the Ling family many times. Mama Fong hesitated for a moment, then carefully handed the child to her. Gu Jinyu gently took the child and smiled as she looked at the little fellow in swaddling clothes. At this moment, something incredible happened. The little fellow, who didn't even cry when bathing or changing diapers, suddenly cried at the top of his lungs. Chapter 476. There are novels with connotations that can't be found online here. Gu Jinyu was at a loss for what to do with the sudden crying. Nanny Fong was also shocked by the crying. Those who didn't know would think that Gu Jinyu was abusing the child. He was crying so heart-wrenchingly. Nanny Fong was rubbing the diaper and her hands were wet. It wasn't appropriate for her to take the child, so she said to Gu Jinyu, put the young master in the cradle first. Gu Jinyu hurriedly put the child down. The child was crying too hard. Every cry sounded like someone was stabbing him with a needle. Gu Jinyu was so flustered that she lost her balance and stepped on the base of the cradle. She tripped and fell forward. The child in her hands also fell out. Her face turned pale. She wanted to catch the child, but it was too late. She fell hard on the ground. Her entire body was sore from the fall. One could imagine the terrible consequences of a newborn baby falling to the ground. At the critical moment, a blue figure flashed in and caught the baby that was about to fall to the ground at an extremely fast speed. The little fellow fell into a warm embrace and his crying stopped abruptly. The little fellow opened his dark eyes wide and stared unblinkingly at the unfamiliar intruder. Nanny Fong heaved a sigh of relief, second young master. Gu Jinyu endured the pain and stood up with the help of the cradle. She called out softly, second brother. Gu Qingfeng pinched the little fellow's face and nodded at Nanny Fong. He looked at Gu Jinyu and frowned, do you know how to carry a child? Gu Jinyu's eyes reddened with grievance, I didn't do it on purpose. I lost my balance. Gu Qingfeng originally had no feelings for Gu Jinyu. He didn't like her, but he didn't hate her either. He mostly ignored her. Now that he looked at her again, he didn't know why, but he kept comparing her with Gu Jiao. He felt that Gu Jinyu was a little lacking. If Gu Jiao was in the room today, she wouldn't have hurt the child no matter what. Gu Qingfeng ignored Gu Jinyu. He placed the little fellow in the cradle and opened the swaddling cloth to look at the little fellow's diaper. Realizing that the diaper was wet, he took a clean diaper from the table and quickly changed it for the little fellow. Even Nanny Fong couldn't compare to her speed in changing diapers. The little fellow seemed to be very comfortable after being swapped, and his little eyes narrowed in enjoyment. Gu Qingfeng's swaddling clothes were wrapped better than Nanny Fong's. Who asked him to have a pair of godly hands? The dexterity of his hands was no less than that of a top surgeon. Of course, it was also because she always took care of Gu Qinglin when he was young, so she had some experience. Seeing that the second young master was so good at taking care of people, Nanny Fong felt relieved and went to rub the diapers. After she was done, she took all the diapers and clothes to the backyard to wash. Gu Jinyu looked at Gu Qingfeng, who was teasing the little fellow, and then looked at Nanny Fong, who left without saying a word. She felt that something was wrong. Nanny Fong and Gu Qingfeng didn't talk much. It seemed like they were neglecting each other, but it also seemed like they were used to Gu Qingfeng's appearance. Does second brother come here often? Gu Jinyu asked softly. Gu Qingfeng's fingers were firmly grasped by the little fellow. He didn't dare to pull his fingers out too forcefully for fear of hurting the little fellow. When he heard Gu Jinyu's question, he casually replied, "I've been here a few times. Most of the time, he came here to buy hair restorer. However, he also freeloaded a few meals, played a few rounds of cards, and lost some money to the old lady." Gu Jinyu saw that Gu Qingfeng was helpless because of the little fellow, and her eyes flickered. She said, "Second brother, are you also here to see mother?" Gu Qingfeng was actually here to buy hair restorer for Gu Qingfeng. He only knew that Madame Yao gave birth to a son when he saw Huang Zhong and Marquis Gu's carriage at the entrance. In terms of blood relations, this little fellow was his half-brother. He was just, quite ugly. He was wrinkled and looked like a little monkey. "So ugly," he said disdainfully, not forgetting to poke the little fellow's face with his fingertip. He didn't know if it was because he felt Gu Qingfeng's disdain, or because Gu Qingfeng's finger hurt him, but the little fellow suddenly pouted and burst into tears. Gu Qingfeng shuddered. "Not ugly, not ugly. You're very pretty." The little fellow sniffled and pouted. "Second brother, little brother likes you very much," Gu Jinyu said enviously. "He cries when I hug him. It's useless to coax him. How would a newborn know about liking or not liking?" Although he said that, Gu Qingfeng unconsciously raised his brows. Did the little fellow like him more? The little fellow liked him. Really liked him. Ahem. Gu Qingfeng said seriously, "It must be because you don't know how to hug him. You're making him uncomfortable." What was so great about the little fellow liking him? He wasn't his half-brother from the same mother. He didn't care about his liking. Gu Jinyu was stunned. "Then, how do I hug him?" "Like this." Gu Qingfeng gently picked up the little fellow and demonstrated for Gu Jinyu to see. Gu Jinyu thought to herself, "That's how I hugged him just now." Gu Jinyu refused to believe it and decided to hug him again. In the end, the little fellow cried the moment she held him, but Gu Qingfeng took him from her. It made Gu Jinyu extremely embarrassed. What was even more embarrassing was yet to come. When Gu Jinyu hugged him, he peed. When Gu Jinyu hugged him again, he pooped. But she didn't know how to change diapers. She couldn't wash the little fellows but clean and made the little fellow cry loudly. In the end, Gu Qingfeng couldn't stand it anymore and took the child. "All right, you can leave. There's nothing for you to do here." Gu Jinyu was no longer the pampered young lady from before. She had been to Ciu village and done hard work, but she had never taken care of such a small child. She was really helpless. Moreover, she didn't know if it was just her imagination, but this child didn't seem to like her. The three little men who didn't like him at home were completely confirmed when they returned home. Gu Qingfeng carried the child to the west room. The three little men came to play with him one by one. The little fellow was very lazy and basically ignored them. But he also wouldn't cry. He wouldn't cry no matter who hugged him, except for Gu Jinyu. When Madame Yao woke up, Marquis Gu had already been summoned to the yamen. Gu Jinyu sat by her bed with red and swollen eyes. She looked at Gu Jinyu's aggrieved and hurt expression and couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong?" Gu Jinyu said with red eyes, "Younger brother doesn't like me." Madame Yao said, "How could he not like you? Such a small child, what did he know about liking or not liking?" Gu Jinyu said aggrievedly, "It's true. He cries when I hug him. He doesn't cry when other people hug him. Then it must be because you don't know how to hug him." Madame Yao's words were exactly the same as Gu Qingfeng's. Madame Yao had Nanny Fong carry her son over from the west room. After feeding the child, she handed him to Gu Jinyu. "Try again." Gu Jinyu tried again. Something inconceivable happened. The little fellow, who had been wailing in her arms, suddenly became very quiet. Madame Yao smiled and said, "See, isn't this quite good?" Gu Jinyu was dumbstruck. "But just now, Madame Yao said, just now, you must have felt uncomfortable hugging him." Gu Jinyu swore that she really had hugged him like that. He felt extremely comfortable. He just wanted to cry. Gu Jinyu bit his lip. Madame Yao looked at Gu Jinyu's aggrieved and angry appearance, but he was also holding back. She sighed slightly and said earnestly, "Jinyu, I know you have complaints in your heart. When Yen was young, he didn't like you. Whenever you approached him, he would cry. But that's because his older sister's aura had changed. You are very unfamiliar to him. He couldn't accept it, so he acted that way. Your second brother and Yen were born in different circumstances. He just came to this world. Jiao Jiao is his older sister, and so are you. As long as you treat him well, he will treat you like his own older sister. You must not be prejudiced against your second brother because of Yen's matter." "Mother, I'm not." Gu Jinyu really had unspeakable bitterness. When had she ever been prejudiced against her second brother? It was clear that her second brother hated her. "I'm going out for a while." Madame Yao needed to go to the toilet. With Nanny Fang's help, she went to the washroom. Once she left, the little fellow in her arms pursed his lips. Gu Jinyu carried the little fellow and stood up with a whoosh. "Mother! He's crying again." Madame Yao and Nanny Fang returned. The little fellow's mouth was wide open and he yawned. Madame Yao said, "He's just yawning." Gu Jinyu refuted, "No, he was clearly about to cry just now." Madame Yao sighed and said, "He's very obedient." "He's not obedient. He hates it to death." Gu Jinyu was at a loss for words. She swore that she had not seen wrongly. This little fellow was about to cry just now. But when Madame Yao returned, he stopped crying. At this time, Gu Jiao did not know that Gu Jinyu had been repeatedly humiliated by the little fellow. She had just come out of the medical center. The critically ill patients who had fought in the casino yesterday had just passed the critical stage and were now being taken care of by Dr. Song and Dr. Liu. She went to the Liu residence. Liu Yixing was very surprised to see her. "Is it convenient to go in?" Gu Jiao asked. "Ah, it's convenient." Liu Yixing stepped to the side to let her in and opened the courtyard door wider. A white figure darted out and threw itself into Gu Jiao's arms. "Oh, little Shi." Gu Jiao hugged the heavy white cat ball. "You've gained weight again." Little Shi meowed. It was not fat at all. "Why are you here today?" Liu Yixing asked. "I'm here to look for Yuan Tang," Gu Jiao said. "Did you hear that, cousin? She's here to look for me." Accompanied by a hearty voice, Yuan Tang swaggered out of the central room while fanning himself with a folding fan. He stood in front of Gu Jiao and knocked the white cat's head with his fan. He snorted, "You heartless little thing. Why don't I see you being so enthusiastic when I come over?" Little Shi threw itself into Gu Jiao's arms and slapped Yuan Tang's butt. Liu Yixing looked at Yuan Tang with a cold gaze. Yuan Tang automatically ignored his cousin's piercing gaze and smiled at Gu Jiao. "Tell me, why are you looking for this prince? It better not be a matter between a man and a woman. Otherwise, cousin will get jealous. I promised cousin that I only have him in my heart." Liu Yixing really wanted to throw this guy out. "It's business," Gu Jiao said. Yuan Tang let out a sigh of relief. "Do you want to talk in the courtyard or in the house?" He spoke like a master. "Either is fine," Gu Jiao said. There were no outsiders in Liu Yixing's house. There was only a mute slave and an elderly nanny, both of whom were trustworthy. It was autumn today, so it was the best time to bask in the sun in the courtyard. They finally sat down on the stone bench. Yuan Tang and Gu Jiao faced each other, while Lu Yixing sat in between them. Lu Yixing was in no hurry to sit down. He went into his room and brought out a plate of fresh tangerines. Yuan Tang's eyes widened when he saw the plump and bright tangerines. "Cousin, you're too biased. Did you have so many delicious tangerines? I've been here for so long, but I haven't seen you take them out." After he said this, his handsome face became extremely bitter. He said to Lu Yixing, "Peel one tangerine for me, and I'll forgive you." Lu Yixing really did peel a tangerine, but it wasn't for him. "Nanny, here." Yuan Tang. "That hurts." Gu Jiao also peeled a tangerine and fed it to little Shi. She had never raised a cat before, so she didn't know if other people's cats ate tangerines. In any case, little Shi ate it. "Hey, didn't you say you wanted to talk to me about something? What is it?" Yuan Tang was hurt by his cousin's words, so his tone was gloomy. Gu Jiao said, "Do you know that Chen's army is heading southwest?" Yuan Tang's eyes suddenly flashed with vigilance. "Why are you asking this?" Gu Jiao fed another tangerine to the white cat on her lap. "Just tell me if you know." Yuan Tang gave Gu Jiao a deep look. He opened his folding fan and fanned himself. He raised his eyebrows and said, "Although I am a hostage here, I have spies. There was a mutiny at the Qin nation's border. My royal uncle led the army to quell the chaos." Gu Jiao removed the tangerine rings from the tangerine. "Quell it? What a good excuse." In the dream, Chen's army only headed southwest after the new year. In February, they captured Princess Ning En and the old duke. In March, they captured Gu Qingfeng. In April, Gu Chongqing led 100,000 Gu soldiers north. In May, the frontier fortress was still covered in snow. In June, 80,000 Gu soldiers were annihilated. It was only October. It seemed that it was brought forward again. Yuan Tang frowned. "What do you mean?" Gu Jiao looked at him with pity and sighed. "It seems that you still don't know." This gaze made Yuan Tang frown even more. "What don't I know?" Gu Jiao looked away and continued to remove tangerine rings. "The two countries are going to war. As a hostage, you will soon lose your value." Yuan Tang closed his folding fan. Nonsense. These two sentences were nonsense. The reason why Qin sent its prince to Zhao as a hostage was to show its determination to surrender and ask for peace. If they dared to send troops to Zhao again, Zhao would definitely kill Yuan Tang. When Marquis Xianping sent troops to Qin, he first rescued An Junwang before sending troops. However, Chen's army had already advanced to the frontier fortress of Zhao, but Yuan Tang didn't make any moves. It was clear that Yuan Tang had been abandoned by Qin. To be more precise, he had been abandoned by his royal uncle of the state of Qin. Yuan Tang had always been good-tempered, but at this moment, he couldn't help but get angry. "Hey, don't talk nonsense here just because you have some friendship with me. You are trying to sow discord between my relationship with my father." Gu Jiao spread her hands. "It has nothing to do with your father. It's your uncle who wants to rebel. You can't be the crown prince of Qin anymore." When Yuan Tang heard that it wasn't his father, he subconsciously felt less repulsed. However, he still frowned and asked, "Which uncle of mine?" Gu Jiao said, "How do I know which uncle is the one who led the troops to quell the rebellion?" In fact, she knew. However, she wanted to know if Yuan Tang knew. Yuan Tang pondered for a moment. Suddenly, he got angry. "Are you talking about Prince Bo's uncle?" "That's impossible. He and my father are of the same mother." He is my father's most trusted brother. Even if there's a rebellion, it's impossible for him to do so. Is that so? Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows. Yuan Tang firmly believed that his uncle wouldn't rebel. Besides, this time, my grandfather and uncle went with him. Even if my uncle wanted to rebel, they wouldn't sit idly by. Gu Jiao said, "Oh. What if they rebelled with your uncle?" Yuan Tang looked at Gu Jiao like she was a fool. Why would my grandfather do that? What good would it do him? Gu Jiao ignored his contempt and calmly said, "This is your Rong family's business. If it weren't for Prince Bo and the Rong family, how could the Gu family's army suffer such a big loss?" Yuan Tang felt that Gu Jiao was talking nonsense. "I don't believe it. Where did you hear this gossip?" "It's up to you to believe it or not." Gu Jiao didn't say anything. Originally, her purpose of coming here wasn't to make Yuan Tang believe anything, but to determine whether her dream was brought forward or not. Her purpose had been achieved. Out of morality, she gave him a kind reminder. It was best if he believed it, but if he didn't, she would think of another way and no longer care about him. "How's your finger?" Gu Jiao looked at Lu Yixing. Lu Yixing's eyes moved and said, "It's much better." "Let me see." Gu Jiao reached out her hand. Lu Yixing hesitated for a moment before putting his finger into her palm. She gently pinched the stitched wound. "Does it still hurt?" "It doesn't hurt anymore. It was a little itchy." Lu Yixing lowered his eyes. Gu Jiao hooked his finger. She was testing his strength. Lu Yixing clearly understood that her identity was only a doctor, but this action was too intimate for him. His breathing stopped for a moment. "Does it hurt?" Gu Jiao asked. No. Lu Yixing quickly denied it. You've recovered quite well." Gu Jiao didn't think too much. She let go of Lu Yixing's hand and lowered her head to stroke her cat. She stroked until her eyes narrowed in enjoyment. Lu Yixing looked at this Gu Jiao. The young girl under the sun was bright and moving. She didn't show the slightest bit of fear because of the birthmark on her face. She lived openly, like the hottest sun in the sky. Gu Jiao stroked the cat until she was satisfied before standing up to leave. On the way, she kept thinking about the previous dynasty's remnants and the pirates on the sea. The two had happened at almost the same time. She felt that it wasn't a coincidence. It was like someone had deliberately stirred up trouble on the island to draw away Marquis Xianping. Afterwards, they moved against Marquis Ding and Fu and the Gu family army. This was a great conspiracy against the country of Zhao. Destroying the Gu family army was like cutting off an arm of the country of Zhao. However, Gu Jiao faintly felt that things weren't that simple. Those people's actions towards the old Marquis and Gu Qingfeng, as well as cutting off Gu Changqing's legs, were not as simple as destroying them. It was more like a strong form of revenge and humiliation. Had the Gu family offended the previous dynasty's remnants? Imperial concubine Jing was a remnant of the previous dynasty, but her death couldn't be considered the responsibility of the Gu family, right? Gu Jiao didn't understand the crux of the matter at the moment. Of course, it was also possible that the so-called revenge and humiliation was just a misconception. She just didn't know if the previous dynasty's remnants had really colluded with the pirates on the sea. She hoped that they hadn't. That way, the pirates wouldn't cause trouble earlier and Marquis Xianping would still have time to head north. If Marquis Xianping headed north, the morale of the Qin army would drop by at least half. Unfortunately, reality was cruel. That very night, an urgent report came from Nanhai City. The pirates in Nanhai City had caused trouble, the island had been lost, and the governor of the navy had been killed. They were requesting reinforcements from the imperial court. When the news reached the imperial palace, the emperor and Gu Jiao were both at Rinshou Palace. Neither her grand-aunt or the emperor avoided Gu Jiao, allowing her to hear the report from the guard and their views on the matter. The emperor was at his wits' end. Governor Liao was killed, and the navy is without a leader. The deputy generals are too young to control the situation. The imperial court does have a few experienced generals, but they aren't familiar with the navy. I remember that Marquis Xianping served in the navy for a few years. Empress Dowager Zhuang asked. Ah, yes. The emperor clearly just remembered. When he was young, he followed his uncle to Nanhai City to take up a post and became the commander of the navy. If Marquis Xianping had stayed in Nanhai City, he could have become the governor of the navy. Unfortunately, he came back. He came back to marry Princess Xinyang. It was just that no one had expected that such a good marriage would end up like this. Actually, the emperor paused and explained Gu Changqing's whereabouts. Gu Changqing is near Fengdu Mountain, less than 10 days' journey from Nanhai City. Gu Changqing had gone to Fengdu Mountain to take over the 30,000 imperial guards that the old marquis had secretly trained. That was the imperial family's life-saving talisman. Originally, it had been used to deal with Empress Dowager Zhuang. Now, there was no need. However, he wouldn't use it lightly. Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't ask why Gu Changqing had gone to Fengdu Mountain. She only continued the matter of Nanhai City. He has no experience with the navy, and his qualifications are too shallow. It will be difficult to convince the masses. There was a great difference between the navy and the army. Gu Changqing was an outstanding army general, but his fighting style was not necessarily suitable for the navy. Furthermore, the navy was a local army. It was much more cunning than the army in the capital. It was common to overtly comply but covertly oppose. Pulling people into the water and using underhanded methods that made people unable to say anything. It really did take a tyrant and scoundrel like Marquis Xianping to let them see what it meant to be 1 foot tall and the devil 10. The emperor nodded. Mother's words are very true. Gu Jiao listened to the side and understood that Marquis Xianping had gone south. Chapter 477. Gu Jiao came out of Rinshou Palace and happened to bump into Yujin, who had gone to greet Empress Xiao. Aunt Yujin. Gu Jiao greeted her. Yujin smiled in surprise. Dr. Gu, are you here to visit the Empress Dowager? Since Princess Xinyang had investigated Gu Jiao, it was impossible that she didn't know her relationship with Empress Dowager Zhuang. Gu Jiao nodded. Did the princess also enter the palace? She asked. Ah, no, only I entered the palace. The empress summoned me. The princess. Yujin smiled helplessly and didn't hide anything from Gu Jiao. The empress wanted to know about the young marquis, but the princess didn't want to talk about it. She said she was sick and stayed in the house. She told me to report to the empress. As for when the empress asked Yujin, Yujin only said she was a servant and didn't know anything. Empress Xiao could torture others, but not Yujin. First, Yujin didn't do anything wrong. Second, Yujin was Princess Xinyang's confidant. If Empress Xiao dared to touch her, Princess Xinyang wouldn't let it go. They were a family. There was no need to make a scene like that. The two walked towards the palace gate together. Gu Jiao didn't like to pry into other people's privacy. But after Yujin confirmed Xiao Liulong's identity, she didn't treat Gu Jiao as an outsider. She took the initiative to tell Gu Jiao, actually, the princess and the empress aren't very close. She used the word close after careful consideration and beautification. In fact, the relationship between the two was very cold. The reason was that Marquis Xianping and Princess Xinyang didn't get along. As Marquis Xuanping's sister, Empress Xiao naturally wouldn't blame her brother. So she had some prejudice against Princess Xinyang. Princess Xinyang wasn't the kind of person who would kiss someone's butt. This led to the current situation between the two. Alas! Eugene sighed. Both the Empress and the Princess doted on the young Marquis very much. When the young Marquis was around, the two of them would occasionally talk to each other. Ever since the young Marquis got into trouble, the Empress and the Princess have not been in contact with each other much. The only time they met was when Princess Xinyang returned to the capital and entered the palace to greet the Emperor and Empress. However, this was not a sister-in-law relationship, but a formality between a ruler and a minister. Eugene and Gu Jiao didn't say this because they hoped that Gu Jiao would help them deal with anything, nor did they want to remind Gu Jiao not to say anything that Princess Xinyang didn't say to Gu Jiao. She was purely gossiping with Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao was a very good listener. First, there was consort Rui Wang, and then there was Eugene. They were all very willing to share their worries with Gu Jiao. As the two of them chatted, they unknowingly arrived at the entrance of the palace. Gu Jiao had come in Xiao Sanzi's carriage. Unfortunately, Xiao Sanzi's carriage had broken down and the wheels were a bit loose. He was currently squatting on the ground to fix it. Eugene said to Gu Jiao, "Dr. Gu, I'll send you back." Gu Jiao did not refuse. She said a few words to Xiao Sanzi and sat in Eugene's carriage. She could see that Eugene was still gossiping and still wanted to talk to her. After sitting in the carriage, Eugene thought of something and asked Gu Jiao, "That's right, is the Marchioness about to give birth?" Gu Jiao said, "She already gave birth." Eugene was startled and asked, "Didn't you say next month?" "She gave birth so quickly. Is it a son or a daughter? Is everything all right?" This all clearly included Yao Shi as well. Gu Jiao nodded gratefully. "It's a son. Both mother and child are safe." Eugene smiled happily. "That's great. This joyous news must be told to the princess." "Dr. Gu, do you mind going to Vermilion Bird Street?" "All right," Gu Jiao said. Eugene was not someone who only knew how to gossip about her own matters. She was also very concerned about Gu Jiao's situation. On the road, she asked almost all of the questions related to the little fellow and Yao Shi. Gu Jiao did not speak much and answered very concisely. People who did not understand her would think that she was being perfunctory. However, Eugene understood that she answered every question seriously. Eugene liked this kind of girl. She did not play tricks, did not flatter, and did not act courteously. All of her friendliness and appreciation were hidden in her details. The carriage entered Vermilion Bird Street. Eugene lifted the curtain to take a look and discovered that there seemed to be a carriage parked in front of her courtyard. That carriage looks a little familiar," Eugene muttered to herself. Gu Jiao followed her gaze and said, "It's Marquis Xianping's carriage." This carriage would occasionally appear at the medical clinic, the Imperial College, and Jadewater Alley. Gu Jiao had long memorized its appearance. Eugene was even more confused. Why would the Marquis come here? Based on their relationship as husband and wife, they would usually find someone to pass on a message. The number of times they would actively seek each other out could be counted on one hand, especially for Marquis Xianping. He probably understood that Princess Axayan Yang did not want to see him, so he never went in front of Princess Axayan Yang to ask for a rebuff. In reality, Marquis Xianping was just passing by today. He did not plan on finding Princess Axayan Yang. However, he heard Princess Axayan Yang's pitiful cries. It seemed that something had happened. He followed the sound to the attic of the study. Princess Axayan Yang was sitting on the ground. Her right foot was pressed down by a fallen bookshelf. The attic was cramped. She could not retreat or stand up. Marquis Xianping bowed and entered the attic. With Princess Axian Yang's height, she could stand up straight at the highest point in the attic, but Marquis Xianping was too tall. He had to crouch the entire time. He removed the heavy bookshelf and the books that had fallen to the ground. Blood was seeping out of her shoes. It seemed that she had suffered a serious injury. Marquis Xianping frowned. How come I don't see your dragon shadow guards? Are they all incompetent? He had rushed over from the streets. Although he was not very slow, the distance was there. During this time, her dragon shadow guards had the time to rescue her. It was funny. She knew that someone would save her, but she still came. But the dragon shadow guards that should have appeared did not appear. This made Marquis Xianping not know what to say for a while. Should he say that fortunately he came? How could Princess Axian Yang know that so many thoughts flashed through his mind? Long Yi had gone out to handle some matters. As for the other 4 dragon shadow guards, she did not bring them to the capital. Seeing that she did not answer, Marquis Xianping did not force her to answer. He knelt down on one knee, intending to look at her injuries. However, she suddenly said, "Don't come over." Fine. Although they were husband and wife, they had only slept together once in so many years. Being together with her, he still had to talk about the difference between men and women. Fuck. Your injuries are not light, Marquis Xianping said. With this amount of blood, there was at least an inch-long wound. Marquis Xianping thought about it. Saving people was more important, so he still had to get her down. Marquis Xianping reached out to carry her. Princess Axian Yang's reaction was even greater. She suddenly dodged to the side. Marquis Xianping's hand froze in midair. He looked at her strangely and said, "I'm just carrying you down. I have no other intentions. You make it seem like this Marquis wants to take advantage of you." This loft was too small, so small that she had nowhere to retreat to. The distance between them was also too close, so close that she was surrounded by his masculine scent. Her face paled, and her forehead began to seep out fine beads of cold sweat. Marquis Xianping quickly sensed her abnormality. His thick brows knitted even tighter, and he said impatiently and self-deprecatingly, "Qin Fengwan, this Marquis does not eat people." Princess Axian Yang did not answer him. At first, Marquis Xianping thought that she disdained to talk to him, but he gradually discovered that her body was trembling and her lips were pale. "Qin Fengwan." He looked at her inquiringly. Don't come over. I'm begging you," Princess Axian Yang said in a pleading tone. Marquis Xianping had known Princess Axian Yang for so many years, but he had never seen her lower her voice to anyone. Strictly speaking, she was not lowering her voice right now, but she was sincerely begging him. Begging him not to come near her. "Do you hate me that much?" Marquis Xianping stared at her and instantly denied this thought. Compared to disgust, it was more appropriate to say that her reaction was fear. Marquis Xianping didn't understand what he had to be afraid of. Last time, she had chased him down from the roof on the street, and he had personally caught her. Wasn't she fine? She had even coldly ordered him to put her down. Where did her arrogance go? Although Marquis Xianping had doubts in his heart, Princess Axian Yang's condition was not optimistic. Marquis Xianping seriously suspected that if he didn't go out, she would suffocate here. Marquis Xianping went down the loft. Coincidentally, Yujin and Gu Jiao entered the courtyard at this time. "Marquis." Yujin bowed. Marquis Xianping looked at her, and then at Gu Jiao beside her. "The princess is in the loft. She's injured. Go take a look." There was only the study and loft in the entire courtyard. After hearing Marquis Xianping's words, Yujin didn't care about anything else and hurriedly took Gu Jiao to the loft. When Princess Yang saw the two of them, she secretly sighed in relief. The suffocating dizziness finally subsided. Princess. Yujin knelt by her side and supported her, letting her lean into her arms. Gu Jiao examined Princess Yang's wounds. They were all superficial wounds. There were 2 wounds in total, and one of them was a bit deep. Gu Jiao took out a small medicine box from the small basket on her back and took out some disinfectant to clean the wounds. Princess Yang's complexion was very poor. Gu Jiao originally thought it was because of the pain, but when she disinfected her wounds, her complexion actually improved a bit. So, it wasn't because she was afraid of pain. Is the princess feeling unwell somewhere else? Gu Jiao asked. When she first came in, Princess Yang's complexion looked as if she couldn't breathe. Princess Yang was extremely intelligent. How could she not know why Gu Jiao asked this question? She lowered her eyes, her eyelashes trembling. She shook her head and said, "No, I'm much better." Gu Jiao's hand, which was wrapping gauze around her, paused. "Okay, don't let the wounds get wet." After treating Princess Yang's wounds, Gu Jiao carried her down the loft. When they returned to the room, Yujin took out clean clothes for Princess Yang to change into. Marquis Xianping didn't leave. He hesitated, but still went to Princess Yang's room. Gu Jiao left, and Yujin went to see her off. Inside the room, Princess Yang sat on the soft bed, her back leaning against the cushion at the head of the bed. She was reading a book, bored to death. Her complexion had recovered, and there was no trace of her previous embarrassment. "Is something the matter?" Princess Yang glanced at him and said lightly. "Fine, she's back to the old Yang." Marquis Xianping pulled a chair over and sat beside her bed. He looked at her without blinking. "Qin Fengwan, what's wrong with you?" Princess Yang didn't look at him. Her gaze was still on the book of poems she was reading. "What do you mean, what's wrong with me?" Marquis Xianping stared straight at her face, not letting go of any of her subtle expressions. "You weren't right in the loft." Princess Yang said perfunctorily, "I was in pain." "You call that pain?" Marquis Xianping furrowed his brows impatiently and pointed at himself. "Or do you think that after fighting for half my life, I can't even differentiate between pain and fear? You're afraid of me, Qin Fengwan." Princess Yang pursed her lips. Marquis Xianping was puzzled. "I didn't do anything to you, right? Do you need to be so afraid of me? I don't usually see you being afraid. You're not afraid now either, so why are you so afraid just in the loft?" As if to confirm his guess that she wasn't afraid of him, he leaned in front of her. Princess Yang didn't speak. Marquis Xianping's gaze moved from her face to her hands. She was holding the book, and her knuckles were faintly white. Marquis Xianping sat back on the chair and distanced himself from her. He didn't think he had done anything to arouse her wariness. Between them, she was the one who was ready to raise her butcher's knife at any time. She was the one who wasn't allowed to touch him, and she was the one who took the initiative to touch him. But she was even afraid of him, and she was only afraid in the loft. Marquis Xianping narrowed his eyes and asked seriously, "Did someone bully you, Qin Fengwan?" "I'm tired." Princess Yang closed the book of poems in her hands and tactfully asked him to leave. Marquis Xianping wanted to ask more, but Steward Lu's voice came from the courtyard. "Marquis! Marquis! Her Majesty summons you." Marquis Xianping felt Princess Yang's body relax when she heard this. He looked at her deeply. She raised her chin and stubbornly held on like a proud peacock, but her slightly trembling eyelashes and bloodless lips betrayed her. Marquis Xianping's eyes darkened. He stood up and looked at her. His hands didn't stop moving as he put the chair back to its original position. Qin Fengwan. He called her name, but she didn't respond. He retracted his gaze with a complicated expression, turned around, and walked out. Chapter 478. When Marquis Xian Ping entered the palace, he received an imperial edict to go south immediately. The emperor appointed him as the Southern Patrol Imperial Envoy, temporarily acting as the governor of the South Sea City Navy. He must eliminate the bandits as quickly as possible and at the lowest cost, and take back the South Sea City Island. Marquis Xian Ping led 500 light cavalry out of the capital that night. Cheng Jing was also in the ranks. After Gu Jiao came out of Princess Xinyang's residence, she took the carriage arranged by Yujin and returned to Jishui Alley. The house was very lively. The neighbors all came to see the baby. This really was a well-behaved and beautiful baby. Eunuch Qin and Eunuch Wei also came. Gu Jiao entered the palace this time to report the good news to her grandaunt and the emperor. Because of the bandits at sea, the two elders had gathered their important officials overnight for a meeting. They could not personally visit the baby in Jishui Alley, so they let Eunuch Qin and Eunuch Wei come. You've been holding him for an hour. Let me hold him too. In the west room, Eunuch Qin said to Eunuch Wei with hidden bitterness. Eunuch Wei turned his back to avoid Eunuch Qin's outstretched claws. He rudely said, "No." He snatched it first. And he snatched it from Sixth Aunt's hands. Heaven knows how much he paid for it. You can come again next time. Eunuch Wei was determined not to give up the baby. Eunuch Qin was so angry that he ground his teeth. Little guy, after following the emperor, did he forget who was the #1 eunuch in the harem? Eunuch Wei did not care. If he did not want to give it up, he would not give it up. Eunuch Qin could not snatch it up. If he hurt the baby, wouldn't Empress Dowager Zhuang twist his head? Eunuch Qin tempted, let me hold him. Later, I'll send Daquan over for you to play with for 2 days. Daquan was Eunuch Qin's little tortoise. Eunuch Wei had been eyeing him for a long time. Eunuch Wei said without hesitation, go, go, go. With a baby, who would want your tortoise? The main reason was that he coveted Eunuch Qin's tortoise, not for fun, but to stew tortoise soup. In the end, Eunuch Qin failed to snatch Eunuch Wei, which made Eunuch Wei, who had always been suppressed by Rinshou Palace, feel proud and elated. The battle for the treasure only ended when little Jing Kong came back from the Imperial College. Once little Jing Kong appeared, the two of them basically had no chance. Who could snatch it from him? Little Jing Kong did not know how to carry a baby. He placed the baby in the cradle. It was worth mentioning that he was not as tall as the cradle, so he had to move a small stool and stand on it to look at his little brother. Disciple's nose is like mine, my mouth is like mine, my eyes are like mine, and my eyebrows are like mine. Little Jing Kong puffed up his chest, shook his head, and said proudly, what a handsome little man. Everyone, at the end of the day, you just want to praise yourself, right? During postpartum confinement, babies only ate and slept, so they did not respond well to little Jing Kong's teasing. Little Jing Kong played for a while, then his little brother lost interest and went back to the alley for a walk. Yao Shi temporarily lived in the East Room. She did not have enough breast milk, so Auntie Lu introduced her to a wet nurse. The wet nurse was an honest person. She was a few years younger than Yao Shi and gave birth around the same month as her sister-in-law, so she handed her child over to her sister-in-law to feed. She moved over and lived in Yao Shi's original room. She mainly fed the child at night. If the child did not have enough to eat during the day, she would eat 1 or 2 more meals. Little Jing Kong was the happiest when he learned that Gu Jiao would be sleeping in the west room later. I can sleep with Jiao Jiao. He washed himself until he smelled good, combed his buzz-cut hair until it was shiny, and went to the west room valiantly. Jiao Jiao. I'm coming. He kicked off his shoes and climbed onto the bed. Unexpectedly, before he could climb onto the bed, he was lifted up by his bad brother-in-law. Xiaoheng said, "Go sleep with great-granduncle." Little Jing Kong struggled and said, "I don't want to. I don't want to. I want to sleep with Jiao Jiao." Even if he did not want to, he had to. Little Jing Kong was mercilessly dragged to the next room by his bad brother-in-law. When Gu Jiao returned to the west room after her shower, the quilt on the bed was already made. There was only one bed. Little Jing Kong was not there, but Xiaoheng was there. However, he was packing his own sleeping clothes. "Aren't you going to sleep?" Gu Jiao asked. She had just taken a shower and hadn't had time to dry her hair. She wrapped a piece of dry cotton cloth around her head, leaving only a strand of wet hair hanging by her ear. Sparkling and translucent water droplets dripped onto her fair neck. It was a little tempting. Xiaoheng coughed softly and looked away. He looked at the sleeping clothes in his hands and said, "Jing Kong and I will sleep over there." Gu Jiao looked at the bed in the west room. Well, the bed was indeed a little small for 3 people. Actually, it was not a matter of whether the bed was small or not, but Xiaoheng looked at her body that was getting better day by day. It was especially hard to calm down in the dead of night. He took a deep breath and eliminated the thoughts that were surging in his sea of consciousness. He said seriously, "It's getting late. You should rest early. Remember to dry your hair." "Okay." Gu Jiao nodded and took the cotton towel off her head. Her long black hair fell down and covered her shoulders, which made her delicate skin as white as snow. Xiaoheng only took one look at her and felt his blood boil. He was worried that he would do something irreversible if he did not leave now. "I'm going over." After saying that, he quickly walked out of the room and almost fled. Gu Jiao made a strange sound. "You're leaving so quickly." "I still want to ask you about the princess." Princess Axian Yang's reaction in the attic was clearly abnormal. Her first reaction was claustrophobia, but if she had claustrophobia, why would she go to the attic? Why would she be fine sitting in a carriage? Gu Jiao could not understand. "Jiao Jiao, are you asleep?" It was Yao Shi's voice. Gu Jiao put down the cotton towel in her hands and walked over to open the door. "I'm not asleep." "Why did you get out of bed?" "It's fine. I'm fine. I also got out of bed to walk around during the day." Yao Shi's labor this time took longer than last time, but the process was not as painful. "Come in. It's cold outside," Gu Jiao said to Yao Shi. Yao Shi entered the room and sat down on the bed. She pulled her daughter's hand and warmly said, "Your second brother came by." Gu Jiao made a no sound and said, "He came to buy hair growth medicine." Did Gu Qinglin run out of hair growth medicine again? Had he used it too quickly? "He also came to give you something." As Yao Shi spoke, she handed the brocade box in her hands to her. Gu Jiao took the brocade box. "This is from him." And Yao Shi smiled and nodded. "I don't know what it is." "Open it and take a look." Gu Jiao opened the box. Inside was a bag of dried meat. It was Gu Jiao's favorite flavor. Gu Jiao normally did not express her preferences. It was only Xiaoheng who was careful enough to notice that she liked dried meat. Had she ever eaten it in front of Gu Qingfeng? Gu Jiao did not have any recollection of it. "Your 3 brothers." Yao Shi wanted to say something but stopped. She did not know what to say. She and the 3 sons that the previous madam had left behind had indeed been very unhappy, but that was all in the past. Moreover, they had been bewitched by concubine Mother Ling. What could little children understand? It was nothing more than what the adults taught them. It was true that there were some things that she could not forgive, but sometimes she had to learn to accept and accept. They had hurt Gu Yen, but they had also saved Gu Yen. If it was not for the fact that she had to distinguish which of the three brothers had done the most wrong and which of them had done the most, it was meaningless. No matter what, they were her daughter's blood relatives in this world. If there came a day when they, the elders, were no longer around, her daughter would at least have her older brothers to love her. Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows and said, "All right. Since he gave me a gift, next time I'll sell him the hair growth agent at a cheaper price." Yao Shi could not help but smile. Over the next few days, Gu Jiao frequently went in and out of the imperial palace. She wondered if she should remind her grandaunt that there might be a lot of Qin country's soldiers at the border. Reality proved that Empress Dowager Zhuang was able to command the court for many years without relying on a trace of luck. The moment Empress Dowager Zhuang discovered the bandits in Nanhai City, she immediately sent a messenger pigeon to Tang Yushan, telling him to investigate the movements of the Qin country's army. Tang Yushan's messenger pigeon arrived at Rinshou Palace 5 days later. The letter said that after Tang Yushan received Empress Dowager Zhuang's message, he immediately led people to infiltrate the Qin country's border and discovered that the Qin country had secretly brought 80,000 soldiers. The Qin country's border was in chaos. Logically, 10,000 soldiers should have been enough. Why did they need 80,000? Empress Dowager Zhuang immediately guessed that they were going to war with the Zhao country again. This time, they had chosen to do it near the border. It was highly likely that they had colluded with the remnants of the previous dynasty of the Zhao country. Inside Rinshou Palace, after hearing Empress Dowager Zhuang's analysis, the emperor frowned. Yuan Tang is still in the Zhao country. Is the Qin country's ruler crazy? He doesn't even want his own son's life. Guards! Arrest Yuan Tang for Zhen. Not long after, eunuch he came to report, "Your Majesty. Yuan Tang has escaped." The emperor angrily said, "Escaped? Seal the city gates for Zhen. Zhen wants to see where he can run to." Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't care much about Yuan Tang. Since the Qin country dared to send troops at this juncture, it meant that they had given up on Yuan Tang. It didn't matter whether they arrested him or not. She pinched her sore eyebrows, stood up, and paced back and forth in the room. Qin country's 80,000 soldiers and the remnants of the previous dynasty's 50,000 soldiers. She closed her eyes. The border was in danger. What happened next confirmed Empress Dowager Zhuang's guess. Urgent news from the border. Princess Ning An was arrested. The old duke was also arrested by the remnants of the previous dynasty in order to save Princess Ning An. The Qin country's army entered the border. Tang Yushan's army was defeated. The border lost 3 cities in a row. 3 cities in a row. There were only 21 cities in the Zhao country. Empress Dowager Zhuang's eyes were cold. Her phoenix robe fluttered in the evening wind. "Pass my decree. Summon Gu Chongqing back to the capital immediately. Reorganize the Gu army and go north to fight the enemy." Chapter 479. The moon was dark and the wind was strong. Because of the successive battles, the capital had fallen into a tense and alert state. Yuan Tang had already been hiding in the capital for several days, like a rat crossing the street. He had lived for so many years, but he had never been in such a sorry state. When Gu Jiao told him that his royal uncle wanted to rebel, he didn't believe it. After all, his royal uncle was the previous emperor's most beloved son. Back then, when his royal father was still the crown prince of the Qin kingdom, he had committed a serious crime. It was his royal uncle who tried his best to redress his crimes and help his royal father keep his position as crown prince. How could people not trust King Bo's uncle like this? As for his maternal family, the Rong family. The daughter of the Rong family, who was his mother, was the imperial concubine of Qin. She was above one person and below tens of thousands of people. She was only waiting to be conferred the title of empress. King Bo's uncle and the Rong family were not related by marriage. Did water enter the Rong family's brain? They didn't help their own daughter and grandson, but helped an outsider. He felt that Gu Jiao must have made a mistake, or she was maliciously trying to sow discord between him and King Bo's uncle. But he still had a plan and ordered people to keep an eye on the movements of the Zhao country's royal family. It wasn't until the emperor ordered people to capture him that he realized the seriousness of the matter. He was the first to escape. A few days after he escaped, news came from the border that Qin country's army was pressing on the border and Zhao country had lost 3 cities. It was also at that moment that he finally understood that Gu Jiao didn't lie to him. His uncle King Bo really rebelled. The emperor was still ordering people to capture him. He probably thought that by capturing him, he could threaten the Qin state. However, Gu Jiao was right. It was not his imperial father who wanted to violate the agreement between the 2 states. It was his imperial uncle, Prince Bo. So even if he was killed, his uncle wouldn't bat an eye. It was a dead end for him right now. He didn't know how his father was. Since Prince Bo's royal uncle dared to do such a thing, he must have taken control of the royal court and might have even put his royal father under house arrest. Thinking of this, Yuan Tang's face turned cold. Let's look over there. The voice of the Imperial Guard came from not far away. This kind of situation where they could be exposed at any time had happened countless times. Yuan Tang had gradually become numb from the initial indignation. However, he did not dare to let his guard down. Otherwise, once he was caught, his life would be gone. Imperial uncle would not protect him, and Zhao country would not let him go. He was someone that both sides wanted to kill as soon as possible. Yuan Tang passed through an alley at the side. As soon as he arrived at a main street, he was blocked by Lu Yixing. Lu Yixing hired a carriage. He lifted the curtain and said, "Follow me." However, Yuan Tang did not step forward. Instead, he looked at Lu Yixing with a complicated expression. The sound of footsteps behind him gradually approached. Without looking back, he disappeared into the night. He couldn't implicate his cousin. Even if he died, he would die alone in Zhao country. On the other side, the news of losing 3 cities at the border and the old Marquis being captured reached Marquis Ding and Manor. "What did you say?" The old man was captured at the border. In the study, Marquis Gu looked at Huang Zhong in disbelief. "Did you hear wrong? Didn't the old man go on a scenic tour? How did he end up at the border? That is a bitter and cold place." Huang Zhong was at his wit's end as he said, "It is absolutely true, Marquis. The remnants of the previous dynasty colluded with the Qin country's army at the border. They did not hesitate to sell out the country to help the Qin country advance to the border. The news of the old man being captured has already spread throughout the palace. How could it be like this?" Marquis Gu fell into his chair in a daze. Huang Zhong said with worry, "The Empress Dowager is furious. She ordered the heir to return to the capital. She said, she wants to reorganize the Gu family's army. She wants the heir to lead the Gu family's army north to fight against the enemy." Marquis Gu's expression changed again. "Chongqing is also going to the border." He was only 21 years old. He had never been to a battlefield so far away, nor had he experienced such a fierce battle. With 100,000 Gu family soldiers heading north, there would be a tough battle ahead. Outside the study, Gu Qingfeng, who had inadvertently overheard the conversation, felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. He knew that his grandfather had secretly gone to the border under the emperor's orders, but he never expected that his grandfather would not only fail to save Princess Ninghen, but also lose his own life. He didn't know who the remnants of the previous dynasty were, but based on concubine Jing, he could roughly deduce that they were vicious and merciless. His grandfather's life would be in danger if he fell into their hands. His eldest brother was far away near Fengdu Mountain. It would take some time for him to return to the capital and reorganize the Gu family's army. If he were to head north to the border, he didn't know if his grandfather would live to see his eldest brother. His grandfather would not allow himself to be used as a bargaining chip to impede his eldest brother and the Gu family's army. If the remnants of the previous dynasty used him to threaten his eldest brother, his grandfather would rather die than submit. Gu Qingfeng returned to his own courtyard. He found his night clothes and put them on, then put on his mask and picked up a few hidden weapons he had bought from Thousand Secrets Pavilion. After doing all this, he went to the next room. At this time, Gu Qinglin had already rested. Gu Qingfeng came to the bedside and looked at Gu Qinglin, who was sleeping soundly. He tucked him in, touched his hair that had grown out a little, and stuffed the banknotes he had on him under his pillow. In the future, you'll have to buy your own hair restorer. After saying this, he reluctantly took one last look at his younger brother. At this time, he was actually envious of Gu Yan and the newborn. At least those two had so many people to care for them, while Gu Qinglin only had him left. But now even he had to leave. This time, he wasn't just going to do a simple mission. He was going to the border and infiltrate the enemy's camp. Whether he lived or died was unknown. If I don't come back, you'll have to take care of yourself in the future, understand? Gu Qinglin, who was sleeping soundly, didn't know that his brother had left. He turned over and slept peacefully. In the end, Gu Qingfeng still left. He gently closed the door for his younger brother and went to the stable to secretly ride his father's Fergana horse. Jade Water Alley. The family had a busy day and went back to their rooms to rest. Gu Jiao went to the east room to check on the baby. The baby's jaundice had disappeared and the wrinkles on his face were gradually smoothed out. He was a fair and tender little cutie. Jiao Jiao. Little Jing Kong appeared behind her with a pillow in his arms. You're still awake. Gu Jiao turned to look at him. Yes, I miss you a little. Little Jing Kong said seriously. Gu Jiao smiled and patted his little head. I'll send you there. Okay. Little Jing Kong held his little pillow with one hand and held Gu Jiao's hand with the other. He skipped to the next room. He lay on the soft bed, opened his big round eyes and said obediently, Jiao Jiao. Yes. I've covered myself with the quilt. Good boy. Gu Jiao touched his forehead. Go to sleep. Little Jing Kong closed his eyes obediently. After a while, he opened his eyes again. Jiao Jiao. I'm here. He closed his eyes again with peace of mind. He held Gu Jiao's hand with his little hand and didn't hide his dependence and need. Gu Jiao stayed with him until he fell asleep and began to snore evenly. Then she got up and went back to the backyard through the small passage. She went to Gu Yan and Gu Xiaoshuan's room. The two little boys had already fallen asleep. Gu Yan slept very well. Maybe because he was always bullied by his sister when he was in the womb, Gu Xiaoshuan didn't sleep well and half of his legs were hanging out of the bed. Gu Jiao put Gu Xiaoshuan's legs under the quilt and touched their foreheads. Among the children, Gu Xiaoshuan was the most worry-free, and Gu Yan was the most worrisome. Gu Yan's heart disease had always been a problem that Gu Jiao wanted to solve. However, the small medicine box didn't meet the requirements for the operation. Gu Jiao opened the bedside table and put the anti-heart failure medicine in it. After doing this, she went back to the west room and found some clean clothes. She rummaged through the cabinet and showed a puzzled look. Are you looking for this? Xiao Heng's voice suddenly sounded at the door. Gu Jiao turned around and saw Xiao Heng walking towards her with a mask inlaid with peacock feathers. She blinked and said, "It's from Jing Kong." Xiao Heng smiled helplessly and couldn't help but laugh. He didn't expose her. Instead, he opened the cabinet door and took out a bundle. "There's dried meat and some dry food in here." In the past, she used to pack things for him. This time, it was his turn to send her away. "You." Gu Jiao opened her mouth and looked at him. "Aren't you leaving the capital?" Xiao Heng asked as if nothing had happened. He took a few more things for her. Oh, she thought she hid it well. "You plan to leave without saying goodbye?" Gu Jiao shook her head like a rattledrum. "I wrote you a letter. It's in your study." Xiao Heng's expression softened. He handed the bundle to her and stared at her deeply. "Are you coming back?" This question was somewhat thought-provoking. If she was the real Gu Jiao's mother, it was impossible for her not to come back. Gu Jiao always thought that Gu Qingfeng was the only one who believed that she wasn't the real Gu Jiao's mother. And the reason why Gu Qingfeng thought this was most likely because he thought that she killed the real Gu Jiao's mother and replaced her with another person. Xiao Heng, on the other hand, clearly understood that this body belonged to Gu Jianyang. Then why would he ask such a question? He seemed to see the doubt in Gu Jiao's eyes. He also seemed to feel that if he didn't say something today, he might not have the courage to say it in the future. He said, "Since you fell into the water 2 years ago, you've become very different. I know you're Gu Jiao's mother, but sometimes I feel that you're not Gu Jiao's mother." She really wasn't, but she really was. This was a very contradictory topic. "Are you coming back?" he asked her again. Gu Jiao paused and looked at him. "Regardless of whether I'm Gu Jiao's mother or not?" Xiao Heng nodded seriously. "Yes, regardless of whether you're Gu Jiao's mother or not." Of course, Gu Jiao rolled her eyes and swallowed the words at the tip of her tongue. She raised her eyebrows and said, "I'm coming back." "Do you want me to see you bathe?" Xiao Heng never expected that she would be thinking about this at the moment of parting. He was stunned, but at the same time, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What kind of girl was this? He chuckled softly and walked a few steps closer to her. His strong arm gently hooked around her waist. It seemed domineering, but he was also restraining himself. He clearly didn't touch her, but Gu Jiao felt as if her waist was on fire. This fire burned all the way to the bottom of her heart and made her little head dizzy. This feeling was very strange. "Oh. I want to do something. It's so strange." Xiao Heng stared at her and took in her dazed and drooling little face. He tugged at the corner of his lips and said to her in a somewhat bewitching and hoarse voice, "Okay, come back and I'll let you see. Remember, I'll come back safely. If I lose a strand of hair, I'll wear an extra layer of clothes." Chapter 480. Gu Jiao was silent for a few seconds. Without saying anything, she opened the cabinet and took out the soft armor that he gave her from the underground martial arts arena. She didn't want to wear it because it was ugly. After that, Gu Jiao found all kinds of sharp weapons at home. There were 2 daggers at her waist, 2 lancets hidden in her narrow sleeves, a few silver needles in her hair bun, a few blades hidden in the soles of her shoes, and even a small hidden weapon under her tongue. Xiao Heng. "That's not necessary." Gu Jiao set off fully armed. Her red tasseled spear was a little eye-catching, so Xiao Heng wrapped it with a cloth. Xiao Heng watched her leave Jade Water Alley and disappear into the boundless night. He stood in place, lost in thought for a long time. It was late at night, and the lights of the thousands of houses were gradually extinguished. The capital fell into the silence of the night. However, the imperial guards patrolling the streets and alleys didn't stop for a moment. They moved lightly, trying not to disturb the people along the way. Gu Qingfeng arrived at the north gate under the watchful eyes of the imperial guards. The city gate had long been closed, but as the legitimate son of the Gu family, he knew that there was a secret passage near the north gate. Under normal circumstances, 2 to 4 guards would take turns to guard it. Because it was hidden, not many people knew about it. Therefore, the guards on duty weren't too powerful. Gu Qingfeng could easily break through by himself, but he had a horse in his hand. Gu Qingfeng looked at the horse behind him, and the horse looked back at him. The man and the horse stared at each other. For a moment, Gu Qingfeng even regretted stealing his father's horse. Although the horse was good, it was difficult to get it out. Forget it, since he had already come this far, it would be a pity to abandon the horse. Moreover, a horse of such quality couldn't be bought at the courier station. Break out. A large group of imperial guards was nearby. In the end, Gu Qingfeng could only close his eyes and grit his teeth helplessly. I'm sorry, father. I can only trick you. 15 minutes later, Gu Qingfeng put on his bamboo hat and rode on Marquis Gu's Fergana horse. He held Marquis Gu's personal token and appeared outside the secret passage. When the guard on duty saw the token, he looked at the man on the horse with a strange expression and asked, "You are?" Gu Qingfeng lowered his voice and imitated his father's voice. "You don't even recognize me? His Majesty has ordered this Marquis to leave the capital at night. This Marquis has official business to attend to, so why don't you let this Marquis go with you? How many heads do you have to chop off for delaying His Majesty's important matters? I wouldn't dare." After the leader of the guards finished speaking, he hurriedly signaled his subordinates to make way, and he himself also stood respectfully to the side. In reality, they had never seen Marquis Gu and could not tell if Marquis Gu's voice was real or fake. However, the token that Gu Qingfeng showed was real. In addition, Marquis Ding and Fu was the emperor's trusted aide. In addition, the court had one incident after another, not to mention the Empress Dowager's order for Gu Chongqing to reorganize the Gu family's army. With everything put together, no one suspected that there would be someone pretending to be Marquis Gu to pass on the emperor's orders. This was a capital crime punishable by beheading. Gu Qingfeng estimated that his father would be brought to the emperor for questioning the next day. However, since the court placed his eldest brother and the Gu family's army in an important position, then they would not take his father's life. At most, they would punish his father for not teaching his son well. For example, they would give him 100 paddles or something. Marquis Gu was sleeping when he suddenly shivered. He did not know what had happened. After Gu Qingfeng left the city, he galloped all the way to the north. Fearing that the guards would realize what had happened, he galloped until the horse was panting heavily. Only then did he stop. He turned back to look. They shouldn't have caught up, right? Don't worry, they didn't catch up. A small careless voice sounded from behind the trees. Gu Qingfeng shuddered and almost fell off the horse's back. In the middle of the night, there was a voice from behind the tree. Was it a person or a ghost? Wait, that voice was a bit familiar. Gu Qingfeng composed himself and turned his head to look in the direction of the tree. Earlier, he had not looked carefully because he was in a hurry. Now, using the thin moonlight, he saw a horse tied to a tall Chinese parasol tree. Beside the horse stood a young man in green clothes. The young man crossed his arms and leaned against the tree behind him. After saying that, the young man walked out from the shadow of the tree. Gu Qingfeng saw her face clearly. It's really you. He was shocked. Gu Jiao's finger pointed at the arm around her. She tilted her head and said, "Are you very surprised?" How how can I not be surprised? What are you doing here in the middle of the night instead of sleeping? You've already left the capital. No, it was at least 20 to 30 li away from the capital. Gu Qingfeng looked at her suspiciously. You're not going to make me run errands for you again, are you? I'm warning you, this time I won't go with you no matter what. I have something important to do. Something very, very important. A human life was at stake. Oh. Gu Jiao made a sound and let go of her arms. She straightened her body and touched the tall and strong horse. She nimbly flipped onto the horse. Only then did Gu Qingfeng realize that she was also riding a top-notch horse, which was not inferior to his father's mount in the slightest. Didn't you say you were going to leave? Gu Jiao looked at him strangely. Gu Qingfeng was too surprised and did not understand the meaning of this sentence. He stared straight at her horse. Didn't you not know how to ride a horse? I'm not good at it. Gu Jiao corrected him. But I should be good at it in the future. After all, it was 1,000 li from here to the frontier fortress. It was enough for her to practice. Gu Qingfeng still did not understand what she meant. His gaze moved away from her horse and fell on her back. The small basket she always carried was hanging on the saddle. It was replaced by a large thing wrapped in cloth. Even though it was wrapped in cloth, Gu Qingfeng could still faintly feel a strong aura. What are you carrying on your back? He asked curiously. A red tasseled spear. Gu Jiao said. What red tasseled spear is so big? The suspicion in Gu Qingfeng's eyes grew heavier. Also, why are you carrying this thing on your back in the middle of the night? Gu Jiao looked at him indifferently. Are you still going or not? Of course I'm going. Before Gu Qingfeng could finish speaking, Gu Jiao urged her horse forward. Gu Qingfeng looked in the direction she was going and reminded her, Hey, are you going the wrong way? That's not the way to the capital. Gu Jiao said indifferently, Who said I'm going back to the capital? Gu Qingfeng sneered. If you're not going back to the capital, are you going to the frontier fortress with me? As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes suddenly widened. He urged his horse to Gu Jiao's side and looked at her cold face. You can't be noisy. Gu Jiao directly took out a cornbread from her bag and stuffed it into his mouth. Gu Qingfeng's mouth was stuffed. He whimpered a few times and took the cornbread down. He urged his horse to ride side by side with her. Wait, tell me clearly. Are you really going to the frontier fortress? What are you going to do there? Don't you know that there's a war at the frontier fortress? The Qin Kingdom's army has already taken over 3 cities at the frontier fortress. It's not a good place to go sightseeing. Gu Jiao pulled the reins. Yes. Gu Qingfeng frowned. This girl didn't seem to have that much free time. Hey, don't tell me you want to go to the frontier fortress because you heard that something happened to your grandfather. Gu Qingfeng muttered. You're not the real Gu Jiao's mother. You don't need to care about my grandfather's matters. The frontier fortress was too dangerous. Princess Ning'an had 3 dragon shadow guards by her side, but they were still captured by the remnants of the previous dynasty. It was clear how difficult it was to deal with those people. This wasn't a muddy water she should wade into. Gu Qingfeng looked at her seriously. Tell me the truth. Are you going to the frontier fortress or not, and why are you going to the frontier fortress? Being able to ask the second question meant that Gu Qingfeng already had an answer to the first question in his heart. To save someone, Gu Jiao said. Who are you saving? Gu Qingfeng asked. A brother. Gu Jiao paused. And a fool. Brother. Then it didn't seem to be his grandfather. Gu Qingfeng wasn't in a hurry to ask who her brother was, nor did he ask who the fool was. In short, it couldn't be him. Gu Qingfeng said again, speaking of which, how did you get out of the city? Gu Jiao made an "oh" sound and said, I rode out on a horse. Gu Qingfeng opened his mouth. From the north gate. Gu Jiao said, or are there other gates? Gu Qingfeng frowned. Isn't the city gate already closed? Did you come out very early? Gu Jiao shook her head. No, just a little earlier than you. I have an imperial edict. Gu Qingfeng was flabbergasted. Why do you have an imperial edict? Are you going north by imperial edict? If this girl had an imperial edict, then why did he have to risk the crime of deceiving the emperor to come out of the secret passage? Gu Jiao shook her head again. I asked His Majesty for it. I said I wanted to go out, and His Majesty gave it to me. He also gave me a horse. Gu Qingfeng, who had suffered a blow, I suddenly don't want to talk to you anymore. Chapter 481. Gu Jiao and Gu Qingfeng set off on their journey to the north. Yuan Tang, who was trapped in the capital, was not so lucky. He could not get the imperial edict from the emperor of Zhao country, nor could he use the secret passage at the north gate. He tried several times to sneak out of the city with the caravan, but he always failed. As the battle at the frontier fortress escalated, more and more bad news came back to the court. The emperor's anger towards Yuan Tang became more and more intense. Since a few days ago, even the palace masters were ordered by the emperor to capture Yuan Tang. Yuan Tang encountered 3 waves of palace masters last night, causing him to lose contact with his subordinates. When the sun was about to rise, he finally fought his way out of the encirclement, but he also paid a terrible price. His right arm was cut. If he encountered another palace master, he could not guarantee that he would be lucky enough to escape. He's injured and can't go far. You guys, go over there. The rest of you, follow me. Yuan Tang tightly covered his right arm and hid in a family stable. Listening to the palace masters outside the walls, he could not help but show some irritation and despair. He was the 6th prince of Qin country. The empress had passed away. His mother had the highest position in the harem. His mother was the vice-empress. His maternal family was the Rong family, which held military power. He was the most honorable prince of Qin country. Since his birth, he had almost never suffered. Even when he came to Zhao country as a hostage, he only wanted to gain some merit and become the crown prince. Thanks to his royal uncle, Prince Bo, he was able to pay back all the sufferings he had suffered in the past 20 years. His wound hurt again. Yuan Tang frowned. Just at this moment, the servants of the house came. In the stable, they suddenly saw an unfamiliar man in a sorry state with blood dripping from his arm. The servant instinctively screamed. Yuan Tang knocked him out with a karate chop. However, the voice still traveled out and the imperial guards rushed to the stables. Yuan Tang had no choice but to leave and find another hiding place. There were imperial guards in front and behind him, and the right side was a dead end. There was only a carriage parked on the left side. Yuan Tang had no choice but to hide in it. The carriage didn't look big, but it was quite spacious inside. It was also a little tasteful. The bench was covered with a cloth. He lifted the cloth and tucked his tall body under the bench. In such a narrow space, a big guy like him was really wronged. Sir Shao, please take care. In the study room next to the carriage, the boss personally sent Shao Heng out. Please wait a moment. Shao Heng nodded. After speaking to the boss, he turned around and boarded the carriage that was parked at the side of the road. The coachman came out of the study room with a large pile of the 4 treasures of the study. Xiaoheng had just received a transfer order from the Ministry of Personnel this morning, appointing him as a secondary grade 5 scribe of the Ministry of Justice. Clerks were mainly responsible for organizing files, managing official seals, and drafting documents. His official position in the Hanlin Academy didn't change. He only held the position of a scribe at the same time. This was the idea of the Minister of Justice. He had submitted it to the Ministry of Personnel last month. The positions of the 6 ministries were different from those of the Hanlin Academy. They weren't under the jurisdiction of the cabinet. After receiving the document from the Minister of Justice, the Ministry of Personnel first reviewed it internally and then submitted it to the Emperor for him to review. It was very rare for an official to hold multiple positions, especially across departments. The requirements for the official themselves were very high. Whether it was strength, energy, or accomplishment, they must be much better than their colleagues. The Emperor was worried that Xiao Liulang's body couldn't take it. Secondly, he was worried that he would be ostracized if he was too popular. The Emperor called the old Chancellor into the palace and asked for his opinion. The old Chancellor didn't think of this at first. Now that someone had taken the lead, he couldn't wait to send Xiaoheng to a high position. Now that we are in need of people, Your Majesty might as well let Xiao Lulang try first. If he can't take care of both, then we can make other plans. The Emperor felt that the old Chancellor's words were reasonable, so he approved Xiao Liulang's official position. Xiaoheng had just reported to the Ministry of Justice and was about to return to the Hanlin Academy. When he passed by this study room, he remembered that he didn't have much ink and brushes at home, so he stopped the carriage to buy some. As soon as he entered the carriage, he felt that something was wrong. The curtain of the carriage was open. The carriage was very ventilated, but he still smelled a faint smell of blood. Lord Xiao, I'll put the things here. The coachman put a big box of 4 treasures of the study on the floor of the carriage. He wasn't as sensitive as Xiaoheng and didn't find anything strange. Are we returning to the Hanlin Academy now? Do you want to buy something else? No need. Xiaoheng said. Okay, then I'll go out. The coachman put down the curtain and sat back on the bench outside. Xiaoheng wasn't in a hurry to sit down. Instead, he vigilantly looked at the bench covered with brocade cloth. Under the bench, Yuan Tang clenched his wound. Sweat seeped out of his forehead because of the tension and pain. He didn't know whose carriage this was, but he heard the coachman call him Lord Xiao and ask him if he wanted to go to the Hanlin Academy. There was only one official with the surname Xiao in the Hanlin Academy, and that was Dr. Gu's husband, Xiao Lulang. Yuan Tang and Xiao Lulang had never officially met face to face. They had only seen each other a few times from afar. He knew that Xiao Lulang was Dr. Gu's husband, this year's top scholar, and was now working in the Hanlin Academy. As for whether Xiaoheng knew him, Yuan Tang wasn't sure. But if he really saw his current appearance, even if Xiao Lulang didn't know him, he should be able to guess who he was. Whether Xiao Lulang was a friend or a foe, Yuan Tang didn't dare to easily come to a conclusion. Although he was Gu Jiao's husband, he and Shi Yi were officials of the imperial court. If they were officials of the imperial court, then they had to arrest him and bring him to justice. Yuan Tang bit down hard on his lips to prevent himself from making a sound. He had no intention of harming Gu Jiao's family, but if he really wanted to arrest him, then he would have no choice but to offend him. Whose carriage is that in front? A group of imperial guards stopped in front of the carriage. The one who asked this question was the commander of the group. They had chased them all the way and surrounded them, but that brat Yuan Tang seemed to have disappeared without a trace. They guessed that Yuan Tang must be hiding right under their noses. If he wasn't in a nearby shop, then he must be in a passing carriage. Xiaoheng looked at the blood slowly flowing out from under the bench. His eyes moved slightly. He turned around and walked forward. He lifted up his clothes and sat down. His right foot just happened to step on the flowing blood. The coachman and the imperial guards talked for a while. Then, he lifted the curtain slightly and said to Xiao Heng, "Lord Xiao, the imperial guards said that they were trying to capture a hostage from the Qin Empire. They hope that you can search our carriage." Xiao Heng raised his hand and gestured for the coachman to lift the curtain. The coachman bowed and lifted the curtain as far as it could, allowing the imperial guards to clearly see the situation inside the carriage. Xiao Heng sat upright in the carriage with a serious expression. His appearance was young and handsome, but his aura was exceptionally strong. His eyes revealed an imposing manner without being angry. "Do you need to come up and search carefully?" The commander was stunned by Xiao Yulong's appearance and aura. He was stunned for a while before coming back to his senses. He probably realized that he had lost his composure. He hurriedly lowered his head and cupped his hands in salute. "There's no need. We have already seen clearly. We hope that Lord Xiao will forgive us for disturbing you." Xiao Heng was someone who was highly regarded by both the emperor and the empress dowager. Even if the commander had 8 times the courage, he wouldn't dare to offend him easily. Moreover, it was quite rude of him to stare at him like that. "It's fine," Xiao Heng said. The commander said politely, "Then we will continue to search." "Lord Xiao, farewell." Xiao Heng nodded. "Farewell." The commander planned to take the rest of the imperial guards to search the nearby shops. Just as he turned around, he heard the sound of something dripping on the ground. The sound was very soft, but there weren't many people on the street at the moment. The surroundings were very quiet. Yuan Tang's expression suddenly changed. His blood was dripping down the cracks in the floorboards. This was the end. He was going to be discovered. "What are you standing there for?" Xiao Heng snapped at the coachman. "How much longer are you going to make me bleed? Hurry up and go to the medical center." The coachman was stunned. Was His Excellency injured? When? Xiao Heng's aura was too strong. The coachman didn't have the courage to ask him what was wrong. He hurriedly lowered the curtain and said, "Yes. Yes. We will go to the medical center now." The moment before the curtain was lowered, the commander saw that there was blood seeping out of Xiao Yulong's right foot. So His Excellency was really injured. The commander frowned. He was a little suspicious, but he was still afraid of Xiao Yulong's status. Shi Yi also didn't think Xiao Lulang would lie. In the end, he didn't go to check. The coachman drove the carriage to the nearest medical center. Suddenly, he heard His Excellency say, "Don't go to the medical center. Go to the north gate." Ah! The coachman was startled again. "His Excellency Xiao, aren't you injured? We're almost at the medical center. I just remembered that the carriage has some medicine for wounds. I'll just apply some ointment myself." Then, okay. The coachman was confused. He didn't understand how His Excellency's temper changed so quickly. His Excellency wants to go to the north gate. Xiao Heng's tone was normal. "I originally planned to go in the afternoon, but after thinking about it, I think it's better to go now." Okay. The coachman's status was low, so he didn't dare ask about Xiao Heng's official business. He drove the carriage to the north gate. Xiao Heng flashed the Ministry of Justice's token. "Investigate the case." The city guards let them go. Xiao Heng went to the nearest courier station outside the north gate. "Feed the horses some food," he ordered the coachman. "Yes." The coachman unloaded the reins and shaft of the carriage, then took the horses to the courier station stable. Xiao Heng got out of the carriage with an indifferent expression. He sat in the courier station for a quarter of an hour before returning to the carriage. At this time, the smell of Yuan Tang had disappeared from the carriage. The coachman walked over with the horses that had eaten their fill. His Excellency, Xiao Heng said indifferently, return to the capital. Chapter 482. This book's newest chapter is not finished yet. For Xiao Heng, today was a joyous day for his promotion. For the Yuan Tang who had finally escaped from the capital, it was also a day worthy of celebration. The capital's Marquis Gu was not so lucky. First, he felt a chill run down his spine in the middle of the night, feeling that something big was about to happen. As expected, he was caught in the early morning before he even woke up. He was completely dumbfounded. What was this situation? Why was he caught for no reason? His father was caught at the border and he was caught in the capital. What kind of trouble was this? Marquis Gu. The one who caught him was none other than Xiao Heng's new superior, Xing Shangshu. Xing Shangshu sternly said, "You are suspected of deceiving the ruler. This official needs you to make a trip to the Ministry of Justice." Marquis Gu was dumbfounded. Wait, speak clearly. Who deceives the ruler? Xing Shangshu had already expected him to say this. He brought in the guards who had been on duty last night and asked the leader, "What happened last night while you were on duty? Speak in detail." The leader of the guard said, "Last night, Marquis Gu made a fake imperial edict and left the capital through the secret passage at the north gate." Marquis Gu angrily said, "This marquis stayed in the manor the entire night. When did I leave the city? When did I make a fake imperial edict?" Xing Shangshu looked at the guard. "Are you sure you didn't see wrong?" In front of Marquis Gu. The guard sternly said, "That person was holding Marquis Ding Han's token." His voice was also the same as Marquis Gu's. Marquis Gu's eyes turned cold. "Don't slander me." "What did he look like?" Xing Shangshu asked. The guard was intimidated by Marquis Gu's aura. He looked at Xing Shangshu and said, "He was wearing a bamboo hat." This one did not see clearly. Marquis Gu's anger had nowhere to vent. "Go to the manor and investigate." This marquis did not leave the manor. There must be someone pretending to be this marquis. That token is also fake. This marquis token is clearly, Marquis Gu said and reached for the token in his wide sleeve, but unexpectedly, he touched nothing. Where's his token? Marquis. Marquis. Not good. Second young master is missing. It was Huang Zhong's voice. Gu Qingfeng was gone. Marquis Gu's token was also missing. If Marquis Gu still couldn't figure out what had happened, it wouldn't make sense. "Marquis. Your horse is gone too." Marquis Gu clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles cracked. Unfilial son. This unfilial son. Why didn't he realize that his second brother was so daring before? Without a word, he stole his horse and token and left the capital with a fake imperial edict. Why did he leave the capital? Heavens! After Minister Xing's careful questioning, it was confirmed that the height and figure of the Marquis Gu from last night basically matched Gu Qingfeng's. The characteristics of the horse also all matched Marquis Gu's horse. It was Gu Qingfeng who confirmed it. Even though it wasn't Marquis Gu who had deceived the emperor, his son had deceived the emperor. As his father, he wasn't clean either. The Minister of Justice reported the results of his investigation to the emperor. Just as Gu Qingfeng had expected, his father was severely punished by the emperor with 100 strikes. The son had to pay for the father's debts, and the father had to pay for the son's debts. The emperor showed no mercy. Marquis Gu suffered an unexpected calamity and was beaten until he cried out in pain. It was a tragic sight. Huang Zhong had already calmed down. He didn't know when it started, but his marquis was already on the path of being beaten, never to return. He once again skillfully carried him onto the carriage. The frontier fortress was thousands of li away. Gu Jiao and Gu Qingfeng hurried on without stopping. In order to get to the frontier fortress as quickly as possible, they changed horses at almost every relay station. The two of them traveled even at night. Even so, affected by the weather and the roads, it still took them nearly 20 days to reach the frontier fortress. At the end of October, cold winds howled and thousands of li were sealed in ice. Beiyang City, Lingguan City, and Yi City had all fallen. Gu Jiao and Gu Qingfeng were currently in Yuegu City. If nothing unexpected happened, Yuegu City would be the next target of the Qin army and the remnants of the previous dynasty. Perhaps because of the impending war, Yuegu City was in a state of panic. There were very few people on the streets, and many shops were closed. Gu Jiao and Gu Qingfeng wore thick fox fur coats and led their horses through the somewhat empty streets. They had long discovered that the further north they went, the more desolate the city became. Many people had even abandoned their hometowns and fled south with their families. A 7 or 8-year-old girl was being led by her family in a hurry. However, she accidentally fell and coincidentally fell at Gu Jiao's feet. Gu Jiao reached out and helped the girl up. The girl's family didn't even have time to thank her before they led the child away in panic. They were worried that if they stayed any longer, the city gates would close and they wouldn't be able to leave tonight. Yuegu City was going to war. Although they didn't know when it would be, it was always right to leave early. Hey! You dropped something. Gu Qingfeng picked up an old rattledrum on the ground. The girl turned around and looked at the rattledrum. Her eyes were filled with longing and reluctance. However, her family pulled her away without looking back. Sigh, really? Gu Qingfeng wanted to say something but stopped. It was useless for him to take the rattledrum. Since they didn't want it, he could only throw it away. The situation in Yuegu City was worse than he had imagined. He sighed. It's already like this before the war. I don't know what it will be like when the war starts. Gu Jiao knew that in her dream, blood flowed like a river, starving people were everywhere, mountains and rivers were broken, the people were displaced, the strong men were killed, the women and children were bullied, and the frontier fortress became a living hell. Are you staying at an inn or a relay station tonight? Gu Qingfeng asked. Neither. Gu Jiao said. Then where are you staying? You can't stay on the streets. Gu Qingfeng looked at the dark sky. I think the weather isn't right. There might be a big snowstorm at night. If you really sleep on the streets, you'll freeze to death. Gu Jiao didn't plan to sleep on the streets. She stopped and stood on the snowy street. She felt as if she had been here before. Clearly, this street didn't appear in her dream. She pondered for a moment, then led the horse to the right. Hey, where are you going? Gu Qingfeng asked. The governor's residence. Gu Jiao said. Why are you going there? Gu Qingfeng asked, puzzled. Stay. Gu Jiao said, her words as precious as gold. Gu Qingfeng frowned. To the governor's residence. Why do you want to live there? Gu Jiao led the horse forward. It's free. Gu Qingfeng was speechless. Gu Qingfeng didn't ask how Gu Jiao knew where the governor's residence was. Along the way, she was like a walking map. She knew everything. But thinking that there was something called a map in this world, Gu Qingfeng understood. The two arrived at the governor's residence. There weren't many patrolling guards on the streets, but the governor's residence was heavily guarded. Who are you? A guard walked towards Gu Jiao and Gu Qingfeng. Gu Jiao didn't say anything. She just threw a token to him. The guard was just a small soldier at the border. He didn't know anything about the capital, but Gu Jiao's aura was imposing. In addition, she and Gu Qingfeng were both wearing high-quality fox fur coats. One look and he could tell that they weren't ordinary people. The guard took the token and entered the governor's residence. About half an hour later, a middle-aged man wearing an official's robe ran over. He held his official's hat and lifted the hem of his robe. Gu Jiao and Gu Qingfeng were both dressed as men. They wore masks on their faces. The middle-aged man looked at the two with a strange expression. He suppressed the doubts in his heart and bowed. This one's surname is Hu, and my name is Hu Hai. I'm the advisor of the governor's residence. The governor went out on business and didn't know that the two of you had arrived. Please forgive me for not coming out to meet you. Gu Qingfeng waited for Gu Jiao to speak. Gu Jiao didn't. Gu Qingfeng remembered that this girl didn't know how to pronounce fake sounds. He cleared his throat and said, "It's fine. How should I address the two of you?" Advisor Hu asked respectfully. Gu Qingfeng put on the airs of an official and said, "It's inconvenient for us to reveal our identities." "Don't ask." "Ah, yes." Advisor Hu returned the token to Gu Qingfeng. Gu Qingfeng thought for a moment and accepted it for Gu Jiao. Advisor Hu invited the two into the governor's residence. Gu Qingfeng said in an accent, "Find a quiet courtyard. We might have to stay in Yuegu City for a few days." "Yes. Yes. I'll arrange it right away." Advisor Hu hurriedly responded and led the two to a clean courtyard. There were 3 rooms in the courtyard. Gu Qingfeng let Gu Jiao stay in the innermost room, and he stayed in the room next door. "I'll go and pick a few clever servants," Advisor Hu said with a smile. Gu Qingfeng glanced at Gu Jiao and saw that she had no intention of refusing. He nodded to Advisor Hu and said, "Thank you for your trouble." Advisor Hu respectfully withdrew from the courtyard. The steward curiously followed and said, "Advisor, who are those 2 people? Why are you so polite to them? You even let them stay in Liuxiang courtyard." That courtyard was originally. Halfway through, he was interrupted by Advisor Hu, who whispered, "What do you know? They have Empress Dowager Zhuang's token in their hands. They're from the capital." The steward was dumbfounded. Gu Jiao did not care what kind of uproar her identity had caused in the governor's office. She entered the room, took off her mask, took off her red-tasseled spear and small basket, and put them down. It was freezing outside, but the room was very warm because of the heated Kong bed. Gu Qingfeng walked in and took off his mask while saying to her, "Strange, haven't you been hiding your identity well all this time? Why didn't you hide here?" Gu Jiao took off her deerskin gloves and said, "There's no need to hide. Our whereabouts have been exposed." Gu Qingfeng's eyes widened. "When were we exposed? Why didn't I know?" Gu Jiao said, "We were exposed when we entered Yuegu City." In the dream, Gu Qingfeng was targeted in Yuegu City. If nothing unexpected happened, someone would come tonight to drug Gu Qingfeng. Chapter 483. Gu Jiao and Gu Qingfeng entered the governor's residence in the afternoon, but the governor did not return until evening. Advisor Hu asked the kitchen to prepare dinner, and he personally brought it over. Since Gu Qingfeng was with Gu Jiao, Advisor Hu also brought the food to this room. At this moment, Gu Jiao and Gu Qingfeng both took off their masks. When he saw Gu Qingfeng, Advisor Hu only thought that this official was born with good looks, but he was too young. Why would Empress Dowager Zhuang send such a young man to the frontier fortress? Then he saw Gu Jiao at the side. Advisor Hu was stunned by the birthmark on Gu Jiao's face. Was the imperial court so careless with its personnel? Gu Qingfeng took in all of Advisor Hu's reactions. He didn't care when Advisor Hu was sizing him up, but when advisor who stared at Gu Jiao with such a strange gaze, it made him angry for no reason. His expression turned cold. Is there anything else, advisor who? Ah. No, no. Teacher who came back to his senses in an instant and sensed the displeasure of the other party. He smiled sheepishly and took 2 steps forward with the tray. My lords, this is your dinner. I'll put it here for you. As he spoke, he respectfully placed the tray on the table in front of the 2 of them. Along the way, Gu Qingfeng and Gu Jiao had spent many nights in the open. They had been to rich cities and barren towns. The further north they went, the colder the weather was, and the harder the life of the people seemed to be. But he did not expect that the food in the governor's residence would be so bad. After all, he was the highest-ranking official in the region. Gu Qingfeng looked at the wretched-looking cornbread, 2 boiled eggs, and a plate of pickled vegetables in the bowl. He was dumbfounded. As if sensing Gu Qingfeng's confusion, advisor Hu smiled awkwardly and said, "The frontier fortress is a bitter and cold place. It cannot be compared to the capital. I hope my lords will forgive us. Even the governor's residence is so poor." Gu Qingfeng could not help but ask. Wasn't there a saying among the common people that 3 years of being an honest magistrate is worth 100,000 snowflakes of silver? There were only poor commoners in the world, how could there be poor officials? Advisor Hu lowered his head and sighed helplessly. Sirs, you may not know this, but Yuegu City is poor and the people don't have enough to eat. The prefect was born in a poor family and loves the people as if they were his own children. His salary has been used to provide relief to the victims of the disaster. He usually eats whatever the people eat. Today, in order to entertain the 2 sirs, he dug out the eggs and pickles that he is only willing to eat during the new year. There's meat in the pickles. The last sentence was the finishing touch. Gu Qingfeng's mouth twitched. There was meat inside. The kind with diced meat. Thinking of something, Gu Qingfeng asked, "The imperial court allocates funds to the frontier fortress every year. Where does it go?" Advisor Hoot sighed again. "Our ancient moon city is just a small city. We don't get much money, and all of it has been used up. The governor doesn't take a single cent from the commoners, nor does he take a single cent from the imperial court." Gu Qingfeng was silent. Forget it. He was a bandit. Why should he care about the commoners? The purpose of his trip was to save his grandfather. Everything else had nothing to do with him. Advisor Hu observed the situation and said, "Sirs, please enjoy your meal. I'll take my leave." Gu Qingfeng waved his hand lightly. After Advisor Hu left, Gu Qingfeng picked up a cornbread. It was probably hot when he took it out of the pot, but it was already cold by the time he brought it over. It was as stiff as a rock. Gu Qingfeng took a bite. It tasted so bad that he frowned. He said to Gu Jiao, "If Princess Ning knew that she would marry into such a place, she probably wouldn't have come to the frontier fortress, right?" "I don't know," Gu Jiao said. Gu Qingfeng pursed his lips in disdain. She always had a way to end the conversation. He looked disdainful, but he was very careful when he picked out the cornbread for Gu Jiao. He peeled off the dried outer skin and put it in his bowl. The warm and soft core was placed in Gu Jiao's bowl. He also carefully picked out the pickled vegetables for a long time before picking out the diced meat and giving it to Gu Jiao. He wasn't so natural in the beginning. The first time was at the first relay station after leaving the capital. At that time, the food wasn't bad. They actually ate a plate of prawns. He was used to taking care of his younger brother, so he peeled one for Gu Jiao. When he put it on Gu Jiao's plate, he felt that something was wrong. Gu Jiao wasn't his younger brother or sister. He wouldn't admit it. The most awkward thing wasn't that he peeled the prawns for Gu Jiao, but that if Gu Jiao suddenly asked, "Why are you so nice to me?" Unexpectedly, Gu Jiao didn't say a word. She didn't even lift her eyelids, as if this action wasn't out of line and didn't matter. This made Gu Qingfeng secretly sigh in relief. After that, he unconsciously did something similar a few times. She always accepted it calmly. If he didn't do it, she wouldn't ask him why. Gu Qingfeng felt that this girl wasn't very difficult to get along with. Or more accurately, she was very easy to get along with. Even Gu Jinyu in the residence wasn't so easy to get along with. Gu Jinyu was too fragile and needed someone to protect her at all times. Otherwise, she would be sad and cry. Gu Jiao wasn't like that. She only knew how to make others cry. After dinner, Gu Qingfeng said to Gu Jiao, "I'm going to Yi City tomorrow to save grandfather. What are your plans?" The remnants of the previous dynasty were stationed in Yi City. His grandfather and Princess Ning and had also been captured there. Yi City was the most heavily guarded of the three cities. Not only were there remnants of the previous dynasty, but also the Qin Kingdom's army. It was easy to defend and difficult to attack. If he wanted to use his own strength to save his grandfather, the chances of success were slim. But he had to do this. That was his grandfather. Even if Yi City was a mountain of daggers and a sea of flames, he had to charge in. Gu Qingfeng suddenly remembered why Gu Jiao had come to the fortress. He asked her, "You said that your brother was also captured. Is he also in Yi City?" "No," Gu Jiao said. Gu Qingfeng's expression relaxed. "It's good that he's not in Yi City. Yi City's situation is the most complicated. Don't act on your own for now. Wait until I go to Yi City to save grandfather. Then I'll go with you to save your brother." Gu Jiao took a sip of water with sand in it and said slowly, "Okay." Princess Ning and the old duke had been secretly moved away long ago. Right now, they weren't in Yi City at all. Yi City was an empty nest that Gu Qingfeng couldn't return from. After Gu Qingfeng returned to his room, Gu Jiao also went to sleep. In the middle of the night, she heard a very slight movement on the roof. Her ears twitched and she opened her eyes coldly. In that dream, Gu Qingfeng was staying at an inn. On the first night, he was drugged. The next day, when he went to Yi City to save someone, he suddenly lost all his strength and fell into the enemy's trap. It seemed that the governor's manor's defenses weren't very effective. What should come still came. There were 3 people in total. Gu Jiao looked at the roof. She lifted the blanket and sat up. She heard them go next door. She waited for them to come out so that they could come to her side and die. But they just left. Wait. She came with Gu Qingfeng. Didn't they drug her as well? Or did they only want to deal with Gu Qingfeng from the beginning? No. Gu Qingfeng and the old marquis had their heads cut off, Gu Changqing's legs were cut off, and the Gu family army was annihilated. This was not targeted at Gu Qingfeng, but at the Gu family and the Gu family army. She hid her identity and didn't reveal the fact that she was the Gu family's daughter. Thus, the enemy didn't count her in. Gu Jiao's eyes turned cold. She pushed open the door and went to Gu Qingfeng's room. She kicked the door open and walked in to extinguish the sleeping incense on the windowsill. Gu Qingfeng was awakened by the loud noise. He sat up with a dagger in his hand. "Who is it?" He looked at Gu Jiao and frowned. "It's you. Let's go." Gu Jiao said calmly. "What for?" Gu Qingfeng asked. Gu Jiao threw the extinguished sleeping incense out of the windowsill. "Didn't you want to save someone?" Gu Qingfeng followed her movements and looked. "What did you just throw away?" Gu Jiao took out a handkerchief and wiped her hands. "Sleeping incense." Gu Qingfeng frowned. "You gave me sleeping incense?" Gu Jiao said calmly, yes, I wanted to kill you. Gu Qingfeng's face darkened. Of course, he didn't believe that Gu Jiao would kill him. Therefore, the sleeping incense wasn't given by Gu Jiao. He looked at Gu Jiao and then at the door that she kicked open. His face darkened. Did someone come here just now? You're not too stupid. Gu Jiao kept the handkerchief and said. Gu Qingfeng's expression turned serious. He was Fei Shuang. Only he knew how alert he was. Gu Jiao said that they were targeted when they entered the city. At that time, he only thought that the other party was far away and he couldn't find them in time. However, tonight, the other party was right under his nose and he didn't even notice. Gu Jiao walked out. If we don't leave now, we won't be able to catch up. At this point, it would be a bit pretentious to tell Gu Jiao that she didn't need to take the risk with him. Gu Qingfeng's expression turned serious. He lifted the blanket and got out of bed. They had been sleeping in the open all this time. They slept with their clothes on. After getting out of bed, he grabbed his sword and quietly left the governor's office with Gu Jiao. In order not to be noticed by the three people, they followed them from a distance. At this moment, the two of them were hiding on a roof. Gu Qingfeng looked at the three people who were relieving themselves in front of him. He raised his hand and covered Gu Jiao's eyes. Gu Jiao was speechless. Thank you. I wasn't interested anyway. Gu Qingfeng whispered, do you think they're remnants of the previous dynasty or masters of the Qin kingdom? Remnants of the previous dynasty. Gu Jiao said without hesitation. Are you sure? Gu Qingfeng was surprised. Gu Jiao nodded. She had thought about it carefully just now. The remnants of the previous dynasty had colluded with the Qin kingdom's army. It looked like they were all working together, but in reality, they all had their own goals. For example, it seemed like the Qin kingdom's army's idea to let the 100,000 Gu clan soldiers never return. And it seemed more like the remnants of the previous dynasty's plan to deal with the Gu clan's grandfather and grandson. She didn't know how the Gu clan had offended the remnants of the previous dynasty for them to take such savage revenge. Actually, Gu Qingfeng also felt that it was more likely the remnants of the previous dynasty. After all, his grandfather had fallen into the hands of the remnants of the previous dynasty. Gu Qingfeng continued, Princess Ning and son-in-law is also a remnant of the previous dynasty. And according to the information I gathered from the Qianji Pavilion, he's also a member of the previous dynasty's imperial family. Gu Jiao didn't know about this. After the three of them finished relieving themselves, Gu Qingfeng removed the hand covering Gu Jiao's eyes and continued chasing with Gu Jiao. As he chased, he felt that something was wrong. That doesn't seem to be the direction to Yi City. He had studied the map several times before going to bed. If they walked along this official road, they would reach Yi City if they headed east and Lingguan City if they headed west. They're going to Lingguan City. Gu Qingfeng sucked in a cold breath of air suspiciously. Why are they going to Lingguan City? Shouldn't they be going to Yi City? Could it be, they've secretly moved their base? Gu Qingfeng wasn't stupid. After thinking for a while, he figured out the crux of the matter. If that was really the case, then his grandfather definitely wasn't in Yi City. He had gone through so much trouble to rush over, only to end up empty-handed. Empty-handed was secondary. Those people had drugged him and moved their base. They had probably already set up a trap in Yi City. Gu Qingfeng's face was filled with shock. So I'm just sending my head to them. Gu Jiao cast a sidelong glance at him and silently clapped her hands in her heart. Congratulations, you're right. The two of them chased for half the night. When it was close to daybreak, those three people finally stopped. Instead, they took the medallion and entered a residence. It's the Lingguan City governor's residence. Gu Qingfeng lay on the eaves of a building and turned his head to whisper to Gu Jiao behind him. Lingguan City had fallen, and the governor's residence had long since fallen into the hands of the remnants of the previous dynasty and the Qin kingdom's army. The governor's residence was heavily guarded. Judging from their armor, there were both Qin kingdom soldiers and remnants of the previous dynasty's army. Could grandfather have been locked up here? Gu Qingfeng muttered. Gu Jiao thought he was asking her and replied, I'm not sure. She hadn't dreamed of this detail. She only knew that Gu Qingfeng and the old marquis had been beheaded in Lingguan City. Their heads had also been hung on the city walls. Chapter 484. After the war, Lingguan City was devastated. There were more soldiers than civilians on the streets. Innocent civilians could be seen being taken away for no reason from time to time. Gu Qingfeng reminded himself again and again that he was a bandit and that the lives of civilians had nothing to do with him. However, when he saw these things happen in front of him, the blood in his body still surged with anger. He clenched his fists tightly. It took a great deal of effort to resist the urge to kill those Qin soldiers who bullied civilians. He could not expose himself. It was not time yet, let's find an inn. He turned around, afraid that if he looked any longer, he would not be able to resist charging over. Okay. Gu Jiao nodded calmly. She seemed to be indifferent to everything. The lives of others were not worth mentioning in her eyes. However, she had traveled thousands of miles to this dangerous and bitter cold place for the idiot and brother she spoke of. Gu Qingfeng suddenly felt that he could not understand her. The two of them found an inn nearby. The inn had signs of being robbed. The shopkeeper's face had a shocking palm print. As for the workers in the inn, they were either injured or in pain. Their eyes were red and swollen. They were picking up the chairs that had fallen on the ground. There were no other guests in the inn. They did not know if no one was staying or if they had all been scared away. Gu Jiao and Gu Qingfeng came to the counter. The innkeeper pulled himself together and looked at the two of them. His voice was still trembling after choking with sobs. Are you two guests eating or staying? Gu Qingfeng said to the shopkeeper, Give us a room. If there's food, send it up. If there isn't, then forget it. The two of you, please follow me. The shopkeeper held back his grief and brought Gu Jiao and Gu Qingfeng to the second floor. He pointed to a room that could be considered clean and tidy. This is our inn's best room. 100 copper coins a night, including 2 meals. 100 copper coins. Gu Qingfeng suspected that he had heard wrong. The shopkeeper hurriedly said, Do you think it's expensive? In that case, I can give you a discount. How about 80 copper coins? Gu Qingfeng opened his mouth. That's not what I meant. 100 copper coins was really too cheap. They had never stayed in such a cheap inn on their way here. Moreover, it was the best room with 2 meals included. 100 copper coins it is. Gu Qingfeng couldn't bear to see the shopkeeper lose, so he didn't raise the price. The shopkeeper said gratefully, Thank you, sir. Then I will go and prepare the food for you, but you may have to wait for a while. Gu Qingfeng understood what he meant. Those soldiers had ransacked the inn, so they probably didn't even let go of the good stuff in the kitchen. They had to go buy groceries again. Gu Qingfeng had mixed feelings. Gu Jiao continued to eat and sleep as if she didn't have a care in the world. There wasn't the slightest bit of annoyance or pity on her face. The corner of Gu Qingfeng's mouth twitched as he looked at a certain someone who was sleeping soundly on the bed while hugging her red-tasseled spear. How could a little girl's heart be bigger than a man's? After dinner, the two were ready to set off. The two of them changed into their night suits, put on their masks, and prepared to set off. Unexpectedly, as soon as Gu Qingfeng opened the door, he immediately closed it again. "Someone's here?" Gu Jiao asked. Gu Qingfeng's throat moved. He composed himself and said, "It's the Qin nation soldiers." A large group. A large group meant that there were dozens of them. They filled the inn's main hall almost instantly. For a moment, Gu Qingfeng suspected that he and Gu Jiao's whereabouts had been exposed. Fortunately, the group sat down in the main hall. It seemed that they were only here to freeload. Gu Qingfeng secretly sighed in relief. It wasn't that he was afraid of these soldiers. If they really fought, he could deal with them alone. However, if they really fought, it would be bad if they alerted the governor's office's soldiers. There were no windows in the room. They could only wait for the group of soldiers to leave. The group of soldiers didn't know that other people were staying in the inn. They even thought that everyone here was on their side. They didn't have any qualms about talking about it. They actually let Gu Jiao and Gu Qingfeng hear something incredible. It turned out that Tang Wuxian had something to do with the old duke's capture. The prince consort put Princess Ning under house arrest. The old duke asked Tang Wuxian to borrow some archers to sneak into the princess residence to save Princess Ning. However, Tang Wuxian refused the old duke's request, saying that he wanted to send troops to eliminate the rebels. The old duke had long sensed that something was wrong. He reminded Tang Wuxian that things weren't that simple and that he shouldn't act rashly. Tang Wuxian thought that the old duke was preventing him from performing meritorious deeds. He didn't listen to the old duke's advice and stubbornly launched a night attack on the remnants of the previous dynasty. In the end, he fell into the enemy's trap. The remnants of the previous dynasty and the Qin nation's army attacked from both sides. In the end, Tang Wuxian suffered a crushing defeat and Yi City was lost. The Qin nation's army won the first battle. Their morale was high. On the other hand, the Zhao nation's local army naturally didn't have much morale after seeing that the world's marshal had been defeated. They stubbornly resisted. Lingguan City and Beiyang City were easily taken by the Qin nation's army. Gu Qingfeng said angrily, "If Tang Wuxian had listened to my grandfather wouldn't have been captured. The frontier fortress wouldn't have been lost so easily. If his grandfather hadn't been captured, whether his grandfather and Tang Wuxian had joined forces to fight the enemy, or if his grandfather had led the army after Tang Yuxian's defeat, the frontier fortress wouldn't have been lost so quickly." Gu Qingfeng frowned suspiciously. "Do you think Tang Wuxian did it on purpose?" "On purpose what?" Gu Jiao asked. Gu Qingfeng said coldly, "He lost on purpose so that my grandfather would be captured. As the saying goes, like son, like father. If he could raise such a vicious and perverted son like Tang Ming, it's obvious that he's not a good person himself. Maybe he found out the truth about Tang Ming's death from somewhere and hated the Gu family. Tang Ming bullied Gu Yan and suffered from Gu Jiao's violent revenge. Gu Qingfeng was also involved. If Tang Wuxian knew the truth, he would have a reason to take revenge on the Gu family." Gu Jiao paused and didn't say anything. From the information revealed by the soldiers, Tang Wuxian disappeared after the defeat. Now they were searching everywhere for Tang Wuxian. If he was alive, they wanted to see him. If he was dead, they wanted to see his corpse. The more Gu Qingfeng thought about it, the more suspicious he felt Tang Wuxian was. Even the defeat of the army was very likely to be part of Tang Yuxian's scheme. He's a man who enjoys grandiose achievements. If he lost the city first and then took it back, His Majesty would see how difficult it was for him to fight this battle. When he returned to the capital, he would receive double the reward and the emperor's favor. Gu Jiao tapped his shoulder. Gu Qingfeng was in the middle of analyzing Tang Yuxian's situation. He was suddenly interrupted and was stunned. "What's wrong?" Gu Jiao pointed downstairs. They're gone. Gu Qingfeng opened his mouth. All right, let's go. Gu Jiao glanced at him and said, you can continue when you come back. Gu Qingfeng choked. I don't want to talk about it. I'm a man. Don't talk so much. The man was a man of few words. On the way to the governor's mansion, he chatted with Gu Jiao all the way. Gu Jiao, the governor's mansion was heavily guarded. But for Gu Qingfeng, who could come and go freely under the watch of the dragon shadow guards, it was not too difficult. He sneaked into the mansion with Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao took out the flamboyant peacock plume mask and put it on. Gu Qingfeng, no, what's the point of covering your face now? The two of them didn't know where the old duke was imprisoned. Gu Qingfeng decisively grabbed a soldier. Gu Jiao gave him a dose of drug and the soldier fell asleep immediately. Gu Qingfeng looked at her syringe. Your drug doesn't work every time. Gu Jiao put away the syringe and said calmly, find it yourself. Gu Qingfeng snorted. How can we find such a big mansion? Do you want to find it until dawn? Gu Jiao clapped her hands indifferently. We've already searched the Ning prince's mansion. Why should we be afraid of a mere governor's mansion? Gu Qingfeng said disapprovingly, how can it be the same? The Ning prince's mansion only had a few storerooms, and they were all in his and Princess Consort Ning's courtyard. In front of the governor's mansion is the government office and behind it is the private mansion. We don't know where they're keeping grandfather. It could be a woodshed, a dungeon, or a secret room. Before he finished speaking, Gu Jiao pushed open the door beside her. It was a wine cellar used to store fine wine. Gu Qingfeng shook his head. There was no need to look for such a place. It was not a good place to keep a hostage. His gaze swept across the room, and he was stunned. Gee, grandfather. The old man with shackles on his hands and feet, covered in bruises and fainted on the ground was none other than his grandfather. Gu Qingfeng was stunned. How did you know my grandfather was imprisoned here? Gu Jiao spread her hands. I don't know. I just randomly found it. Gu Qingfeng's mouth twitched. What kind of luck did this girl have? She could even find him here. What happened to searching until dawn? What happened to the 100 ways he thought of to avoid detection by the Qin soldiers? Was there no place to use it? Chapter 485. Gu Qingfeng felt that the remnants of the previous dynasty and the Qin army must have been out of their minds to lock someone in a wine cellar. What the hell? Gu Jiao was about to enter the room. He raised his hand to stop Gu Jiao. Wait, I'll go in first. After learning that he had almost sent someone to their death, Gu Qingfeng became especially vigilant. He left Gu Jiao outside and went into the wine cellar to carefully inspect it. After confirming that there were no hidden traps or dangers, he said to Gu Jiao, come in. Gu Jiao entered the room and closed the door behind her. There were no windows in the wine cellar. Once the door was closed, the room became so dark that one couldn't even see one's fingers. Gu Qingfeng took out a match. After lighting it, he went to the old marquee and knelt on the cold ground, reaching out to help the old marquee up. Wait. This time, it was Gu Jiao who stopped Gu Qingfeng's hand. The old marquis's breathing was very weak and shallow. He didn't look normal. As a doctor, she had an almost instinctive intuition about this situation. Gu Jiao took off the red tasseled spear on her back and placed it on the ground. Then she knelt down on one knee beside Gu Qingfeng and used the light of the match to see the old marquis's appearance. It wasn't enough to describe him as covered in cuts and bruises. He had clearly been brutally tortured. There wasn't a spot on his body that wasn't covered in blood. Bring the match closer, Gu Jiao said to Gu Qingfeng. Gu Qingfeng brought the match closer to him. The light from the fire could actually hide some of one's complexion. But even so, the old marquis's paleness couldn't be hidden. Gu Qingfeng's heart clenched. His Adam's apple bobbed as he endured and called out in a small voice, "Grandfather, grandfather." The old marquis didn't respond. Gu Qingfeng's heart clenched even tighter. Gu Jiao's expression did not change in the slightest. She calmly took off the old marquis's clothes and began to check his injuries one by one. For Gu Qingfeng to be able to train to his current level, he naturally had his fair share of injuries and had seen others get injured. However, if the injured person was his own grandfather, he didn't dare to look down. He didn't know how this girl was able to remain so calm. After all, she wasn't Gu Jiao's real mother. To her, his grandfather was just an ordinary patient. The lighter wouldn't last long, and there wasn't enough light. Gu Jiao opened the small medicine box and took out a small emergency flashlight. She turned it on and handed it to Gu Qingfeng. "Light it." Gu Qingfeng was no longer surprised by her strange things. Wasn't it just a night luminescent pearl? The only difference was that the light was longer and brighter. Gu Qingfeng extinguished the fire and turned on a small flashlight for Gu Jiao. "Is my grandfather seriously injured?" "Yes," Gu Jiao said. Her movements were very light, but she didn't miss a single bone. "He has both internal and external injuries. There are many comminuted fractures on his body." Gu Qingfeng was shocked. Broken into powder." Gu Jiao sighed. "If it's broken into more than 3 pieces, it's called comminuted fractures." She didn't say that it must have been broken into powder. It wasn't a bone crusher. In addition to the fractures, there were many whip wounds all over his body. The blood on his body was left by these whip wounds. These whip wounds looked scary, but they weren't the main cause of the old marquis's loss of consciousness. Gu Jiao took out a sphygmomanometer and measured the old marquis's blood pressure. Strange, why is his blood pressure so low? The reason for the old marquis's loss of consciousness was found. It was hemorrhagic shock. However, the old marquis's whip wounds were only superficial and mottled with blood. In fact, the total amount of bleeding was not large. Internal bleeding. Gu Jiao murmured and narrowed her eyes. Gu Qingfeng didn't understand a single word she said. Even if he understood, he felt that it might not be what he understood. Gu Jiao took a pair of gloves from the small medicine box and put them on. Then, she took out a long needle. Gu Qingfeng's eyebrows twitched. What was this girl doing now? After watching Gu Jiao suture Gu Qinglin's surgery, Gu Qingfeng hadn't eaten a single bite of meat for half a year. Gu Qingfeng's psychological trauma had just recovered. He couldn't let this girl poison his little heart. He decisively turned his face away. "Hey!" Gu Jiao called him. "I'm not scared," he said sternly. "The flashlight is crooked," Gu Jiao reminded him. "Crooked, where is it crooked?" Gu Qingfeng didn't dare to look back. Gu Jiao pulled his hand and moved the flashlight forward. "Don't move." Gu Qingfeng, "Okay." Gu Jiao performed a peritoneal puncture on the old marquis. The blood extracted was not coagulated, which meant that the patient had bloody ascites. Combined with his injuries, it should be a substantial organ rupture. Gu Jiao put away the needle and quietly looked at the old marquis's abdomen. Then, she began to gently press down along the direction of his ribs. When she pressed on the upper left abdomen, his body spasmed slightly. He didn't completely lose consciousness. He could still feel a little pain. That should be where the problem was. Gu Jiao's eyes turned cold. This place was the spleen. "Are you done with the examination? If you are, let's hurry up and get my grandfather out of here. I feel that it's not safe here." Those people might come back at any time. We can't leave. Gu Jiao said, he's injured. Can't we go back to the inn to heal? I know that injured people can't be moved easily. I'll go get a stretcher. I won't let his injury worsen. Gu Jiao looked at the blood pressure that was still falling and shook her head. We can't wait. What do you mean by can't wait? Gu Qingfeng turned around and looked at her with a stunned expression. Gu Jiao said, he needs surgery. Gu Qingfeng was startled again. Here. Gu Jiao nodded solemnly. Here. Seeing that Gu Qingfeng was very hesitant, she added, if we don't do the surgery immediately, he will die. Gu Qingfeng and Gu Jiao had been together for so long. Of course, he knew that this girl liked to ask for a lot of money when receiving medical fees. She never exaggerated about anything else. Gu Qingfeng looked at Gu Jiao deeply. Are you sure you want to do this? He didn't need to remind her how risky the surgery was in the enemy's territory. She was saving his grandfather, but she was also risking her own life. He continued, once we are discovered, the three of us may not be able to leave. Gu Jiao took out the scalpel without hesitation. I'll do it as soon as possible. Why are you doing this? Do you recognize him as your grandfather? No. Gu Jiao opened the scalpel. He's not my grandfather, but it's my duty to do anything for my brother. She was serious about becoming his sworn brother. Gu Qingfeng, who had completely misunderstood, felt his heart ache and was moved. It turned out that in her heart, he was her brother. Gu Jiao, you think too much. You are not my brother. The one lying on the ground is. Do you need me to do anything? Gu Qingfeng asked righteously. Gu Jiao decided not to argue with him about seniority for the time being. She took out the scalpel and anesthetic. Find something to block the crack of the door. Don't let any light pass. There was no rag in the wine cellar, so Gu Qingfeng tore off his underwear and cut it into strips with a dagger to block the crack of the door. It was cold in the frontier fortress and there was no Kong in the wine cellar. In order to prevent the old duke from hypothermia during the operation, Gu Jiao asked Gu Qingfeng to dismantle the table, pour some spirits on it and make a small fire. Snowflakes began to fall from the sky, hitting the eaves and the ground with a pitter-patter, perfectly covering the sound of the burning firewood. Gu Jiao's movements were very light and her expression was very calm. She put the old duke on an intravenous drip and asked Gu Qingfeng to find a shelf to hang the bottle. The old duke was bleeding badly, so it was not convenient to use epidural anesthesia. Gu Jiao gave him general anesthesia. The old marquis's last shred of consciousness disappeared, and he fell into a deep sleep. The conditions at the scene were not suitable for using surgical drapes. Gu Jiao disinfected a large area of the old duke's body and directly made a cut on his upper left abdomen. Blood and ascites flowed out of the wound. Gu Qingfeng even held his breath. Gu Jiao completely separated the spleen and smoothly lifted it out of the incision. Gu Qingfeng only took one look and almost fainted on the spot. Gu Jiao calmly continued the operation in front of her. She found the active bleeding point on the spleen and sutured it. If the bleeding still could not be stopped after suturing, she could only choose to remove part of the spleen or the whole spleen. The spleen was not the appendix, so it was fine to cut it off. The sequelae of splenectomy were lifelong. Once the operation was done, the old duke would never be able to go to the battlefield again. Time passed by slowly. The snowflakes outside had stopped at some point, and the governor's residence fell into complete silence. From time to time, there was a crackling sound from the fire. Every time there was a crackling sound, Gu Qingfeng's heart tightened. Gu Jiao devoted herself to her hands, which were already dripping with blood. The sutures were very effective. There was no need to remove the spleen. She only needed to suture all the cracks. The spleen repair was completed and the operation was in the final stage. The next step was to suture the wound on the abdomen. Gu Qingfeng clenched his fists and silently prayed in his heart, "Please don't let anyone come, please don't let anyone come." Chapter 486. There are novels with connotations that cannot be found online here. This courtyard was very remote. Usually, no one would come here. As long as there was not much commotion in the wine cellar, it would not attract the patrolling guards. Yet, there were people who came. From the sound of footsteps and armor rubbing against each other, it was 2 adult soldiers. Generally speaking, this governor's office was controlled by the remnants of the previous dynasty. The Qin army was mainly stationed outside the governor's office. Thus, Gu Qingfeng deduced that these 2 were the minions of the remnants of the previous dynasty. Gu Qingfeng quietly came behind the door. He could not see the situation outside clearly. He could only try his best to pay attention to the movements and sounds of the people coming. At this time, Gu Jiao had already started to suture the abdominal wound. Seeing this, Gu Qingfeng understood that the surgery was almost done. However, the closer it was to the end, the more important it was to not make any mistakes. Gu Qingfeng's heart was slightly raised. The 2 soldiers entered the courtyard and walked toward the wine cellar. One of them pulled his companion and said, "Okay, there is no one else here. Take it out. Lower your voice. Don't let anyone hear you." His companion said in a low voice. Okay. I won't say it loudly." The soldier's voice was lower, but his tone was more urgent. "Don't just talk to me in a low voice. Where is the thing I asked you to bring? Take it out." Hearing this, Gu Qingfeng understood that the 2 were not here to check on his grandfather. His heart sank back into his stomach. However, he did not dare to be careless. He still held the 2 hidden weapons tightly in his hands. His companion took out a small porcelain bottle and handed it to the soldier. "Here." The soldier pulled out the stopper and sniffed the bottle. His tone was somewhat disgusted. "What is this smell? It's all the same smell. Is it really effective? Won't you know if it is effective after you try it? Then have you tried it yourself? Can you really do it 7 times in one night?" Hearing this, Gu Qingfeng could not help but frown. What 7 times in one night? There were too many dirty words. He really wanted to shut their mouths. He turned back to look at Gu Jiao, who was treating the old duke. Gu Jiao was almost done. This girl was treating him so seriously. She didn't hear those dirty words, did she? "Just tell me whether you want it or not." "Yes." How could he not want it? "How much?" "It sold for 1 tael of silver outside. The boss is my friend, so he gave it to me at a cheaper price of 200 copper coins. If I were to sell it to someone else, I would have to pay an additional 50 copper coins. You're my brother, so based on our friendship, I won't charge you more." Gu Qingfeng sneered in his heart. This kind of despicable thing was already expensive for 10 copper coins, how could they be brothers? In the end, the soldier decided to be a sucker and spent 200 copper coins to buy the bottle of all-aspect nourishment pills. "Let's go," the soldier said to his companion. "Wait. What happened? Over there. What's going on over there?" The soldier looked around and asked. "Oh, the wine cellar." Gu Qingfeng's heart tightened. "I heard that Lingguan City's governor's office's wine is new, red, which has been stored for more than 10 years. His companion walked towards the wine cellar as he spoke. The soldier pulled him back. "Hey, who was the one who said not to be discovered? You're hugging a wine jar in the middle of the night. Do you think you're not discovered fast enough?" If you want to drink wine, I have plenty in my house. I'll give you a jar when we get back. Ah, all right. His companion was convinced by the soldier and left the courtyard with him. Gu Qingfeng finally let out a sigh of relief. His entire back was soaked in cold sweat and his forehead was sticky. He raised a hand to wipe his sweat and asked Gu Jiao, "Is it done?" Gu Jiao cut off the last thread and used gauze to cover the wound. "Not yet. The fracture needs to be fixed." The old Marquis's 4 limbs were fractured and needed to be stopped first. Otherwise, it would be very dangerous to move. Half of the table was thrown into the fire. There was still half left. Gu Jiao first made do with cutting a few boards. Gu Qingfeng went over to help her. But at this time, something unexpected happened. The 2 people who had already left actually turned back in a hurry. Not good. It's Captain Liu. If he finds out that we didn't patrol properly and came here without permission, he will definitely punish us. It was that soldier's voice. Hurry and hide. His companion said. Where do we hide? The soldier asked fearfully. The wine cellar. Gu Qingfeng's eyebrows jumped. His hand that was fixing the boards paused. He instinctively glanced at Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao acted as if she didn't hear anything and calmly and quickly continued what she was doing. Gu Qingfeng's eyes moved and he looked coldly in the direction of the door. Why can't the door be opened? Is it locked from the inside? Impossible, let me do it. The soldier's companion pushed open the door with great force, and a flash of fire suddenly entered his eyes. He was slightly startled, but before he could react to why there was fire inside, Gu Qingfeng shot out 2 concealed weapons. His body stiffened and he fell forward. He didn't fall to the ground. Gu Qingfeng's figure flashed in front of him and caught him. Everything happened in a flash. The soldier didn't have time to react. Gu Qingfeng's other hidden weapon cut his throat. Gu Qingfeng caught the 2 of them one by one and dragged them into the house without a trace. He quickly and steadily closed the door without making a single sound. Gu Qingfeng placed the 2 corpses on the ground. He sat on the side, leaning against the door behind him as he trembled and panted. He was a thief, not an assassin. No matter how many times he killed someone, he couldn't get used to it. But he couldn't not kill them. Captain Liu led a group of patrolling soldiers as they walked past the courtyard. Gu Qingfeng held his breath and minimized his presence to the minimum. Gu Jiao finished cutting all the wooden boards. Next, they only needed to fix them so that they wouldn't make too much noise. But as luck would have it, the old Marquis showed signs of waking up. While he was in a daze, he coughed out of the blue. What's that sound? In response to Lord Liu, it seems to be coming from the wine cellar. There's a hostage in the wine cellar. Captain Liu, is it the old Marquis of the Gu army? Subordinate, it's him. He was interrogated this afternoon and was injured. Captain Liu, why is he in the wine cellar? This. The subordinate smiled embarrassedly. Why was he locked in the wine cellar and not the dungeon? Wasn't it because someone had disobeyed the orders of the higher-ups and lynched the old Marquis? They were afraid that they would be discovered in the dungeon, so they locked him in the wine cellar first. Captain Liu wasn't stupid and quickly figured out the crux of the matter. He was only a small captain and couldn't afford to offend the person who lynched the old Marquis. But he was on duty tonight. If something happened to the hostage, he couldn't escape the blame. Go and see how he is. He ordered. The 2 subordinates walked towards the wine cellar together. At this time, Gu Jiao finished fixing the old Marquis's left arm and started fixing his right arm. Gu Qingfeng took a deep breath and closed his eyes. What was to come still came. Gu Qingfeng didn't give the 2 a chance to push the door open. He rushed out and shot 2 hidden weapons at the 2 soldiers in front of him. Assassin! Captain Lu pulled out the sword at his waist and led the rest of his subordinates to rush towards Gu Qingfeng. This group of people, including Captain Lu, were just ordinary soldiers. They weren't very skilled and Gu Qingfeng didn't feel much pressure dealing with them. However, Captain Lu seemed to have noticed that Gu Qingfeng was skilled. He didn't hesitate to blow the wooden whistle at his waist. A tall and powerful figure flew through the air and kicked Gu Qingfeng in the chest. Gu Qingfeng fell heavily at the door of the wine cellar and spat out a mouthful of blood. Gu Qingfeng clutched his chest. He recognized that this man in black was one of the masters that he and Gu Jiao had been tracking. He also had companions. They also descended from the sky and blocked the door to the courtyard. No wonder he didn't notice when they drugged him. His skills were almost on par with His Majesty's Dragon Shadow Guards. Gu Qingfeng held his chest in pain with one hand and used his other hand to support his body with the sword. He stood up with a fierce look in his eyes. "Archers, get ready!" Captain Lu yelled. A row of archers filed in and knelt on one knee. They drew their bows and aimed at Gu Qingfeng. The Marquis, whose right leg was fixed, seemed to have sensed that something was about to happen to his grandson. He opened his eyes slightly and tilted his head to look outside the door. He had been unconscious for too long and his vision was a little blurry. He could only vaguely see a familiar figure stubbornly holding the long sword in his hand and guarding the people in the room. The Marquis's eyes suddenly welled up with tears. Gu Qingfeng didn't know how many times he had been kicked down by the Master in Black. Every time he fell, he would spit out a mouthful of blood. However, he would always stand up again. The Master in Black seemed to be tired of it. After knocking Gu Qingfeng down for the last time, he stepped on Gu Qingfeng's chest with his long boot. He gestured to another Master in Black. His companion understood and strode towards the wine cellar. Gu Qingfeng grabbed a hidden weapon in his palm. However, before he could shoot it, his hand was stepped on by the man in black. It was time to end everything. The Master in Black lifted his icy cold boot and ruthlessly stepped on Gu Qingfeng's head. Heavy snow suddenly fell from the sky. Snowflakes fluttered down. Ah! A sharp scream. The Master in Black outside the wine cellar was dragged in by a strong force. Almost at the same time, a red tasseled spear suddenly shot out from the wine cellar, carrying a trembling sound of breaking through the air. It pierced through the flying snow, and with a whoosh, it pierced through the heart of the black-clothed expert, sending him flying, and fiercely nailing him to the hard wall. Everyone was stunned. In the next second, they all looked towards the wine cellar. They didn't know when, but there was a slender little figure at the door. In the sky full of flying snow, a young man with long hair like ink, eyes cold and murderous, like an Azura from hell. Chapter 487. The youth's fair and slender right hand was carrying a person. It was the other black-clothed expert that had been caught and thrown into the wine cellar. He had long since lost his breath and was thrown into the snow in the courtyard by the youth like a sack. The youth's throw was not very strong, but it made everyone feel an unbridled, irreverent, insolent and arrogant aura. No one knew how the youth did it. Just now, their attention was all on the first black-clothed expert. They were watching him stomp on Gu Qingfeng's head until it exploded. This was a bloody, ruthless scene that made one's blood spurt out. When the second black-clothed expert went to the wine cellar to look for someone, everyone only heard a scream. They didn't even think that the scream came from their own expert. They thought that their own expert had quickly entered the room and caught the assassin's accomplice. The scream came from the assassin's accomplice. And now, of their own 2 experts, one was impaled by a spear and nailed to the wall, the other was crushed to death by the youth and thrown to the ground. This scene was simply too shocking and too strange. Everyone's voices were stuck in their throats. Even their breathing unconsciously stopped. Only Gu Qingfeng was lying in a puddle of blood mixed with snow. His body suddenly relaxed. Was this girl finally done with the operation? He thought that he wouldn't be able to wait. It's good that she's out, it's good that she's out. Gu Qingfeng coughed up blood while his body trembled. He smiled as if relieved of a burden. More than half of the 3 black-clothed experts were killed in an instant. The third black-clothed expert was the first to recover from his shock. He pulled out the soft sword at his waist and attacked Gu Jiao with a murderous aura. When dealing with Gu Qingfeng, he didn't make a move because there was no need to. But this youth killed 2 of his companions as soon as he came out. Even if he didn't want to, he had to admit that this youth who was much younger than everyone present gave him a strong sense of danger. So much so that he even used his weapon. Gu Jiao dealt with all changes by remaining unchanged. When he attacked her, she did not immediately move. Instead, the moment his soft sword was about to strangle her neck, she raised her left hand and shot out a long thread with a hook to entangle the other's soft sword. Then, she pulled hard and used the force to throw herself out. As if she had qigong, she soared into the air and shuttled through the flying snow. She stepped on the opposite wall and pulled out the red tasseled spear with her bare hands. She nimbly turned around, and at the same time, flipped the red tasseled spear in her palm. The spearhead aimed at the last black-clothed expert, and mercilessly shot over. There were no fancy moves, and it was impossible to tell which school of kung fu it was from, but killing was done in an instant. Perhaps when the old Marquis taught her spear techniques, he did not expect her to be able to turn every move into such a fierce killing move. The third black-robed man didn't even have time to fight back. His entire body stiffened, and he fell to his knees with a plop. Heavy snow fell, and his head lowered, no longer making a sound. Gu Jiao pulled out her spear, and he also fell to the ground. Captain Liu and all the other soldiers couldn't help but take a big step back. This youth was too scary. It wasn't true that his kung fu was high, but his murderous intent was something that even death soldiers couldn't match. The strong were afraid of the strong, and the strong were afraid of those who didn't care about their lives. And this youth was precisely that kind of person who didn't care about his life. Gu Jiao was still wearing that coquettish peacock plume mask. Coupled with her murderous intent, she gave off an inexplicable sense of strangeness. For a moment, no one dared to step forward to catch her. Gu Jiao came in front of Gu Qingfeng, holding the red tasseled spear. She looked down at him from above. "Can you still walk?" Gu Qingfeng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and panted. "Yes." "Oh." Gu Jiao nodded and reached out her hand. Gu Qingfeng suddenly, "Wait, if I can't walk, are you planning to leave me here?" Gu Qingfeng pulled Gu Jiao's hand and stood up from the snow. Captain Liu and the others glared at Gu Jiao, but they didn't dare to actually catch Gu Jiao. Instead, wherever Gu Jiao went, the soldiers would tremble and take a few steps back. This really scared Gu Jiao silly. It wasn't until Gu Jiao walked back to the wine cellar and carried the unconscious old duke out that Captain Liu finally reacted. Fighting Gu Jiao was courting death, but if they let Gu Jiao go, it would be difficult for them to escape death if they were to be held responsible. Captain Liu gritted his teeth and made up his mind. He raised his sword and said, "Are you all cowards? Are you all scared out of your wits by a brat who's still wet behind the ears? If we let them go today, none of us will be able to live when His Excellency pursues this matter. 2 of the 3 of them are already injured. That brat is carrying another one on his back, he won't be able to deal with us. Attack together. Chop them up. Attack together. Chop them up." Some of the soldiers agreed passionately. Captain Lu took the lead and charged out. When he and the other soldiers saw this, they were also filled with bloodlust. It was mainly because they saw that Gu Jiao was carrying an injury on her back and really thought that she was at her wit's end. Little did they know that Gu Jiao had tied the old duke tightly to her back with strips of cloth. She freed up two hands, one gripping her spear tightly while the other tossed the small basket on her back to Gu Qingfeng. Then, she waved her hand and threw out the black fire pearl, blasting a path of blood. The huge commotion shocked the entire governor's office. Even the Qin soldiers stationed outside the office were alarmed by the series of loud noises. However, Gu Jiao and Gu Qingfeng moved extremely quickly. By the time a large number of soldiers arrived to surround them, they had already jumped over the wall of the governor's office and mounted the horses that had been hidden nearby. There were 2 horses in total. Gu Jiao rode one with the old duke, while Gu Qingfeng rode the other horse alone. The 3 quickly disappeared from the streets of Lingguan City. Sir! Near the wine cellar, Captain Lu, who had been severely injured by the explosion, knelt down and bowed to a man wearing a silver fox cloak. The man was about 30 years old. He was tall and sturdy, with cold features and deep eyes. His every movement was filled with nobility. He didn't look angry, but everyone who was still alive felt as if their throats were being strangled and they couldn't breathe. The man did not pay any attention to Captain Lu, who was kneeling on the ground, nor did he pay any attention to the other soldiers who had been blown up. He only came to the remains of the black fire pearl and squatted down. He touched the remains with his slender fingers, and a trace of coldness and doubt flashed across his face. Yan Kingdom, he muttered. Captain Lu didn't hear what he said clearly. It wasn't that his voice was too soft, but that his ears were muddled from the explosion. He asked, "Sir, should we chase?" "Chase," the man in the silver fox cloak said calmly. "I want him alive." Ah! That brat was so powerful. It was already difficult to kill him, but to capture him alive, wasn't this? Captain Lu wanted to say that he was making things too difficult for the soldiers, but he also understood that this lord would never take back his words. They either had to obey or die. The cold wind whistled and snow swirled in the air. Gu Jiao and Gu Qingfeng ran endlessly in the night against the flying snow. Their hands and feet were frozen and their bodies were gradually losing feeling. Gu Jiao's long eyelashes were covered in frost. However, thanks to the heavy snow, their whereabouts were concealed. Gu Qingfeng wanted to ask where Gu Jiao was going, but his mouth was numb from the cold and he couldn't open his mouth at all. Just as the 3 of them were about to turn into 3 small popsicles, Gu Jiao finally stopped the horse. The moment she grabbed the reins and pulled, Gu Jiao's hand hurt so much that it felt like it was broken. Proud, arrived. Proud, arrived. Gu Qingfeng immediately blurted out. Gu Jiao responded. She wasn't much better than Gu Qingfeng and had a hard time talking. She slowly loosened her stiff hand, but the reins were already frozen in her palm. The red tasseled spear wasn't frozen in her hand, but she had held onto it for too long and couldn't open her stiff fingers for a while. The 2 of them used a lot of energy to get off the horse. The horse was exhausted and was panting heavily. "Where are we?" Gu Qingfeng asked with a pale face. "I don't know." Gu Jiao wasn't familiar with the terrain of the frontier fortress. She was only relying on her intuition to avoid the pursuers of the previous dynasty. "Let's walk forward and see," she said. She raised her hand that had regained a bit of feeling and grabbed the horse's stiff hand. Her other hand grabbed her red tasseled spear. Gu Qingfeng remembered that she originally carried the red tasseled spear on her back, but now that she was carrying her grandfather, she could only hold the red tasseled spear in her hand. "Give it to me." He reached out his hand and said. You won't be able to carry it. Gu Jiao said. How can I not be able to carry it? I'm a man. The belittled Gu Qingfeng raised his hand to take Gu Jiao's red tasseled spear. Gu Jiao glanced at him indifferently and let go. Fuck. Gu Qingfeng knelt on the ground and couldn't help but curse. What kind of red tasseled spear is this? Why is it so heavy? Also, he didn't look carefully just now because he was running for his life. Now that he looked carefully, his heart almost stopped beating. How could there be such an ugly red tasseled spear in this world? Were the big red flowers on the spear serious? Also, who had braided the red tassels into pigtails? Gu Qingfeng almost cried because of the ugliness. Carrying this red tasseled spear on the battlefield, it was so ugly that it could kill a bunch of enemies. Fortunately, she used cloth to wrap the red tasseled spear on the way, or else Gu Qingfeng seriously suspected that he would be blinded by the ugliness. I already said you can't carry it. Gu Jiao automatically ignored the disdain and shock in Gu Qingfeng's eyes. She grabbed the red tasseled spear and led the horse forward. I can't carry it because I'm injured. Gu Qingfeng decided to save his dignity as a man. Why don't you wait until I recover and see if I can carry it? Gu Jiao didn't turn around and waved her hand. You'll talk after you recover. Gu Qingfeng's face darkened and he led his horse to follow. The two of them seemed to have entered a forest deep in the mountains, but they quickly passed through the forest again. There's a family over there. Gu Qingfeng said. Yes. Gu Jiao nodded. She also saw it. It didn't look like a normal villager's house, but more like a hunter's house. The two led their horses over. Even though Gu Qingfeng was injured, he still pulled Gu Jiao behind him and raised his hand to knock on the door. Gu Jiao said, No need to knock, there's no one. Gu Qingfeng frowned strangely. You heard it again. Did this girl have dog ears? Gu Jiao directly pushed open the door and walked in. This was a small wooden house with 2 rooms. The central room was connected to the bedroom, and there was a simple stove and cooking utensils in the corner of the central room. There was a bit of frozen leftovers in the pot. In this kind of climate, frozen leftovers wouldn't spoil for a month or 2, so Gu Jiao couldn't tell how many days this pot of leftovers was left. But judging from the dust on the stove and the bed, someone had lived in the house in the last 3 days. She didn't know if the owner of the house had gone out or been captured by the Qin army and the remnants of the previous dynasty. Gu Jiao said to Gu Qingfeng, Let's stay here for a night. Gu Qingfeng looked around and sighed, That's the only way. The frontier fortress was too cold. The 3 of them would definitely freeze to death outside. The 2 beds were placed at right angles, one against the inner wall and the other against the side wall. Gu Jiao placed the old marquee on the bed against the inner wall. Then she pointed to the other bed and said to Gu Qingfeng, Lie down. What for? Gu Qingfeng asked. Gu Jiao took the small basket from his back and said, Injury. Oh. Gu Qingfeng made an oh sound and obediently lay down on the other bed. It wasn't that he didn't want to squeeze in with his grandfather, but the beds here were all made of bamboo. It was difficult for one person to even turn over. It was too cold in the house. Gu Jiao first went to get a bundle of firewood and a charcoal brazier. After the fire was lit, the 2 of them felt much warmer. Gu Jiao began to examine Gu Qingfeng's injury. To be honest, Gu Qingfeng's injury was quite serious. If it were someone else, they would have been dead long ago, but he could still jump around. He was worthy of being called an expert at taking beatings. Gu Jiao took out iodophor and cleaned the wound on Gu Qingfeng's shoulder. Gu Qingfeng suddenly said, Hey, what happened to you just now? What do you mean what happened? Gu Jiao asked. It's you. Gu Qingfeng thought for a bit and didn't know where to start asking. Should he ask her where she got her killer moves, or where she got her ability to treat illnesses. She was like a demon when she killed people, but when she healed the injured and dying, she was like a Buddha. It was really contradictory and strange. Gu Qingfeng's gaze fell on her serious little face. He opened his mouth and asked, "What did you do before?" "I mean before you came here to pretend to be Gu Jiao's mother." She did a lot of work." "Was you an assassin?" Gu Qingfeng asked. "Or maybe a doctor?" Gu Qingfeng said in his heart. "Something like that." Gu Jiao said carelessly. "What do you mean something like that?" "Yes means yes, no means no." Gu Qingfeng muttered and suddenly thought of something. He was silent for a moment. "When we were in the governor's mansion, I thought you lost control." The moment Gu Jiao came out of the wine cellar, her killing intent was too strong. Even now, when he recalled it, he still felt frightened. "I didn't lose control," Gu Jiao said. "She didn't lose control every time, otherwise she wouldn't have lived until now. She actually didn't know what she was like when she lost control, but Princess Xinyang said her killing intent was heavier than death soldiers. Then when she lost control, she should kill people. After killing everyone, if she still didn't stop losing control, she might kill herself. In her previous life, only her godfather knew how to calm her down. It was her godfather who personally handed her a scalpel, letting her learn how to resist the temptation of blood. She had already improved a lot. After coming to this different world, she lost control twice. The first time was when her great-aunt was injured. She was promptly comforted by her, so she didn't completely lose control. The second time was when Lu Yixing cut off his finger. She didn't remember the details of that time, but she guessed that Long Yi had restrained her. Now that her great-aunt and Long Yi weren't here, she wouldn't easily lose control. "Why are you suddenly looking at me like that?" Gu Jiao's small gaze made Gu Qingfeng's eyebrows jump. Gu Jiao continued in her heart, "Otherwise you'll lose your little life." Gu Qingfeng's right arm had 5 stitches, and his forehead had 3 stitches. "It won't leave a scar, right?" Gu Qingfeng touched the gauze on his forehead and bitterly asked. Gu Jiao strangely asked, "You're worried about leaving a scar?" Gu Qingfeng bitterly said, "After all, I'm so handsome, leaving a scar would be a pity." Gu Jiao opened the small medicine box and began to carefully search inside. Gu Qingfeng didn't understand and asked, "What are you looking for?" "Eye drops." Gu Jiao said, "I suspect that your eyes are lame." Gu Qingfeng, who was obviously a handsome man, Gu Jiao finished treating all of Gu Qingfeng's injuries. Gu Qingfeng was tied up with gauze like half a mummy, especially his face, which was covered to the point that only a pair of eyes could be seen. His eyeballs turned, and his expression was somewhat indescribable. "Was my injury that serious?" "I seriously suspect that you're deliberately covering up my beauty." The bonfire was about to burn out, so Gu Jiao went to the central room and brought back a bundle of firewood. Gu Qingfeng looked at her busy little figure and said, "You rest for a while, I'll keep watch tonight. We'll take turns keeping watch. You sleep for the first half of the night, and I just happen to need to change some medicine." Gu Jiao said and turned to check the splints on the old marquis's limbs. Her time and conditions in the governor's residence were limited, so she only did a simple breaking, and now she had to do it again. Also, his wounds had to be carefully examined. "Is my grandfather okay?" Gu Qingfeng looked at the old marquis and asked. Gu Jiao used shock absorption and fixation on the old marquis's waist and abdomen. The condition of the wound was good, and his blood pressure was gradually returning to normal. It was just that he had a slight fever, and they had to be careful of post-operative infection. "He's fine for now." Gu Jiao said, "You sleep, I'll wake you up later." Gu Qingfeng thought for a while, but still agreed. He reminded her, "Remember to wake me up." "Okay." Gu Jiao nodded. Gu Qingfeng pulled the quilt over himself, but he did not fall asleep. In the flickering firelight, he opened his eyes and stared at Gu Jiao without blinking. Gu Jiao had just finished fixing the old marquis's left arm. She turned to look at him and said, "Is there anything else?" He lay on the bed and looked at her from this angle. She was still petite, but her shadow on the wall was illuminated by the firelight. Gu Qingfeng opened his mouth and asked, "Do you have any family at your house?" Gu Jiao was silent for a moment, then said, "I don't know. In terms of blood, she had them, but in terms of emotions, she did not. They did not want her. They did not want her as a daughter, nor did they want her as a sister. She did not want them either. How could a person not even know if she had a family? Was she an orphan?" Gu Qingfeng felt that this was very likely, so he did not ask further. He cleared his throat and said, "Then don't go back. It's quite good here." Gu Jiao thought, "I don't want to go back, and I can't go back either." "Well, it's also quite good," Gu Qingfeng said vaguely. "What did you say?" Gu Jiao did not hear the words in the middle. "Nothing." Gu Qingfeng pulled the quilt over his head. "Stupid sister." Gu Qingfeng fell asleep not long after covering himself with the quilt. Gu Jiao gave Gu Qingfeng an intravenous drip and helped the old marquis take care of all the splints. Outside the house, goose feather-like snow rustled down. The howling cold wind had dissipated at some point, leaving only the dancing snow in the night. It was completely silent. In the latter half of the night, Gu Jiao did not wake Gu Qingfeng up. She hugged the red tasseled spear and stood at the door, silently keeping watch for the entire night. The flying snow was in front of her eyes, and the person she needed to protect was behind her. At the first glimmer of dawn, Gu Qingfeng woke up. He had not slept so well in a long time, and he felt that all the vitality in his body had been restored. He opened his eyes and saw the light coming in through the window. Only then did he remember keeping watch for the latter half of the night. Did he oversleep? Or did that girl not wake him at all? He looked around. His grandfather was still lying on the other bamboo bed, but Gu Jiao was nowhere to be seen. Where's that girl? Gu Qingfeng lifted the quilt and sat up. He was injured after all, and there was a pulling pain coming from all parts of his body. He frowned and relaxed his movement slightly. He first looked at his grandfather. His grandfather was still unconscious, but his breathing sounded smoother than last night. Grandfather and he were both injured. Nothing must happen to that girl. Gu Jiao had gone to look for food. In this hunter's house, there was nothing to fill her stomach other than a pile of leftover food that had been left out for God knows how many days. In addition, the firewood was almost burned out, so she entered the nearby forest. She picked up some dried branches, but did not catch any prey. She planned to carry the branches back to the house first. Just as she turned around, a person slowly walked over from the other side of the forest. Looking at the direction, he was also heading towards the small wooden house. Could it be the owner of the small wooden house? That person was wearing animal skin and a felt hat. Gu Jiao could not see his face clearly, but she felt that the other person's figure was tall and sturdy. He walked in the snow up to his thighs as if he was walking on flat ground. He was an expert. Gu Jiao made a judgment in her heart. Gu Jiao walked towards the small wooden house with the branches in her arms. The two unexpectedly met on the way. It was not until they met face to face that Gu Jiao finally saw his face clearly. And he also saw Gu Jiao. Both of them were startled at the same time. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.